As a game developer, my life had originally been simple. My career was going well, and my world revolved around code. But one day, this world insisted on turning my script completely upside down. In Autumn Game, the game I had poured my heart and soul into, there was a beautiful world prepared for the heroine, a world full of romance and men who adored her. There was the arrogant, overbearing crown prince, with gold hair like finely spun silk and eyes like a clear summer sky, gently placing a gleaming crown on the heroine's forehead and telling her that the crown, the kingdom, everything belonged to her. And he wasn't the only one. There was also the younger boy, docile and adorable like a puppy, clinging to her side and begging her to play with him. And there was the tall, dependable, warm-hearted man who would pull her into his arms and insist that his game was much more fun. It should have been the perfect reverse harem fantasy, the dream any girl would long for. But it wasn't my dream, and that girl wasn't me. My reality was a waking nightmare. The crown prince looked down at me, his eyes full of nothing but cold suspicion, pressing me about what scheme I was plotting this time. That dependable man radiated murderous intent, his voice low as a beast growl as he warned me that if I dared take one more step closer, he would cut off my hand. And that adorable younger boy had terrifying hatred burning in his eyes, the tip of his sword aimed straight at my heart as he gritted out that he would kill me himself, this evil witch. Because when I woke up, I'd already entered a body that wasn't mine, a beautiful vessel, but a cursed one. Fate had played a cruel joke on me. I had transmigrated into the body of the most hated villainous noble lady in this game. Then a willful god announced the rules of this twisted new life to me. If I wanted to return to my original world, the only way was to ensure that the story's true heroine ended up with one of the male leads. But when I looked at that group of godlike men I had designed with my own hands, my heartbeat quickened for a completely different reason. There were simply too many handsome men. Every romanceable character looked like a walking work of art. How exactly was I supposed to stop the heroine from building her own harem? A dangerous glint flashed through my eyes. Maybe it was time for the villainous noble lady to play this game in her own way. My mind spun furiously, trying to process this utterly absurd situation. In my game setting, that arrogant prince was supposed to be the perfect dream man, the type who would lay the whole world at the heroine's feet. Beside him were a cute younger boy and a considerate, reliable man, all three of them fighting for her love. But that was the heroine's story, not mine. For me, the villainous noble lady, their attitudes were nothing but suffocating hostility and death threats. My only road home was to play matchmaker for my love rival. That was the task some hateful god had given me. But faced with so many breathtakingly beautiful men, each one more heart-stirring than the last, who could possibly choose only one? An evil thought gradually took shape. The heroine could have her one true love. Perhaps the villainous noble lady could take all the rest. It was time to hand the harem over to the villainess. Just then, a voice full of jealousy and malice cut through the chaos. "Molly, who are you talking to?" Her mind was a mess, starkly at odds with the luxurious room before her. Not long ago, she had still been sitting at her desk, sorting through player feedback on her newest game. But now she was trapped inside a strange body, surrounded by lavish roses. The girl in the mirror had soft brown hair and stunning emerald green eyes. Who exactly was she? But soon, cold realization crashed over her like a wave. This hair, this school uniform, this face, they all belonged to Molly, the character she had created with her own hands, the villainess in the hit Otome game. Panic seized her instantly. Why was she here? Why had she entered the body of a character she herself had created? Was this a dream? Or some kind of twisted hallucination? She kept feeling that she had forgotten something incredibly important. But the chattering, irritating voice of the green-haired girl dragged her back to reality, urging her to hurry up and open the gift. Her brain scrambled to catch up. Who had that girl? Just said it was from again. Of course it was sent by His Highness the Crown Prince. The girl sneered, her voice dripping with mockery, as though even the royal family couldn't satisfy Molly's greedy appetite. Nonsense. The memory of this scene suddenly flashed back into the protagonist's mind. This was a key event. One of those targeted NPCs would use it to frame Molly for bullying the heroine. Inside that beautifully wrapped box was a dead rat. It was a vicious prank, meant to make Molly look hysterical and insane in front of the Crown Prince. What a pain. She had more important things to do, like finding a way back to her own world. She turned to leave, but the green-haired girl blocked her path. She had two lackeys with her. They had no intention of letting her leave. She glanced down at her situation. A little girl against 3 bullies, the classic setup. No one was going to help her. The other students were just spectators, their eyes gleaming with cruel excitement as they waited for the show. Clearly, she could only rely on herself. The lead bully smiled like poison. What? Are you scared to open it? After doing so many disgusting things, and still dreaming of climbing into the Crown Prince's bed, you should strip naked and get pregnant to secure your position. What a selfish, power-hungry bitch. The words were aimed at Molly, but a cold fury surged through her heart. A dangerous crimson gleam flashed at her eyes. This was the game world, and she would never let anyone manipulate her. If these people had just let her leave, all of this could have been avoided. She fixed the bully with a chilling stare. She had a feeling that compared with herself, that girl was even more eager to know what was inside the gift. According to the game script, the real Molly would have swallowed the insult for now and then gone to take it out on the heroine later. But she wasn't the real Molly. The bully was clearly shaken by her sudden forcefulness. The protagonist's heart was full of possessive anger. Molly was a flat, stereotyped character no matter what, and if anyone was going to bully her, it would be herself. She spat coldly. You're nothing but an insignificant NPC who doesn't even have a name. The girl froze completely, never expecting Molly to suddenly become like this. Molly had truly gone mad this time. The new Molly curled her lips into a wicked smile. Since you're so interested, she stepped closer and closer, her sudden oppressive presence making it hard to breathe. Then I'll make a special exception and allow you to open this special gift with your own hands. She grabbed the bully's hand and slammed it down onto the box. The girl's face went deathly pale, and she stammered that this was a gift from the Crown Prince, that doing this wasn't appropriate. But Molly's grip was like an iron vice, pinning her in place. The old Molly would never have dared to resist. With a terrified scream, the girl yanked her hand back so violently that she sent the whole box flying. The lid sprang open, and a bloody dead rat slid onto the floor. Shrieking, the girl scrambled backward, tumbling into a heap in utter disgrace, her face filled with pure terror. Molly looked down at the scene, her voice full of mockery. Oh, it is vicious indeed. Since you're this terrified, why would you give someone else a dead rat? She gazed thoughtfully down at the trembling girl. Just then, a stern male voice cut through the commotion. Molly, what are you making such a fuss about? A pair of gleaming white boots entered her field of vision. It was him, one of the main capture targets. Crown Prince Alan. She remembered that the original Molly had been obsessed with him to a nearly pitiful degree, almost mad with love. But now, when he looked at her, his eyes held only undisguised irritation as he demanded to know why she couldn't behave herself even for a moment. Molly remained composed and pointed at the tearful girl on the ground. She said, "This was a gift from you, Your Highness. She was especially eager for me to open it, so I simply invited her to watch with me." The Crown Prince widened his eyes in confusion. He hadn't sent anything at all. Molly put on a look of surprise. "Well, how strange," she said in a tone of perfectly feigned innocence. "Because this young lady clearly stated that it came from you." The bully went rigid. Only then did she realize that slandering the royal family was the fastest way to ruin her own future. Alan cleared his throat, obviously fed up with the farce. "Enough," ordered. "Come with me." She followed behind him, though a storm of irritation churned in her heart. He hadn't helped her in the slightest, and now he was dragging her away for questioning. But whatever. She had already taught those trash NPCs a lesson. After taking a few steps, she suddenly stopped, turned back to the trembling bully, and lightly pressed a finger to her lips. "You're lucky the Crown Prince came. If there's a next time, I won't be so merciful." Only then did she finally remember exactly how she had come here. At the time, she had been reading players' furious bad reviews of her game, Secret Reverse Harem ending. That ending had been a complete disaster, a bloody massacre. Those capture targets, jealous over the heroine, had ultimately slaughtered one another, and even the heroine herself had died. She had just reached for her phone to contact her team when she blacked out on the spot. When she woke again, a being claiming to be a god appeared before her and told her that all the protagonists had died, and that it was all her fault. Her punishment was to enter the game and somehow make sure the heroine ended up with only one man in the end. If she failed, she would meet Molly's original fate, execution. That memory gradually receded, replaced by throbbing pain in her head. Blood slid down her cheek as the Crown Prince lowered his eyes, to look at her. "How did you end up like this?" he asked. She vaguely said she'd been hit by a ball, struggling to explain the wound, but the group of students around them immediately denied it, malicious smiles even appearing on their faces. They accused her of pretending to be pitiful just to attract attention, and the blurred figures around her were full of nothing but hostility. A chilling fact surfaced in her mind. I deliberately threw the ball at her head. But why? Even the Crown Prince seemed to realize something was wrong, because this scene wasn't in the game at all. She asked for the date, and the answer was March 10th. Her developer's brain instantly began racing. At this point in the timeline, Molly in the original plot should still have had quite a few allies. Her engagement to the Crown Prince gave her more legitimacy than the commoner-born heroine. In the crowd, she spotted Molly's nominal #1 follower, the girl who by all rights should have immediately taken her side. But that girl merely stood there, just like all of Molly's other so-called supporters. Not a single one stepped forward to help her. Something in this world was wrong, and wrong at a very fundamental level. She decided to play along for now, wiping the blood from her forehead as she followed the Crown Prince away. The two stopped in a garden drenched in sunlight, and the first thing he said was to accuse her of stealing something. Stealing the heroine's doll. A doll? What doll? He grew more impatient and snapped that it was something Lutas treasured dearly. She had no idea what he was talking about, because she wasn't the real Molly. While he was scolding her for bullying the heroine herself appeared. Pink hair, innocent doe-like eyes. "Please don't fight because of me," she said tearfully, taking the blame on herself and saying she had simply been careless. She even made excuses for Molly, saying Molly had only taken the doll because she liked it. The scene before her was infuriating. As the creator of the game, she really was proud of the heroine's design. But why were they holding hands so openly right in front of his fiancée? And as expected, the Crown Prince was completely swayed by her. He only shot Molly a warning look and said he would let it go this time. Molly's eyes narrowed dangerously. "So you do remember I'm still standing here. Do you have any proof that I took it?" she asked calmly. He merely sneered and said she had surely cleaned up all the evidence already. Clearly, he had no proof, but that hardly mattered. He was never going to believe her anyway. Fine. The task the god had given her was to make sure the heroine chose only one man. That also meant everyone else was fair game. And the Crown Prince, he simply wasn't worth her effort. A bright, easy smile bloomed across her face. "Isn't that perfect, then?" she said lightly. "Let's break off the engagement." Both the Crown Prince and Lutas froze, mouths hanging open. Alan stammered that he hadn't meant that. Lutas immediately reddened her eyes and launched into an even more dramatic, tearful speech, saying she never wanted to come between them. Molly nearly laughed out loud. "What are you laughing at?" Lutas asked aggrievedly. "Because you just told a joke," Molly replied, her smile sharp as glass. The Crown Prince snapped that tricks like this, deliberately trying to attract his attention, wouldn't work. Her lofty gaze pierced straight into him. "How pathetic. Why would I want your attention? Is there some law that says I have to like you, Your Highness? Are you serious?" He finally forced out, utterly shocked. She gave him one day to report the broken engagement to the king, or else she would go herself. Wearing a victorious smile, she turned and walked away, then stopped after a few steps to deliver the final fatal blow. And let me make one thing clear first. There's only one reason I want to end all this. A man who stays entangled with another woman while engaged is nowhere near good enough for me. Now that she was trapped inside the body of the villainous noble Lady Molly, her life contained nothing but endless threats and disgust. Her mission sounded simple, but carrying it out was nearly impossible. She had to steal the second and third male leads' hearts away from the heroine, or she was as good as dead. But how was she supposed to do that? The sexy, towering Shad had even declared that if she dared touch a single hair on Lutas' head, he would kill her. And that supposedly adorable demon boy, Ashu, couldn't stand even the sight of her and only told her to stay away. A wave of exhaustion washed over her. Why was every one of them so awful to her? She had already suffered enough bullying from those nameless NPCs. Tripped in the hallway, notes pasted on her back, even balls thrown at her. At this rate, before she could even start winning over a single male lead, those background nobodies would kill her first. The strangest part was that in the original game's timeline, Molly hadn't even begun tormenting the heroine yet, so their suffocating hatred made no sense whatsoever. Her sharp green eyes narrowed slightly as she struggled to sort out this impossible situation. Suddenly, a timid voice interrupted her thoughts. It belonged to a purple-haired girl she had never seen before. Molly idly assumed she was probably just another insignificant NPC. The girl smiled sweetly and told Molly that the crown prince was waiting for her in the royal greenhouse. Molly's heart sank at once. Could this be another prank? Or worse, had the crown prince finally decided to publicly announce the broken engagement? Uneasy, she walked through the long, sunlit corridor. Just then, the purple-haired girl suddenly gasped and grabbed her arm. Your forehead is hurt," she cried out with concern, telling Molly to wait a moment. Then she took out an ornate little bottle filled with sparkling green liquid. She explained that it was a healing potion she had made herself, and that all it took was a little on the wound. Molly instinctively drew back and insisted she didn't need it, but the girl's fingers still lightly brushed her skin. A tiny spark of magic lit up, and Molly's eyes widened in surprise. The throbbing pain she had barely even noticed disappeared completely. Standing in the sunlight, the girl looked like an angel, glowing softly, and she pressed the bottle into Molly's hand and told her to keep it. Molly felt her cheeks warm slightly. This girl, she was a good kid, and she looked so sweet and well-behaved too. Lowering her head, Molly thanked her and silently apologized for having taken her for an insignificant NPC. Since entering this world, this was the first time anyone had shown her even the slightest bit of kindness. That tiny bit of gentleness was like a thread of hope, as if maybe, just maybe, this world had not completely gone rotten. Feeling a little better, she arrived before the grand glass greenhouse. Cupping her hand around her mouth, she shouted for that idiot crown prince to hurry up and come out, but the only reply was the crisp click from behind the door. The door had locked behind her. Her whole body turned cold at once. No, seriously again? She quickly hid behind a thick cluster of plants, her heart pounding as she held her breath and listened carefully. She heard laughter. It was that girl from earlier, speaking with someone else. "What an idiot," the girl laughed, her voice dripping with malice. She was so wary. If I hadn't done it this way, she never would have fallen for it. The other girl snickered along and said the funniest part was that Molly had actually thanked her. Molly's world crashed apart in that instant. The pretty potion bottle in her hand now felt like nothing but a cruel mockery. Her hand trembled slightly, and the bottle slipped from her palm and shattered against the stone floor. Along with it, that bit of hope shattered too. She turned away, no longer looking at the broken glass on the ground, and left that lie completely behind her. Night gradually fell, and a heavy realization settled over her heart. In the end, Molly truly had no one by her side. Under the starlight, the greenhouse was unnaturally quiet. Molly sat curled up among the plants, trapped there all alone. Very few people normally came to this place, so she would probably have to wait until morning when the gardener arrived before she had any chance of getting out. As if on cue, her stomach let out a pitiful growl. She hadn't even eaten dinner yet. She flopped onto the ground and wailed dramatically that she was starving to death and wanted a huge feast. Lying on the cold floor, she replayed today's failures over and over in her head. Those male leads hated her to the bone. The crown prince's eyes when he looked at her were so cold and contemptuous. How was she supposed to make any progress on her mission? She couldn't help wondering what the others were like when facing the real heroine, Lutas. Were they gentle with her? The small, aggrieved self inside her, on the verge of tears, cried out angrily, "What on earth did you do to make everyone hate you this much?" With unshed tears in her eyes, she looked up at the glass ceiling. She just wanted to go home. She was truly sick of all of this. In this world, just like the original Molly, she was completely and utterly alone. Suddenly, a crisp sound made her eyes fly open. The greenhouse door creaked open, and moonlight spilled across the floor. Someone had come to open the door. A voice at the entrance reminded the person beside him not to close it, saying that someone was still inside. Another man, with long hair like silver threads, answered in a cool tone that he knew. Molly's eyes widened abruptly. He knew what? Her gaze locked onto those expensive shoes stepping into the greenhouse. The next second, realization struck her like lightning. It was Eller, the Demon Crown Prince, a new capture target who wasn't even supposed to have appeared yet in the game, a man who had always been indifferent to human affairs. An excellent and desperate idea immediately popped in her head, but the thought was interrupted at once when Eller asked how she had ended up here. So he had spent the entire night sleeping in the greenhouse. Molly's brain instantly froze, and she sprang up from the ground, all her pent-up irritation rushing straight to her head. "Why didn't you open the door sooner?" she demanded. But in that infuriatingly calm tone of his, he replied that since she hadn't made a sound the whole time, he had assumed she was perfectly comfortable in there. She sneered inwardly. Even if she had screamed and shouted, so what? The people bullying her would have loved nothing more than to see her break down and make a scene, and she would never let them have that satisfaction. Eller's gaze swept over the shattered potion bottle on the ground, and a flicker of understanding passed through his eyes. Then he noticed that she was still clutching the intact bottle tightly in her hand, and asked if she planned to keep it. She immediately lifted her chin, stubborn light shining in her eyes. Of course, it was her trophy. She flashed a smug smile and pressed the medicine bottle to her cheek, even teasingly offering it to him, saying it worked incredibly well. He looked at her, his expression a mix of irritation and confusion, and muttered under his breath that he honestly couldn't tell whether she was optimistic or just plain stupid. Stupid? A sly smile curved her lips. She knew many things that even he didn't know. Of course, he only half believed her. After all, she was still just a human. She leaned closer, so close that her lips nearly brushed his ear, and whispered a secret powerful enough to shatter his composure. For example, she knew how to save his little sister. The air turned icy in an instant, and fierce killing intent burst from his eyes. In the next moment, he had already pinned her against the wall, a cold blade pressed to her throat. The medicine bottle fell to the floor with a sharp clink and was completely forgotten. His sharp blue eyes burned with freezing fire as he demanded to know who she really was and what she wanted. Though her heart pounded wildly in her chest, her voice remained strangely steady. "Calm down," she said. "I just want to make a deal with you." "A deal?" he growled. She named her terms. She would tell him how to cure his sister, and in exchange, he would help her deal with the heroine's other boyfriends. He scoffed, thinking it was nothing but revenge. How utterly boring. He didn't believe her for even a second. How could he possibly know whether her method would work? So she threw out a key piece of game setting. A special ice plant on the northern frozen plains could ease his sister's symptoms. It couldn't cure her completely, but it would buy him time and prove she was telling the truth. He stared at her, the suspicion in his eyes still plain to see. "One last question," he said. "Why do you know all this?" A mysterious smile rose at the corner of her mouth, even with the blade still at her neck. "You were originally supposed to discover that by chance when you were trapped in the north with Lutas." She deliberately teased him, savoring his shocked expression, and he understood that he wouldn't get any more answers out of her. He began pressing for details. With a flick of his wrist, a magic scroll and a feather pen appeared out of thin air. A surge of triumph instantly filled Molly's heart. She had succeeded. He really was a complete and utter siscon, exactly like in the game. He scanned the information she wrote down, his expression so severe it was almost frightening. "You'd better be telling the truth," he warned coldly, his voice edged with bone-deep menace. "Otherwise, I'll kill you." The moment the words fell, blue light flashed, and he vanished without a trace. Molly finally sagged against the balcony railing. She was utterly exhausted. Far too much had happened today. If she were still in her original world, she'd probably be waiting with her friends for the new game release right about now. She looked up at the brilliant starry sky, her heart full of aching nostalgia. "I really want to play it," she murmured. Just then, a sudden rustling sound below yanked her sharply out of her melancholy. What was that? Before she could react, a pale hand suddenly reached up out of the darkness and grabbed the railing beside her. Her soul nearly left her body. This was the 5th floor. Then that hand reached toward the wine bottle she had brought out. Another prank? She had had enough. "Enough!" she screamed. She snatched up the bottle and smashed it down with all her strength. Bang! An agonized cry immediately rose from below. Wait, why did that voice sound familiar? She leaned over and looked down, only to see Eller clutching his head, fury written all over his handsome face. "Eller," she gasped. "What the hell? It was you. Sneaking into a lady's room in the middle of the night. Are you some kind of pervert?" He immediately shot back that no proper lady would smash a wine bottle over someone's head. But she refused to back down, retorting that if something like a severed hand suddenly appeared on a 5th-floor balcony, anyone would be scared. He muttered under his breath that humans were such a nuisance. He stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point, his gaze filled with fierce urgency. His little sister didn't have much time left, so what exactly did she want from him? A slow smile spread across Molly's face, smug, certain of victory, and perfectly villainous. First, she declared, let me move into your mansion. The calm days in Eller's luxurious mansion had already started to feel like prison to Molly. Just as she was about to sink into despair, that silver-haired, beautiful man appeared, his shirt collar loosened just enough to be impossible to ignore. He held out a spotless white envelope. He told her it was for her, and that he had only brought it because he happened to pass by. It had already been 3 days since she came here to hide out, and this was the first news she had received from the outside world. She took the letter, her fingers brushing his by accident, then opened it right in front of Eller. A flicker of curiosity passed through his sharp eyes as he watched her in silence. When he saw all the color drain from her face, his gaze softened a little, tinged with concern, and he quietly asked whether it was bad news. Molly let out an annoyed groan and crumpled the letter in her hand. Her request to break off the engagement had been rejected cleanly and decisively. Eller said thoughtfully that wasn't that a good thing? That way, she could go on being the crown prince's fiancée, right, Felicia? But it was far worse than that. She had also been confined for 2 weeks in order to reflect on her behavior. Eller stared wide-eyed in shock and asked if she hadn't even informed the school. Molly scoffed. Who had ever heard of an Otome game character actually going to school seriously? He sighed and said she was talking nonsense again, but she cut him off at once, her voice rising in despair. More importantly, I've been trapped here for 3 whole days already, and now she was bored to death. Her boredom was so intense it felt like a tangible force, brewing into a storm inside this gilded cage-like mansion. She wanted games, anything at all, as long as it could kill time. Her gaze swept across the room and finally landed on an exquisite game table. In an instant, inspiration struck, illusion magic. With a flick of her wrist, a Gamoka board appeared out of thin air, delicate pink flowers blooming around it. A timid maid with cute rabbit ears stepped forward and quietly asked what Miss was doing. A mischievous gleam flashed in Molly's eyes as she solemnly declared that this was a game even children in her hometown knew how to play. The rabbit maid admitted shyly that she had never gone to school, and Molly immediately seized the chance, saying it didn't matter. She could teach her. The maid hesitated and stammered that she was only a servant. Just then, a low, unquestionable voice interrupted her. Play with her. Without even lifting his head, Eller gave the order while continuing to read. And so the lesson officially began. The rules were simple. Whoever lined up 5 pieces first won. The rabbit-eared maid had barely placed her first piece when Molly cheerfully announced that she had lost. Eller watched from the corner of his eye, apparently finding it a little amusing. The maid tried again and again, but each time Molly would declare herself the winner just as the maid was about to place a piece. Just as the maid was about to place another one somewhere else, Eller suddenly spoke up and pointed out that she couldn't place it there. Startled by his sudden attention, the maid jumped. Seizing the moment, Molly flashed him her brightest, most dazzling smile and asked whether he wanted to play a few rounds with her. Expressionless, he replied, "No, that works too," she immediately said instead. "Then let your little follower Ashu play with me. He could be my warm-up opponent." Eller seemed to think that request was reasonable enough, so he stood up, then suddenly paused and added a strange condition. She had to prepare him an outfit with a gentle girl-next-door big sister style first. A wicked smile rose to Molly's lips. A deal was a deal. With devilish light in her eyes, she reminded him of that, visibly irritating him even more. That night, holding a beautifully wrapped box, Molly had to admit that Eller's taste really was excellent. At the same time, her unlucky opponent Ashu had been tied up in a sea of flowers, his cheeks slightly red as his thoughts ran wild. Could it be that Lord Eller had finally decided to make a move on him? In the end, Eller raised his hand and smacked him hard on the head, shattering that absurd fantasy, and coldly told him that someone else wanted to see him. The crisp clicking of elegant high heels announced the arrival of the newcomer. Ashu looked up, and the moment he saw Molly, his eyes widened. She had changed into a pale, blue long dress, and looked like the very embodiment of a gentle, approachable older sister. So beautiful, it was impossible to look away. He stared, completely dumbstruck, and stammered her name in disbelief. She smiled gently and said this was their first time meeting outside school. Inwardly, she gave herself a silent thumbs up. This big sister look really had hit his preferences exactly. Ashu quickly collected himself and frowned, demanding to know what Alan's rich fiancé wanted with him. She sat down gracefully, her voice sweet as honey, and told him not to be so tense. She was just too bored and wanted someone to play a few games with. His eyes immediately filled with caution, but the sly smile at Molly's lips only deepened. She asked what exactly he was so afraid of. Prodded into flustered defensiveness, Ashu instantly snapped back that he wasn't afraid of a mere human and warned her not to cry when she lost. Funny enough, that night, even the usually aloof Eller spent quite a while studying the Gamoka board by himself. Molly then introduced a new game, a battle of wits and psychology. Using projection magic, each side displayed cards above their own heads, but no one could see the content of the cards above themselves. The rules were simple. If you said or did whatever was written on your card, you lost. With a crafty smile, Molly announced that this round would be a team match. The boys had 2 cards total, while she herself had 4. As long as they lasted to the end, both of them would count as winners. Loyal little follower Ashu immediately threw an arm around Eller's shoulders and declared that they absolutely wouldn't go easy on her. But Molly knew perfectly well that the key to this game had never been teamwork. It was knowing your opponent's habits inside and out. The game began. Ashu's card said, "Talk about food," while Eller's simply said, "Nod." Ashu launched an attack at once, asking Eller what he liked to eat. Just as Eller was about to answer, Ashu suddenly slapped a hand over his mouth and shouted that His Highness liked lemons best. The look Eller shot him was cold enough to freeze hell itself. But it was already too late. Ashu's card burst with a pop, and he had fallen headfirst into the trap Molly set for him. After that, the match became completely one-sided. Ashu was beaten so badly it was pitiful. By the time he was down to his last card, he was puffed up with indignation. Molly, on the other hand, was all smiles, lightly commenting that so far he had only scored 1 point against her. Wearing the cat ears that had appeared as a penalty for losing, Ashu sulked with puffed cheeks, and Molly found him unbearably adorable. Just then, the air suddenly softened, and Eller's voice turned low and gentle. "Don't move." He reached out and brushed a flower petal from her hair. His tall, elegant figure leaned in with emotion, his sculpted chest completely exposed beneath his open collar. In that instant, her mind went blank. Acting entirely on instinct, she reached out and patted his chest. Her fingertips sank into firm muscle, and a shock like electricity instantly raced through her whole body. This felt way too real. Was he really a game character? Just to be sure, she even gave it a light squeeze. The entire table fell into deathly silence. Molly's face turned bright red in an instant, and she hurriedly pulled her hand back, stammering out an apology and saying she had been terribly rude. Ashu exploded on the spot, cursing her as a pervert, his face twisted with fury. He accused her of coming to seduce Eller now that she couldn't have the crown prince. Gritting his teeth, he said he had nearly forgotten just how much he hated her. The joking look vanished completely from Molly's face. Why was he so hostile toward her? This was clearly their first real conversation. "Because you hurt Lutas," he shouted. Molly's eyes instantly turned cold. "If you really want to talk about it," she shot back, "Lutas stole my fiancé." Ashu spat in disgust and said she clearly had everything, while Lutas was pitiful and helpless. Why couldn't she just let that poor girl have what she wanted? Molly's voice dropped to a dangerous hush. "Why should I let her?" Ashu declared that in love, there was no such thing as first come, first served. But Eller's cold voice cut him off. "You lost." Ashu's card had read, "Interfere with others." It vanished at once. Bitterly defeated, Ashu said being the heroine really was easy. No matter what she did, she would always be forgiven. Molly's patience finally ran out as well. "And what about you?" she shot back. "Why are you so obsessed with Lutas?" Ashu proudly declared that Lutas loved him. Molly burst out laughing and told him that before dating him, his precious Lutas had already been tangled up with 2 other men at the same time. Full of mockery, she asked whether Lutas's love was really so cheap that it could be split among 3 men at once, or whether he actually had some sort of fetish for watching her be with other men. That sentence became the final straw that crushed him. Ashu slammed a fist down on the table and roared at her to shut up. She merely looked at him with cold pity and said he could still be happy with someone else. A despairing madness instantly surged into his eyes. He lunged for the decorative sword hanging on the wall, his voice trembling as he hissed that it had to be Lutas. He wanted no one else. He swung the sword viciously at Molly. In that instant, the world seemed to slow. The blade cut through the air and came straight at her, only to be stopped at the very last moment by a bare hand. Eller stepped in front of her, shielding her like a human wall, and caught the blade with his hand. "Why does it have to be her?" he demanded of Ashu. In tears, Ashu shouted back that it was because I love her. At that very moment, his last card, Touch Your Earlobe, vanished with a pop as well. He had lost. Molly's voice carried not a trace of emotion. "You're far more obsessed with love than I am." All the strength seemed to drain from Ashu's body, and the sword clattered onto the marble floor. He stared blankly at his trembling hands, looking shattered and utterly lost, and murmured, "Why? Why would I do that?" And then this farce ended on an absurd note. Eller, his face slightly red and clearly embarrassed by Molly's earlier appreciation, later ordered the rabbit-eared maid to throw out all of his overly revealing clothes. A breathtaking Villainess with a cool, appraising gaze held a handsome black-haired boy in her arms. There was possessiveness in that posture, but also tenderness, as if foreshadowing a dangerous, intoxicating romance about to unfold. But for now, our story does not begin with love. It begins with complete defeat. Ashu, the cat-eared boy, slammed his forehead against the gleaming tabletop and let out a frustrated groan. He had lost again, and by only a hair. Sitting across from him, the villainous Molly watched him with an almost bored, amused gaze and flatly pointed out that this was already his 36th defeat in just a few short days. "Why can't I win even once?" he lamented in despair, pushing himself back up and preparing for another round. But she calmly announced that she was going to rest. Ashu immediately cried out that they had already been playing for 4 or 5 hours straight. Tears even shimmered in those beautiful golden eyes as he blushed and admitted that he still hadn't beaten her even once. That appearance was far too adorable, striking Molly right in the heart. But she also saw an opportunity in it. This was a good moment. She could play one more round with him, but only if he answered one question first. Why did everyone here hate her so much? Ashu looked confused. If even she didn't know, then how was he supposed to? In his eyes, everyone had simply started hating her all of a sudden for no reason. Molly leaned forward slightly, a faint smile on her face, and made the terms perfectly clear. Answer her, and she would keep playing. Ashu narrowed his golden eyes, thought seriously for a moment, and finally said, "Because you killed that cat." Molly froze at once. "Akat? What cat?" He explained that it had been before he got together with Lutas. As for all those troublesome human affairs, he had never cared much about them in the first place, so he didn't know the exact details. Alarm bells instantly went off in Molly's head. Something was wrong. This plot point wasn't something she had written at all, and she had absolutely no memory of ever killing any cat. When exactly had that happened? Ashu thought for a moment and guessed it had probably been about 2 months ago. A flash of cold clarity swept through Molly's green eyes. 2 months ago. That was right when the story had just begun. At that point, the game version of Molly hadn't even officially appeared yet. So how could she possibly have killed a cat? A brand new and sinister conspiracy was slowly unfolding before her, and it wasn't part of the plot she had written at all. Seeing an opening, Ashu instantly switched back to his cute and polite act and asked whether they could keep playing now. Thoughtful, Molly remarked that he really did seem to like games. He nodded immediately and added excitedly that even Gamoku had already become wildly popular among the servants. With a meaningful tone, she said that the Don't Do That challenge game was just as popular, a strange gleam flashing in her eyes. Ashu was still looking at her in confusion when Molly suddenly said she needed to talk to Eller first. Before Ashu could react, the door was pushed open. The original heroine, Lutas, poked her head in with a bright smile and cheerfully said it was time for him to go home, then shut the door in his face with a bang. Ashu stood there alone in a daze, completely dumbfounded. Later, Molly found the enigmatic Eller in a sun-drenched sea of flowers. He was lying there lazily with a book covering his handsome face, and in a casual tone, he asked what she wanted. Beaming, she announced that she had a highly profitable business plan and wanted him to join her. Eller didn't even glance at her. He merely turned over coldly and said he didn't need money. The bright smile on Molly's face instantly collapsed inside. "But I need money," she screamed inwardly. Damn rich people. Her mind raced. If the mission failed, she at least needed to prepare enough escape money to stay alive. The atmosphere in the air changed in an instant. Eller's voice cut through the silence, low and dangerous. Then what about my sister's illness? Molly's whole body went cold. Try threatening me with my sister again. It was already too late. In the blink of an eye, he was on top of her, one hand clamped around her throat with enough force to almost suffocate her. He furiously accused her of deliberately delaying his sister's treatment, his eyes blazing with rage. Tell me the complete prescription right now, or I'll kill you. But Molly was no frail damsel waiting to be rescued. Then kill me, she said, meeting his gaze, her voice still steady despite his hand around her neck. If I die, the answer to saving your sister gets buried with me. Gritting his teeth, he said that even so, he would torture the answer out of her mouth and make her beg for life and death alike. She sneered back that in that case, she'd just give him a fake prescription so he could suffer first. The force in his hand tightened in fury. You crazy woman. But her gaze never wavered. Calmly, she explained that she wasn't delaying treatment because his sister wasn't sick at all. It was a curse. Eller instantly froze, his shock overpowering even his anger. Molly pressed the advantage, explaining that the curse could only be lifted by a specific method during the Blood Wolf Moon. Right now, their only goal was to keep his sister alive first. Even though she was the one pin beneath him, she somehow held all the initiative. I'm the only one who knows how to save your sister, she murmured, her voice like a silk-woven trap. A dangerous, triumphant smile slowly bloomed on her lips. So, she concluded, you have to listen to me. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Ashu was eagerly looking forward to his next game with Molly. But the person who appeared before him was not Molly, but the smiling Lutas. She asked where he had been running off to these past few days. He brushed her off, saying he'd been busy, but she clearly had no intention of letting him go so easily. The two powerful male companions by her side were also glaring at him with undisguised contempt. She grabbed his arm to stop him from leaving, her face full of concern as she asked whether he was feeling unwell. He insisted he was fine, but when she kept pressing him about where he had gone these past few days, he panicked and blurted out a lie, saying he had been playing games with Prince Eller the whole time, because there was no way he could admit that he had actually been spending time with Molly. Lutas took his hand, her face immediately breaking into a bright smile as she said she had missed him and suggested they go on a date together to his favorite dessert shop. But her sweet invitation quickly soured, because right after that she mentioned that Crown Prince Alan was also waiting for them. Ashu immediately pulled his hand back. Lutas's expression instantly crumpled, and her eyes quickly filled with tears. Is it because you want to play games with Eller? She asked in a trembling voice. But in the very next second, her expression changed abruptly, taking on a fierce, almost obsessive possessiveness as she pressed close to him. Her breath lightly brushed his skin. Games are fun, but compared to games, what you really want is to go on a date with me, right? And so, for no clear reason at all, Ashu found himself trapped on what was essentially a date, listening as everyone lavishly praised Lutas and Crown Prince Alan, saying they had truly been treated to a wonderful sight. Alan smiled, glad that everyone had finally accepted Lutas. Lutas was beaming as well. Now that people no longer hated her, she felt an immense sense of relief. Alan gently fed her a piece of cake, while Ashu, seated in the background, was reduced to a miserable third wheel, wondering why on earth he had been dragged into this situation. Watching their intimate gestures, he felt a sharp, indescribable ache rise in his chest. They looked so happy. The scene cruelly reminded him of the tangled feelings inside him. Molly's words echoed in his mind, asking why he insisted on tormenting himself for Lutas when he could be happy with someone else. Why did it have to be her? What kind of love did he truly want? He was pulled back to reality when he noticed Lutas holding out a strawberry to his lips, asking what he was thinking about. He only stared blankly, and Alan asked if he was feeling unwell. Ashu immediately seized on the excuse, rose to his feet, and said he was sick and needed to leave first. Alan's originally friendly expression turned cold in an instant, hardening into a threat. Hey, he called Ashu back and reminded him that the only reason he tolerated him was because he was still useful to Eller. Don't push your luck. Ashu finally snapped and shot back with a sneer, mocking the Crown Prince for breaking off an engagement only to start flirting with another woman right away. Alan slammed his hand on the table in anger, but Lutas cut in and asked why they had to fight. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Ashu and said softly, "I only want you to be happy." Seeing her standing by the crown prince's side, Ashu's resolve hardened. This was the moment. He had to end this mistaken relationship immediately. He opened his mouth, heart pounding wildly, finally ready to say the words of farewell. But he couldn't do it. He turned and ran. "Why can't I say it?" He screamed inwardly as he rushed out of the cafe. The pain in his chest was almost unbearable. What am I supposed to do? A name, a face, pierced through his agony. "Molly, I want to see you." Her figure, her confident smile, filled his mind like a lighthouse in the fog. "Tell me," he begged the empty air, his heart nearly breaking. "What am I supposed to do?" In a room flooded with sunlight, the atmosphere was as heavy as a negotiation. The tall, silver-haired prince looked down at her, his expression unreadable. So, she wanted to publish the board game under his name. "That's right," she explained with a smile, so sweet it was almost cloying. After all, it was hard for His Majesty the Demon King to find craftsmen, and her own reputation among the students was so bad that if she published it herself, no one would buy it. But this was a mild and harmless game, and if it was tied to the beloved Demon Crown Prince, who was also extremely popular with the girls, then the situation would be completely different. Eller's icy gaze did not waver in the slightest. He merely told her to get to the point. Unbothered, she smiled brightly, held up 3 fingers, and declared that she had already been very generous in making concessions. But when it came to splitting the final profits, she wanted 70% and he could have 30. A dangerous gleam flashed in Elner's eyes at once. "Isn't that completely unreasonable?" he asked in a low, dangerous voice. Hadn't she said just yesterday that she wasn't short on money? Molly shamelessly wielded her cuteness as a weapon, leaned in, patted his arm with a smile, and chided him for caring about such a tiny amount of profit. Folding his arms, Eller let out a quiet sigh, clearly engaged in a battle against her brazenness that he was destined to lose. Her eyes shone with victory. He had agreed. Repeating his earlier question with helplessness in his voice, he still felt her demands were excessive. Just as she was about to celebrate, the door slammed open with a crash. Ashu stood there, his face frighteningly dark. She greeted him with a smile, but Ashu was in no mood for pleasantries. He only wanted to know where Ariel was. Molly calmly explained that she and Ariel had something very important to do over the next few days and had no time to play with him. Pointing at the table, she suggested that he play the board game with Lutas instead. That name was like a lit fuse. Ashu's face twisted with anger. What the hell was she talking about? His golden eyes blazed as he demanded to know why it had to be Lutas and what exactly she was planning. They had only just broken up a few days ago, and now she wanted to shove them back together again. In his fury, he swept the box of cards from her hand, sending the cards scattering across the floor like fallen leaves. Tense silence filled the room, broken only by his rough, ragged breathing. "Is this fun for you?" he roared, his voice thick with malice. "Is it amusing to toy with me like this?" Then he turned and strode out without looking back, leaving a stunned Molly standing where she was. The heavy door slammed shut, its echo reverberating through the chaos in the room. Eller's sharp blue eyes fell on her. Was she going to chase after him? Molly was completely baffled. She wasn't anyone's punching bag. She had no idea why he was so angry. So what right did he have to expect her to go after him and apologize? That brat was obviously just having a teenage meltdown. Better to let him cool off by himself for a few days. Rain began to fall outside the window, and her thoughts returned to the one truly important thing, making money. A few days later, Eller walked into her room and found her buried in work. His attendant mentioned that Ashu had come by earlier, probably looking for Lutas. Eller sat down, his presence immediately filling the entire room, and asked whether the sample was ready yet. The attendant added that Ashu had not found Lutas. Someone had seen Ashu with Lutas before he came to find Molly, and apparently the 3 of them had gotten into an argument, with Ashu being the first to leave. Eller's gaze instantly sharpened with suspicion. Why had she been so proactive lately, even going out of her way to ask about Ashu? He told her not to misunderstand. He simply wanted her to achieve her goal as quickly as possible so she could focus on treating his sister. Molly sighed, realizing he was still upset about what had happened that day. She tried to soothe him, saying that she had not expected the plan to go so smoothly either. But surprisingly, Ashu had actually argued with them. It seemed the advice she had given earlier was still incredibly effective. Now was the best time, she thought. Ashu was at his most confused and vulnerable. Eller questioned her timing, considering it was already nighttime. A smile curved Molly's lips. Night, she explained, is when people are at their weakest. It was time to go pick up their little stray cat. Invisibility magic really was a wonderfully useful tool, letting them sneak silently into the boys' dormitory. As they walked down the quiet hallway, a small gift box on the floor caught Molly's eye. It was a letter left by Lutas, asking whether something had happened and if he could talk to her. Molly found it rather strange. How had she managed to get this into the boys' dormitory? Eller's instincts suddenly flared in warning. Something was wrong. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door to Ashu's room, and what met them was utter chaos. What on earth had happened? Had Ashu gotten into a fight with someone? No. Molly quickly realized there were no signs of struggle. It looked like Ashu had wrecked the room himself. Her gaze shifted outside the window. The rain was still pouring without pause. Eller let out a faint sound of surprise. Following his line of sight, Molly looked out. There among the flower beds, Lutas stood holding a pink umbrella. It was already 11 at night, and she was simply standing there waiting. Eller said she had come every day these past few days, probably thinking the item was still in his room. Molly shivered. That was way too creepy. Ever practical, Eller asked in return whether girls didn't find that sort of thing romantic. He even mentioned that scenes like this often appeared in the novels his sister read. Molly stared at him in horror and solemnly advised him to get his sister some normal novels as soon as possible. At last, Lutas turned and left, her figure gradually vanishing into the rainy night. Molly sighed. Lutas was far more persistent than she had been in the original story. But if Ashu wasn't in his room, then where would he be? A new resolve rose in her green eyes. They had to find him. Eller asked whether she knew where he might be. She nodded grimly. If her guess was right, she knew exactly where to look. Suddenly, Eller reached out and grabbed her arm, his bright blue eyes fixed on her, searching for an answer she could not give. They rushed into the storm, rain soaking through their cloaks as Molly shouted Ashu's name against the wind. Ashu, pushing wet branches aside, she remembered a crucial detail from the story. According to the character setting, Ashu always came to this garden whenever he was upset. Rain lashed her face, but she kept moving forward. Then she saw him. It was Ashu, curled up among the bushes, but he had actually reverted to his cat form. Her heart sank instantly. He would only turn back into a cat when he was extremely weak and close to death. In the entire original story, it had happened only once. How had things gotten this bad? Before she could rush forward, a hand clamped down on her arm and yanked her back with astonishing force. Eller's face was close to hers, his expression colder than the winter rain. Why did she know so much about Ashu? Not only did she know his secret hiding place, she even knew about his cat form. At terrifying speed, he connected everything together. She even knew about his sister's illness. There was no way a human like Molly should know any of this. In a low voice, he demanded the truth, his gaze seeming to pierce straight through her. Who exactly was she? Damn it. A wave of icy fear swept over her. A demon's true form was a secret no human could ever be allowed to know. The real Molly should never have known any of this. Panic seized her. Should she tell him that she had transmigrated here? Would he believe something that absurd? If he told the other humans that she was not the real Molly, would she still be able to complete her mission? Would Molly's parents ever forgive her for taking their daughter's body? Would she die? But why did the usually cold and distant demon-crowned prince suddenly care so much about this? And yet, when she truly looked at him, she saw more than anger. In those storm-beautiful eyes, she saw fear and despair churning beneath the surface. At that moment, she made her decision. Her expression softened, and she met his gaze without flinching. I want to trust you, she said softly, her voice almost drowned out by the rain. Eller's hard shell collapsed in an instant, revealing a vulnerability so raw it made her chest ache. His voice came out hoarse, as if his throat were being strangled, when he pleaded, "Then tell me, why do you know so much about us?" The doctor assured them that Ashu would most likely be fine and should wake up after a short rest. However, there was something strange. There seemed to be a kind of magic inside him that she had never seen before, extremely faint and very difficult to detect. Molly's heart lurched, her green eyes filled with worry. This hadn't happened in the original story either. She needed to know more, so she pressed the doctor, asking whether she could determine what type of magic it was. Pushing up her glasses, the doctor explained that the power was too faint to identify for certain, but it felt like some kind of ancient magic. A cold thought flashed through Molly's mind. Could that mysterious magic be the reason Ashu had collapsed? The doctor could not rule out the possibility. Molly nodded heavily, accepting the grim news. Eller, who had remained silent until now, gave a curt wave of his hand, signaling the doctor to leave. After the doctor left, deep and lingering regret surfaced in his sharp blue eyes. He should have gone to find Ashu sooner. This was his fault. Then he turned his gaze toward Molly, who was keeping watch by the bedside. It was already very late. In a low voice, he asked if she wanted to go rest, but Molly firmly shook her head. She was fine. She would stay here with Ashu. Eller answered with a brief, "All right," then turned and left. Watching him walk alone down the corridor, Molly felt the weight of the situation pressing so hard on her she could barely breathe. Leaning against the doorway, Eller sank into painful memories. He remembered the cruel words he had said to her that day in the pouring rain, and now those words tormented him like echoes. He had told her that theirs was nothing more than a transactional relationship, that she had no right to interfere in his private affairs. All she needed to know was that he could save her sister. The memory stabbed into his heart like a dagger, and he closed his eyes in self-loathing. He walked down the long, empty corridor alone, as though being swallowed by a gilded cage he had built with his own hands. Inside the room, a faint sound broke the silence. Beneath the blanket, a hand stirred gently. "Molly," Ashu murmured hoarsely. Molly jerked her head up, her eyes brimming with relieved delight. "You're awake." She rushed to the bedside. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Ashu's golden eyes opened hazily, his expression confused. "Where am I?" he asked. "At Eller's residence," she explained gently. He pressed a hand to his forehead as his memories came flooding painfully back. He remembered now. He had wanted to break up with Lutas. He had to go tell her. But then a sharp pain had struck his chest, his heart pounding wildly. Right after that, a violent fit of coughing hit him, and to Molly's horror, blood splattered from his lips. "Are you okay?" Her mind screamed, thoughts turning to chaos. Hadn't the doctor said he would be fine? Then why was he coughing up blood? It had to be because of that ancient magic. "I'll get the doctor," she cried. Just as she turned to leave, a weak hand shot out and grabbed her wrist. "Don't go," Ashu pleaded, fragile and desperate. "Don't leave me alone." He averted his eyes, his face full of shame. He said he was sorry. He tried to break up with Lutas, but every time he opened his mouth, his heart hurt so badly he could hardly bear it. He felt utterly useless, and he had even taken his anger out on her. He was truly, truly sorry. Molly's expression softened, all her panic melting into gentle pity. "Do you want to play Gamoku?" she asked quietly. "Or Mahjong? Or Uno?" Ashu only stared at her blankly, completely unable to understand where this was coming from. She gave him a small, bright smile and announced that she could grant him special treatment. He could play for as long as he wanted, and she would stay with him until he forgot all his pain. He reminded her that they might be playing for a very long time. Molly's smile did not change at all. "That's fine." Her voice was like medicine on a wound. "You still have plenty of time." She raised her hand, her bright green eyes shining with promise. "Enough time to forget one person." He stared at her as though enchanted. "Then you have to stay with me," he said softly, his voice thick with emotion. She reached out, her fingers gently lifting his chin. "Does it hurt a lot?" she asked. His trembling voice admitted that it did. Then he nuzzled her hand clingingly, pressing his face in her soft palm and closing his eyes, as though she were his only salvation. "But when you're beside me, it doesn't seem to hurt as much." A tear slid from the corner of his eye. Now he understood. If it were her, she would never make him suffer this kind of pain. "Molly," he began, offering up a completely bare heart, ready to tell her everything. But just as the words were about to leave his mouth, she suddenly leaned in and gently pressed a slender finger against his lips. In a low voice, with her eyes locked on his, she told him she could not promise him anything, not here and not now. If she agreed to Ashu, then she would never be able to remain Lutas' friend, and Lutas was the one who had hurt him. If things continued down this path, the tragic ending in which everyone was erased might not change at all. More importantly, she still carried a secret that placed an even greater distance between them than any romantic rival ever could. One day, she would leave this world forever. Ashu's shoulders slumped, as if he had understood her thoughts. "I know," he said softly, lowering his gaze. He had not even properly broken up with Lutas yet. As he was now, he had no right to say such things to her. He was Sorry. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang through the room. Molly flicked him on the forehead with her finger, smiling with a trace of mischief in her eyes. You've apologized a lot tonight. Since when did you become this easy to shake? Ashu covered the spot she had flicked, utterly dumbfounded. Let's make a trade. She proposed that she would wait until the day he had the right to say those words to her. But in exchange, if she ever did something in the future that made him angry, then no matter what happened, he had to forgive her once. A smile slowly appeared on Ashu's face. What a strange condition. From now on, they would be partners. Saying that, she held out her little finger to him. He hooked his little finger around hers, sealing the promise. Okay. 2 days later, fully recovered, Ashu returned to school. Molly stood on a sunlit balcony, lost in thought. Looking down at her own hand, she felt her cheeks grow faintly warm. The lingering warmth of his touch, the memory of his lips against her palm, still seemed to remain there. Good grief. Even if this was a romance game, Ashu was way too good at flirting. For a 20-year-old girl, it was honestly hard to stay calm. She shook her head, trying to convince herself, he's just a game character. There can never be a future between us. But her attempt at self-encouragement was brutally interrupted by an angry shout. It was Molly. No, it was Ashu's furious voice. She turned around to find Ashu marching toward her in a rage, shoving a stack of glossy photographs right in front of her face. What the hell is this? He demanded, his face bright red. The moment Molly saw the photos, her eyes widened. Ashu lounging against red roses, Ashu with his shirt slipping off one shoulder, Ashu wearing cat ears. Why do all the girls at school have pictures like these of me? He wailed, but Molly merely pulled one from the stack and admired her handiwork. They came out pretty well, she commented calmly. Ashu stared at her in disbelief. With a radiant smile, she explained, it's to promote our board game. Once we added your photos, sales doubled. Of course, you'll get your share, Ashu. Molly, he stammered, but she only raised a finger to her lips. You promised me, she reminded him lightly. In that instant, understanding struck him like lightning. So that promise had been for this? He dropped to his knees like his soul had left his body. It's over. My reputation is completely ruined. Molly bent down, smiling like a devil. I hear you're especially popular among those human girls now. Congratulations, she said. I don't want that at all. He screamed, but in the next second, his whole aura suddenly changed. He caught her hand, lowered his voice, and spoke with a burning intensity. What a waste. You know perfectly well that the only attention I've ever wanted is yours. He pressed her hand to his lips, his golden eyes blazing with reckless sincerity. But the moment between them was quickly shattered. The balcony door was violently pushed open, and Eller stood there. Pure fury covered his handsome face. His ice blue eyes narrowed dangerously as he stared at the scene before him, radiating terrifying killing intent. Eller stood in the doorway glaring at them, his presence so overwhelming it was hard to breathe. Ashu looked up, utterly confused by the sudden killing intent. Your Highness, what is it? Why do you look so angry? Did you two fight? He asked Molly. Molly glanced at Eller's frighteningly dark expression, yet there was not the slightest fear on her face. Probably. She gave a casual shrug as she spoke. Her 2 weeks of confinement had finally ended, and the academy's grand gates seemed to be calling to her. The campus life she had been waiting for was finally about to begin. Somewhere in the back of his mind, Eller was probably still holding a grudge over the chest cutout Molly had secretly removed from his uniform design. Whispers followed her down the corridor like a plague, sharp and venomous, constantly reminding her how precarious her position had become. Why is she still allowed to come back to class? Doesn't she feel any shame? The academy is far too merciful to a bitch like her. Molly let out a sigh and rested her chin on her hand as she looked out the window, the endless gossip making a dull ache throb in her head. But when she overheard another nearby conversation, a faint smile rose to her lips. The students were excitedly discussing new board games, Gamoku and Mahjong, the very two things she had brought from her original world. It seemed her little business venture had done quite well. In this chaotic new life, that counted as a small victory. Eller might still be angry, but at least she really had made money. She had carefully hidden away those earnings to prepare for her grand escape plan. The World Maker's warning echoed in her mind. If she failed, she would be executed just like the original Molly. What would that mean? A public execution? Dying at the hands of the people she was supposed to rule? The image of a gallows suddenly flashed through her mind, cold and terrifying. If the price of failure was execution, then all she had to do was not fail. She would run away before any judgment could fall. That meant she needed money, a lot of money. She had to disappear completely. It was always best to prepare for the worst. Just then, a sharp voice suddenly cut through her thoughts, calling her name. Molly. Good grief, her popularity really had been soaring lately. The voice came closer, full of accusation. Where did you lock Lutas up this time? Before she could even process the question, an astonishingly handsome man with flowing brown hair slammed both hands on her desk, his eyes blazing with fury. It was Shad, one of the school's most prominent figures, and at that moment, he looked like he wanted to strangle her. Lowering his voice, he demanded to know where Lutas was. Molly blinked in confusion, having no idea why she would know that. Shad sneered and said Lutas had been missing all afternoon, and who else could have done it but the infamous villainous noble Lady Molly? Molly stared at him in disbelief. Maybe, he guessed viciously, Lutas was just hiding because she simply didn't want to see her. Of course, a man like Shad, tall, perfectly built, with features like a god's, could never imagine being rejected. Not when he even had his own devoted fan club. Impossible, he scoffed, his wounded pride obvious. Molly found herself studying him. In terms of looks, Eller was definitely superior, but Shad seemed far more approachable, more real somehow. Her silent inspection only made him angrier. He bent down closer, his handsome face tense with impatience. What cat got your tongue? Hurry up and tell the truth. He was too close, suffocatingly close. His anger was almost tangible. Molly leaned back slightly, a mocking smile curling at her lips. Why is that impossible? She shot back, her tone dripping with sarcasm. There aren't many people in this world who love putting on a performance as much as you do. You. He was just about to roar, his face red with rage, when a panicked cry from the doorway interrupted him. Lutas has been found. Both of them whipped their heads around at once, shock and confusion rising to their faces. By the time they arrived, the scene was already in chaos. A small crowd had gathered around an open locker, and Lutas was being pulled out of it, sobbing so hard she could barely breathe. Shad rushed over at once and drew her into his arms, letting her tremble against him. It was locked from the outside. Someone in the crowd said quietly. That single sentence immediately stirred up a fresh wave of suspicion among the students. She couldn't have locked herself in there. Someone else added, could there be another bully targeting Lutas? But in the end, everyone's eyes still settled on Molly. She's gotten even more vicious. They whispered under their breath, their gazes like knives. Locking her in the greenhouse was going easy on her. She should be stuffed into a sack too, so she can have a taste of her own methods. The malice in those voices was chilling. Was this the kind of hatred the original Molly had faced every single day? Through tear-blurred eyes, Lutas clutched at Shad's shirt. Wait, she said softly, her voice almost too faint to hear. Molly didn't do it. Shad looked down at her, his expression softening a little. Did you see who did it? Lutas shook her head, tears streaming down her face. She had lost consciousness as soon as she was taken, so she hadn't seen anything clearly at all. The anger returned to Shad's face, but this time it was directed at Lutas's kindness. You're too kind, he said emotionally. You're the victim, so why are you still speaking up for her? Molly could only sigh silently. She had said from the very beginning that she hadn't done it, but would anyone believe her? A determined light flashed across her eyes. She turned to the one person who had been watching all of this in silence, and her crisp voice cut through the noise. Ashu, you believe me, don't you? Right? Ashu looked back at her, those golden eyes unfathomable, sending a chill racing down Molly's spine. She had always felt there was something unsettling about him. Everyone's judgment crashed down like a crushing weight, isolating her among a sea of hostile faces. This world is seriously insane. Enough. She stepped forward confidently, the sound of her heels striking the floor ringing sharply through the taut silence. Since it's come to this, let's settle it properly. You all say I did it, so where's your evidence? Shad gave a cold laugh in reply. You've done this kind of thing before. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? A cruel smile tugged at his lips as he leaned closer. And you? Do you have any proof that it wasn't you? His accusation was absurd and laced with a fierce possessiveness. He suspected she had hidden Lutas away because she wanted to keep that girl all to herself and had even planned to lock her up after school. Molly's green eyes narrowed dangerously, and a predator-like ironic smile slowly spread across her lips. "What an interesting theory," she said softly, returning his ridiculous logic to him word for word. "But perhaps someone found Lutas before you could carry out your plan, so you had no choice but to pin the blame on me." Shad was instantly speechless, his face turning pale. "How could that be? Why would I ever do something so vile?" he forced out, so shocked he nearly lost his composure. "Who knows?" Molly shot back, her gaze as sharp as shattered glass. "Do you have any proof it wasn't you?" She threw his own words right back at him and took satisfaction in watching him freeze where he stood, completely unable to speak. In the next instant, she grabbed him by the collar and yanked him close, until their faces were only inches apart. The air practically crackled with tension. "Anyone can smear dirt on someone else," she said in a low voice, cold and vicious. Righteous anger blazed in her eyes. "Listen carefully." Then she shoved him away hard. "I can prove it." The moment the words left her mouth, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Molly didn't do it. When she pushed Shad away, her hand slid across his firm chest. A tiny, wicked thought flashed through her mind. She had just groped him, and it felt pretty nice. A girl with long twin tails stepped out from the crowd. Her expression was grave. "I can testify." Molly was in the classroom the entire time. She didn't go anywhere. Her classmates all saw her. It was Kama, the original Molly's only true friend, the one who would defend her to the very end. The crowd grumbled in displeasure, telling Kama to stop protecting someone so despicable, but Kama ignored them completely and simply grabbed Molly's hand. "Come on," she said, pulling her away from that poisonous scene. Molly's heart skipped a beat. Kama's loyalty had not wavered. She was still on Molly's side. But if that was true, why hadn't she spoken up sooner? In the quiet courtyard, dappled sunlight spilled across the ground. Molly was just about to turn and thank her friend when Kama suddenly stopped, still facing away from her. She began, her voice hesitant. The air instantly grew heavy, filled with an unspoken tension. The next moment, Kama spun around sharply, her hand flashing out to clamp around Molly's wrist with the force of an iron vice. Her piercing gaze seemed ready to bore straight into Molly's soul as she stepped in close. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice low and dangerous. "You're not Molly." Molly's heart slammed violently against her chest. Thud, thud. How did she know? Was the bond between best friends really strong enough for her to sense the change? How was she supposed to explain that she was actually an imposter inhabiting her best friend's body? The original Molly had been prickly and withdrawn. She would never have allowed anyone to come this close. Just as panic began to spread through her, a bird cried out in the garden. "Molly!" A messenger bird swooped down, a rolled letter tied to its leg. "Go to the headmaster's office at once." Seizing the chance, Molly pulled her hand free. "I don't know what you're talking about, Kama. Remember this, the person standing before you right now is Molly." She deliberately used a firm tone, then turned and walked away. "I have to go." She left Kama standing there alone, letting a storm of suspicion churn in the other girl's eyes. One problem after another. Molly hurried down the corridor, thinking to herself, "What is it now?" She raised a hand to knock, then pushed open the grand office door, her stomach sinking with a growing sense of foreboding. Seated inside were not only the headmaster, but also her father, the Duke. As always, his presence was cold and oppressive. She bowed deeply. "Father." The Duke wasted no words and coldly demanded, "You want to break off the engagement?" Her brother explained from the side that it was because the crown prince's heart belonged to someone else. Molly had just started to explain that she had no intention of interfering, but one icy look from her father stopped her words in her throat. "You would give up your place as the future crown princess over something so trivial?" Trivial? The breaking of this engagement was precisely the trigger that would lead to her entire family being erased. Her father's words fell like a heavy hammer. She had been born to become the glory of her family, to become queen. Molly Omina Hilda. He spoke her full name with hard authority, his voice filled with command. "You're absolutely not allowed to disappoint me." After her father left the office, the door opened again. The person who entered was Crown Prince Alan. He walked in, his expression unreadable. "Don't worry," he said softly. "I never intended to break off our engagement." Molly almost wanted to scream. This world might as well just burn to ashes. To hell with the heroine. She only wanted to save up enough money and run away. Wait, Alan spoke, stopping her before she could leave. He knew perfectly well that once the engagement was canceled, her family would cast her aside. His words were full of self-righteous concern. Anger flashed in Molly's emerald eyes. So you're pitying me? He looked away, unable to meet her eyes. He admitted that he could not give her love, but he could guarantee her safety, guarantee her a life of luxury and wealth. That naked hypocrisy made her sick. Wasn't everything she was suffering now because of him, too? No, she said quietly, her tone terrifyingly dangerous. You can't. Do you know how hard life is for commoners? For most people, simply staying alive is already a daily struggle. Love is a luxury they cannot afford. She looked at the pampered prince with utter contempt. Your Highness, do you truly understand the suffering your people endure? You're nothing but a hypocrite. He was too stunned to speak. What exactly do you feel for me? She pressed on, her voice full of ridicule. This pity of yours is just another form of your selfish arrogance. She straightened her back, carrying herself even more like a true ruler than he did. Even without the Duke's household, even if I weren't your fiancé, I would still be better than you. Her words became the final fatal blow. So spend the rest of your life living with your guilt toward me. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving him standing there alone to drown in his own helplessness. Just as our heroine passed through those two grand, heavy doors, an astonished voice suddenly sounded from behind her, demanding to know who these people were. A pink-haired girl stepped forward with a sickeningly sweet smile, her voice full of fake concern as she gently greeted her. She asked how Molly was feeling. The question immediately put Molly on guard. Molly narrowed her eyes. This sudden kindness felt like a carefully laid trap. She answered coldly that she was fine, then asked why she was suddenly so concerned. The girl kept smiling and said she was just relieved because Molly had nearly scared her to death. After all, Molly had jumped into the lake and tried to kill herself. The words hit Molly like a physical blow. Jumped into the lake. The girl continued her award-worthy performance, lamenting that the fright had given her a fever for several days. But then her voice turned cold, and the light vanished from her eyes, replaced by sharp, pressing hostility. It seems you've forgotten all about that, she accused. The air instantly grew taut, as if she had transformed into a different person in a single moment. Her final accusation hung in the air like a blade pointed directly at Molly's greatest secret. So I've been wondering, you're not Molly, are you? Beside them, a tall, silver-haired man silently watched their confrontation, his handsome face hidden behind a mask that was impossible to read. He spoke in a low voice, coldly saying, "It seems someone has come looking for you." The pink-haired girl turned and left with a victorious smile. Though she still had many questions, they could talk next time. Her departure only made Molly more upset, and she was left directly facing the overwhelmingly oppressive presence behind her. Molly's mind raced, and a flash of dreadful realization suddenly crossed her green eyes. So that's it. The reason she had entered this body was because the original Molly had jumped into that lake. At that moment, a hand suddenly shot out and gripped her so hard it nearly bruised her. The silver-haired man's face was twisted with anger and despair. "Since the day you jumped into the lake," he said through clenched teeth, "my sister's condition has only gotten worse and worse." "What exactly happened that night?" he demanded, his voice carrying pain so intense it was almost tearing him apart, as if he were trying to find out just how much this strange girl knew. "Molly," he called her, his face close enough to make her speechless for a moment, the panic in his eyes leaving her staring back blankly, completely unable to understand what he was talking about. His voice trembled. "Today, my sister collapsed into unconsciousness again." He looked at her almost pleadingly, asking if she knew how to save her. Molly's heart suddenly sank. "Impossible!" she cried out inwardly, her mind in complete chaos. She had prescribed that formula herself. Almost instinctively, she grabbed his sleeve, and an authority even she had not expected entered her voice. "Her condition cannot be getting worse." He stared down at her, suspicion reappearing through his despair. Why was she making that expression? He stepped closer again, his voice low and dangerous. "You know about my sister's illness, don't you? What did that girl mean earlier?" She tried to retreat, but he pressed forward step by step until he had forced her back against the wall. Those beautiful, yet icy sapphire blue eyes seemed to look into the deepest part of her soul. "Are you really not Molly?" The whisper fell like an executioner's axe. Then who are you? He demanded harshly. Why did you approach me? What are you trying to do? Her mind was in utter chaos. Everything was spiraling out of control, the plot twisting away from everything she knew. She still could not tell him the truth. Suppressing her panic, she insisted, "Take me to your sister first." She grabbed his arm. "Once I see her symptoms," but he violently shook off her hand, leaving only the coldness of betrayal on his face. "How much longer are you going to lie?" He shouted. "You're one of the people they sent too, aren't you? Just to force me." Molly was completely stunned. Wait, what on earth was he talking about? His gaze was like a wall of ice she could not break through. He turned away with the decisiveness of a door slamming shut in her face. "I won't kill you." His voice held no emotion at all. "So don't appear before me again." The words were as cold as a final sentence. "Believe me," she cried urgently. Her voice was full of pleading. He spun around sharply, his face twisted in pain. "How am I supposed to believe you?" He shouted. "I don't even know who you really are, so how can I trust you?" A heavy silence fell between them. His jaw was set tight, the line of his profile hard as carved marble. "I don't want to see you again," he said, each word like the final nail hammered into a coffin. Then he turned and walked away, leaving her utterly alone. To understand his obsession, we have to return to the tragic story of a young prince, the one who had a crown forced onto him that he had never wanted. Allure? His life began in sorrow. Not long after his younger sister was born, their mother died. Before her death, she whispered that her only wish was for them to live ordinary lives and apologize for no longer being able to protect them. The young Eller could do nothing but watch the light fade from her eyes. At her funeral, not a single person came. There was only him, a little boy dressed in black, holding his baby sister in his arms. They were completely alone, two unloved children, abandoned by the whole world. Even then, he understood that no one would care about them. Years later, when his sister was struck by a grave illness, a powerful ability awakened within him. But that power came at a price. In order to save his sister, he became a weapon in the king's hand, carrying out blood-stained tasks that stained the soul. His talent was praised as a genius seen once in 1,000 years, and because of it, the king named him Crown Prince. But Ella knew that all of it was nothing more than an experiment. His frightened little sister always hid behind him, treating him as her only shield. In the suffocating darkness of the imperial city, he would always lower his head to look at her and promise that he would find a way to cure her, no matter the cost. Yet even after becoming crown prince, he searched through the entire demon realm and still found nothing. He could not save her. That title became nothing but a meaningless burden. He was sent to the Royal Academy, a glittering prison that trapped him inside, while his sister withered away little by little. He was trapped in pitch-black darkness, unable to protect the only person he loved. Until one day, a voice cut through his despair. "I know how to save your sister." It was her, that strange girl with the confident green eyes. And miraculously, his sister's condition really had begun to improve. It was the first time he had seen even a glimmer of hope again. Maybe, just maybe, he could trust her a little. But hope shattered like glass. A memory surfaced of a stormy, pitch-dark night. That night, he had demanded to know why she knew secrets that should have been known only to demons. He had wanted so badly to believe her, but a terrible thought still took root. What if she was an assassin sent to kill his sister? Who are you really? He had once asked again and again in anguish. That brief sliver of hope she brought him was like a beautiful butterfly resting on a rose, always fluttering away the moment he reached out to catch it. Back in his room, moonlight outlined his sculpted figure. He stood by the window and thought, telling himself he could not trust others so easily. But just then, a shrill alarm tore through the night. Intruder alert. Something's wrong. Ainin. That was the only thought screaming through his mind as he bolted for her room. But when he shoved the door open, the sight before him left him stunned. The story's original heroine was standing beside his sister's bed, surrounded by a halo of light. "I found a way to cure your sister," she announced with an angelic smile. Eller froze where he stood, his mind in chaos. What am I supposed to do? Standing between two mysterious women, his thoughts drifted helplessly back to Molly's face, so close before him. "Can I really trust you?" he shouted inwardly. "Can I lean on you, even just a little?" The silver-haired prince sat coldly, and when the crown had fallen upon his head, his gaze had been icy and sharp like shattered glass. In a lavishly decorated room, that same chill was now aimed at Molly. Eller stood before her, the defined lines of his abs faintly gleaming in the dim light, his low, hoarse voice ordering her to leave. He could no longer trust her, especially not after everything that had happened. But Molly stood her ground, fresh resolve shining in her green eyes. She said it did not matter whether he believed her or not, and that unwavering certainty made him pause. She swore that within 3 weeks, she would bring back the medicine to cure his sister. A storm of suspicion and despair churned in his blue eyes as he stared at her words, as if they themselves were the enemy. He suddenly stepped forward, his powerful hand clamping around her slender wrist hard enough to hurt. Did she throw around empty promises like this to everyone? He demanded harshly, his voice full of the agony of a brother on the verge of collapse. He warned her not to dangle hope before him, only to snatch it away with her own hands. But Molly was utterly unmoved and calmly laid out her plan. In the king's treasure vault was a magical artifact, a relic capable of freezing a person's time, something that could stop his sister's illness from worsening. He went still, unable to believe it. He had never heard of such a thing. "Of course you haven't," she replied in a maddeningly calm tone. It was a precious item the king had secretly kept for preserving eternal youth, an ornate device like a clock. Its existence was a secret known only to the king and his heir. In the entire human kingdom, there were only 3 of them. The gears in Eller's mind began to turn, doubt wrestling violently with a sliver of hope. If that was true, then how did she know about it? A mysterious smile brushed her lips as she stepped closer. The aura around her suddenly became immense and overpowering, and the air itself seemed filled with a pressure he could not understand. Because she said in a low voice that she knew everything about this world. The demon's secrets, the way the humans operated, the deepest fear in his heart, even the girl named Molly. She knew it all. She slammed one hand against the wall, trapping him there, her confidence so overwhelming it nearly stole his breath. Who exactly was she? He asked haltingly, his thoughts in complete disarray. She leaned in even closer, her eyes pinning him in place. He should not have asked. After all, if she had truly wanted to harm him, his sister would already be dead. She admitted that things had unfolded a little differently from what she remembered, but she swore she would set everything back on the right track. He was still struggling to process her words, but one question still pierced through the fog. Even if that artifact really existed, how could she possibly get her hands on it? Her smile was sly and radiant. The school tournament was coming soon, and by tradition, whoever won MVP could make one wish to the king. His eyes widened in shock. She was actually planning to enter that brutal competition? That's right. She answered as if it were the simplest thing in the world. He immediately wanted to object, his face full of worry for her safety, but she already knew what he was thinking. She knew it was a ruthless 5-day contest where students were seriously injured every year. She knew that, as a demon, she would be completely isolated, surrounded by hostile red eyes waiting to see her fail. Plenty of people would use that chance to target her, and the risk was staggering. She admitted that if there had been any other way, she never would have chosen such a dangerous path, and her voice softened as she said it. He looked in her eyes, and his own were filled with desperate pleading. He needed an answer that was absolutely true. Without that artifact, could his sister hold on until the curse was lifted? The silence that followed was suffocating, and his voice trembled as he asked the question he feared most. How long does she have left? The answer stabbed into his heart like a dagger. At this rate, she would not last even a month. He collapsed onto the bed, as if all the strength had been drained from his body, and even that powerful frame trembled with despair. Watching him break down, Molly felt a sharp ache in her chest. All she could offer was a quiet apology. With his back to her, he finally spoke, his voice so heavy it sounded as though he were carrying the whole world. Could she win? Could he trust her? It was the last prayer of a drowning man. A confident, gentle smile rose to her lips. I will win. She had already promised him, and she would cure his sister too. She held out her hand to him, a contract that could not be broken. All she needed was for him to trust her. He lifted his gaze and, in that sea of despair, saw her hand as the only lifeline left. His hand trembled slightly, but in the end he reached for hers, deciding to place his trust in her one last time. Of course, even in a moment this serious, Molly's brain still short-circuited, and inside she was screaming at herself to stop staring at his ridiculously beautiful abs. On the day of the competition, Molly looked around the roaring venue and found that every team grouping was exactly the same as in the original game. But the moment she caught sight of that flash of silver hair, her eyes tightened. Eller, that problem student who skipped every class and every event, had actually shown up. He sauntered over with lazy steps, wearing a devastatingly handsome smile that was enough to drive anyone mad. Hadn't she said she was definitely going to win? If so, there was no need for him to specially join just to make things harder for her, right? Molly screamed inwardly. In the original story, the protagonist team had only won because Eller was on it. Having him as an opponent now was basically a horrifying, unwinnable scenario. Her mind raced frantically, trying to find any possible way out of this disaster. But then he suddenly bent down close, his warm breath brushing past her ear as he murmured, "Relax. I'm here to protect you." Her thoughts shut down instantly. Wait, what did he just say? Before she could even ask, he gently pressed a hand to her shoulder and turned her around. She felt a cool weight settle against her neck. He had put a necklace on her. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the beautiful, sparkling pendant. In a soft voice, he explained that if she ran into danger, she only had to pour magic into it and she could contact him. She lifted a hand and touched the pendant, warmth spreading faintly through her chest. After saying that, he turned and disappeared into the crowd. She watched his retreating figure, a small smile appearing on her face. One awkward person. She tightened her grip on the necklace, and warmth spread through her chest. The next second, someone suddenly threw their arms around her from behind. It was the overjoyed Kama. She was thrilled to have been assigned to the same team as Molly and even flashed her V sign. Molly nodded weakly in response, only feeling more and more dizzy at how fast this girl's attitude kept changing. Everything was becoming more and more baffling. Just then, another pink-haired girl walked toward them. It was Lutas, the story's original heroine, still so beautiful it was hard to look away. With a polite smile, she suggested that as teammates, they should get along well. Then Lutas took Molly's hand, but her grip was unexpectedly firm, and she casually mentioned that she had gone on dates with Ashu and Alan. Molly instantly grew alert. It felt like a warning, or maybe a test of alliance. Lutas's smile gradually cooled as she said with a hint of regret that Ashu had just stormed off in anger, and she wondered if some annoying pest had gotten attached to him. Molly answered with a sickeningly sweet smile of her own and shot back that maybe it was because he wanted to see someone else more. Their clasped hands seemed to be secretly wrestling, the air thick with unspoken hostility. Kama broke the tension by asking where the rest of their team had gone. Lutas explained that she had sent them to gather information. Just then, a burst of excited screaming erupted from a group of girls nearby. They were all shouting that someone was unbelievably handsome. Irritated by the sudden noise, Molly turned to look, and then she saw the person who had made them scream, and a nosebleed instantly burst out. Molly's mind went hazy as she sank into pure appreciation of the masterpiece before her, dizzy with happiness. Dear God, her eyes shone as she marveled inwardly. Beneath that tight black shirt, the sculpted lines of his muscles were faintly visible, and somehow it was even more alluring than if he were completely bare. One looked like a statue-like god made purely of muscle, while the other was dressed in a sharp uniform, handsome as a prince. In the distance, one student noticed Molly's absurdly foolish expression and could not help laughing. The demon-crowned Prince Eller, with his silver hair, turned his head slightly and cast a cold glance over, his dazzling blue eyes narrowing a little. I knew it. She's probably looking at something she likes. The pale, purple-haired boy beside him looked confused. Something she likes? He glanced down at his own slender frame, almost thin enough to look delicate, and unconsciously puffed out his cheeks. A sudden wave of jealousy surged up in him, and he immediately shouted that he wanted to go to her group too, frantically reaching toward Molly. But before he could say another word, Eller had already grabbed him by the collar, his voice cold as ice. Don't even think about it. He reminded his friend that they were demons. The purple-haired boy was dragged away just like that, his voice trailing in a long wail as he cried out Molly's name. The match was about to begin, and the rules were announced publicly. The human team and the demon team would face off head-on in a dangerous wilderness filled with cliffs and all kinds of deadly terrain. The objective was simple: destroy the enemy camp's crystal first. Every team had to protect its own crystal at all costs. The moment it shattered, they would be eliminated immediately. But the forest was not empty. It was crawling with monsters, and defeating them would drop buffs and valuable items, while also earning points needed to compete for MVP. To keep things fair, teleportation and flight magic were strictly forbidden. One of Molly's teammates, Shad, took down a magical beast with a single easy strike and curled his lips smugly. The one over here is already dealt with. He turned, about to show off to Molly. Molly, I'll handle this area. But before he could finish, he choked on his words. Molly was already standing beside a much larger, subjugated beast, casually resting her sword on her shoulder with a smug expression. HM, what were you saying? She asked innocently, tilting her head slightly. Shad hurriedly changed his tune and stammered that it was nothing. How was that possible? He had been sure she had never attended swordsmanship class, so she should not be this skilled. Meanwhile, Molly was tending to one of their injured teammates, pouring healing potion over the person's back, but her thoughts drifted back to her previous life, back to the family that had personally crushed her dream of becoming a swordswoman. But in the end, they had not been able to stop her. She had secretly studied under a sword master and continued honing her skills in the shadows. Fortunately, her muscle memory was still sharp. More importantly, she had even survived Eller's hellish week of training. A small, confident smile rose at the corner of her lips. She glanced at Shad, a trace of irritation flashing in her eyes. Why am I even on the same team as you? She muttered under her breath. She still remembered his self-righteous team plan. One person guards the camp while the other two go out hunting. At the end of the day, his real goal had simply been to get assigned to the same group as Lutas, the heroine of the story. Shad was simmering inwardly. He was supposed to be helping bring the crown prince and Lutas together, not staying here to babysit this woman. He could practically picture those two talking intimately right now, while his whole plan was about to go down the drain. Molly's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts, crisp and direct. She knew he hated her, but she still told him to endure it for this week because they were teammates. Shad was left completely speechless and could only stare blankly at her back. Just then, a huge monster, a terrifying werewolf, burst out of the woods. That one's mine. Shad had barely shouted the words when Molly had already shot forward like a blur, her steps so light they were almost unbelievable. She leaped high into the air, green eyes burning with focused fire, and brought her sword down in a deadly arc. The blade struck with a sickening thud, and the monster dropped on the spot, its blood quickly staining the forest floor red. Standing over her prey, Molly had not even lowered the blood-dripping sword in her hand when she spotted a glowing healing potion on the monster's body. Just as her fingers touched the bottle, an arrow cut through the air and slammed straight into the corpse. Several girls emerged from the woods, arrogance written all over the face of the one in front. Hey, that's our prey. She sneered, eyes full of contempt, directly calling Molly a thief. Meanwhile, back at the demon camp, Eller's subordinate was so bored he was about to die. Why am I the one stuck guarding this place? He complained. Eller appeared soundlessly, his presence far too strong to ignore. Your Highness, are you here to rest? Said the purple-haired demon boy, and then he casually picked up a whole pile of sleeping demon hounds and unexpectedly stacked them one by one with perfect precision. The corner of Eller's eye twitched slightly, leaving him speechless for a moment at the hidden monstrous strength of his subordinate. The boy announced that his task was done and that he was going to rest now, then casually asked where Eller was headed. Eller simply walked straight into the forest, leaving his utterly bewildered friend behind. Back in the forest, the conflict was escalating. Thief, hand over that blue potion. The girl in front pressed a hand to her bow and barked the order. Molly merely lifted the potion, a trace of provocation flashing through her eyes. Whoever picks it up first owns it. The girl's expression immediately darkened. You'd better not regret this. As soon as she spat that out viciously, the others attacked together. Arrows came flying, a side swept across, but Molly smoothly dodged every strike. Another girl rushed in with a sword, but the moment her blade met Molly's, it was thrown aside with a clang, while Molly did not even frown. Beside them, Shad was too stunned to speak. There was a deadly elegance in Molly's movements as she effortlessly neutralized all of their attacks. Compared to the people from before, she thought coldly, "You're too weak." "What?" the girls shrieked, their faces turning pale with shock. A dangerous smile curved Molly's lips. "You brought this on yourselves." She summoned a red shard of magic power, second-tier magic. Without hesitation, she pierced her own palm to activate the spell. But before she could release the attack, Shad had already leaped between them, a huge shield appearing in an instant to block it for them. "What the hell are you doing?" he roared, reminding them that the real enemy was the demons. The girls immediately all began talking over each other, pointing at Molly and saying she had stolen their prey. "Shad, why are you helping her?" one of them demanded. He hesitated, then gave Molly a complicated look. "Move!" The girl pressed aggressively. "This is between us." Molly lightly pushed Shad aside. "Didn't I already say?" she said calmly, raising the potion again. "Whoever picks it up first owns it." The anger in the girl's eyes flared even hotter. How could someone be this unreasonable and this vicious? One of her companions whispered with a trembling voice. Molly's smile deepened, taking on the air of a predator. "I don't mind if all four of you come at me together," she said sweetly. She reset her sword stance, releasing an intensely oppressive aura. Shad was already breaking out in a cold sweat. A battlefield between women was truly terrifying. His whole body had gone rigid. Just then, another group arrived, led by the heroine Lutas. "Did you kill this magical beast?" she asked. Shad instantly snapped out of his daze and shamelessly rushed to claim the credit first, saying Molly had nearly been killed and that he had saved her by shooting the beast, so naturally the potion should belong to him. Molly's eye twitched in disbelief. What a shameless liar. But Lutas was not stupid either. She calmly pointed out that the true fatal wound was clearly at the throat, caused by a sword, while Shad's arrow had only struck the arm. Another girl quickly cut in, tried to claim the credit for that sword wound herself. Shad's expression darkened dangerously. "Surely you lovely ladies don't think I'm that easy to fool." His voice dropped low, carrying a threat. The girls immediately went pale with fright and hurried to apologize, saying they had made a mistake. "Let's go," the leader muttered quietly. They quickly ran off in disgrace. Once only their group remained, Molly turned to Shad. "Why did you help me?" She really did not understand. "I hate you, so I always thought you were the unreasonable one." He let out a scoffing laugh and said that the truly unreasonable one was her. He explained that at first he really had thought she had hidden Lutas, but later he had reconsidered. He lightly covered her eyes with his hand, a trace of shame on his face, and confessed that he had asked her classmates and already confirmed that she could not have done such a thing. From now on, he promised, he would investigate the truth personally. Looking into her eyes, he sincerely apologized for what had happened before. For a moment, Molly was too stunned to speak. After a brief silence, a bright, crafty smile bloomed across her face. "If you really want to apologize," she said, her eyes sparkling, "then do me a favor." Sunlight filtered down through the dense green canopy, and by then, Molly had already come up with a wicked idea. She pointed at a nearby bush swaying slightly and quietly asked the handsome Shad whether he had seen the two demon girls hiding there. Smiling, she told him those two were members of his fan club. Shad remained expressionless, only saying that he thought he had seen them before. He simply asked what exactly she wanted him to help with. A wicked gleam flashed through Molly's eyes as she told him it was time to show off his manly side. Then, without the slightest courtesy, she shoved him straight out and ordered, "Go keep them busy for me." Shad stumbled out into the open, an astonished "huh" still hanging on his lips. The two fangirls looked up, their faces first full of sweaty panic, utterly unable to understand what was happening. Shad himself was completely caught off guard and could only force out an unbearably awkward, stiff hello. In the next second, the panic vanished from the girls' faces, replaced by shining hearts in their eyes as they screamed his name. Lord Shad, who had brought him here? One of the girls clasped both hands to her chest, so excited she could barely breathe, and stammered out a question asking whether their ambush had finally managed to catch his attention. But Shad was still, in the end, that same man who knew best how to win people over. Even when cornered, he calmly replied that it was their beauty that had drawn him here. As if roses had bloomed all around him, he placed a hand over his heart with elegant grace and added that if he had interrupted their tea party, he could leave. That single gesture made the girls blush at once, and they hurriedly insisted he had not disturbed them at all. Around women, he instinctively put on this charming facade to protect himself. From the safety of the bushes, Molly watched those love-struck girls and could practically see little hearts floating above their heads. In truth, though, Shad was screaming inside, his face burning hot with embarrassment. Good grief, what on earth was he even saying? He could only force out another smile and ask whether he might join this lovely tea party. Of course, they eagerly agreed, and Molly knew this was her chance to move. The plan was simple: infiltrate the tower and shatter the core crystal. Standing before that massive, blue-glowing structure, her eyes were full of resolve. She knew it would attack any intruder, so she pulled a serrated monster antler from her inventory and prepared herself. First, she would use the monster as a shield, then smash the crystal. She hurled the antler forward, and the tower instantly fired a blinding beam of light that struck it, sending blood spraying everywhere. But just as she was about to rush forward, an arrow suddenly shot out from the bushes. With a deadly whistle through the air, Molly barely dodged in time, her eyes widening in shock. At the tea party on the other side, one of the girls murmured in confusion, wondering if something had just moved. At the same time, Shad was cursing his rotten luck in his heart, desperately telling himself that his racing pulse was only because he was surrounded by pretty girls. He turned to one of them and, wearing a gentle smile, apologized for frightening her. Meanwhile, the chibi version of himself in his mind had already completely broken down. "Molly, please hurry up," he screamed inwardly, feeling that his heart could not endure any more humiliation. But at that moment, Molly herself was in danger. Just as another arrow flew toward her, a figure appeared behind her and pulled her into his arms, shielding her. It was Eller. In a low voice, he told her the arrow had originally been aimed at her right leg. Holding her tightly against him, he stood there with his silver hair glimmering in the mottled light and shadow. Molly looked up at him, her heart pounding wildly in her chest. If he had not appeared in time, her leg probably would have. He noticed a small cut on her calf and reminded her that the human body was fragile and needed to be bandaged. Molly narrowed her eyes and stared at the arrow. This arrow and the previous one did not come from the same person. She turned to Eller and asked tensely, "Did you see who it was?" He nodded, an icy, dangerous gleam flashing in his ice-blue eyes. "Follow her," he ordered. Molly's mission came first. After she destroyed the tower, it would not be too late to pursue them. Her expression grew full of vengeance. Elsewhere, the culprits were looking quite pleased with themselves. A haughty-looking girl asked the people from Group E how things had gone, whether they had managed to teach Molly a lesson. They muttered resentfully that if not for the demons showing up afterward, Molly would already be in miserable shape by now. The girl sneered and asked if they were not afraid Molly would find out. They were very confident, saying the arrow could not be traced back to its source, and even if Molly knew, she would have no proof. With a cruel smile, the girl added that getting hurt was a normal part of a competition, was it not? How vicious, she thought to herself, realizing that everyone was targeting Molly. Suddenly, the nearby bushes rustled. One of the bullies was saying that they would wait until Molly was alone before hitting her hard again. After all, that was one of the pleasures of the competition. "Is that so?" A cold voice cut in. Molly stepped out of the shadows, with Eller standing silently behind her, radiating a chilling pressure. She wore a sweetly fake smile and asked whether she could join in that sort of fun too. Her hand rested on her sword hilt. Incidentally, these bullies were no match for Molly at all. In the blink of an eye, she disarmed one of them, then summoned a shield to block another's attack, leaving them stunned and speechless. From the side, Eller watched, a trace of displeasure flashing across his face. "What exactly are you doing here?" Molly asked contemptuously, her voice dripping with scorn. She walked step by step toward the lead girl, her gaze sharp as steel. "You were the one who shot at me just now, weren't you?" The girl sneered and said it was such a pity Molly could still walk. Then she mocked Molly for seducing the Demon Crown Prince and asked what price she had paid to manage it. Hiding behind a man to survive must make life awfully easy, huh? Molly's expression darkened. Enough. Eller was just about to step forward when Molly raised a hand to stop him. "Eller, stand down." Though unwilling, he obeyed. Molly turned her cold gaze back to the bully. "It seems talking with someone like you is completely pointless." The girl gave a snort and suddenly charged, but Molly moved like an afterimage, closing the distance in an instant. The bully's eyes widened in terror, startled by her unbelievable speed. "Ever since I came here," Molly said in a low voice, almost growling, "I've been isolated, misunderstood, and hurt." Her strike came down, and the girl cried out at once, a sharp pain shooting through her foot. "I've been fighting desperately just to survive, Molly shouted, while with a clang she knocked aside another attack. I have never relied on anyone. With a swift, ruthless move, she knocked the second attacker's weapon flying, precise and fierce. I got where I am today with my own 2 feet. Then she turned to the third person. Her eyes were burning with fury. If pampered young ladies like you didn't go looking for trouble, you wouldn't have ended up like this. It's disgusting. As another cry of pain rang out, Molly pressed the attack. Just as she was wondering why these people were all so hostile toward her, the first girl clutched her leg and screamed, Because you're always bullying Miss Lutas. We were only teaching you a lesson for her sake. Molly looked down at the hand gripping her leg. Let go. That's wrong. Her voice dropped to a dangerous level. You're just giving yourself a righteous excuse to vent your malice. She drove her sword into the ground, its tip only inches from the girl's face, frightening her into a shrill scream. Hurting other people seems fun to you. It doesn't matter to you at all whether I really bullied her or not. Bending down close to her, Molly said, Listen carefully, you bullies. I have never been a patient person. She pointed at her injured leg. If I get hurt again next time, I've already decided I'll pay it back double. Her eyes blazed with unshakable will. Later, as she and Eller walked through the silent forest, she asked him whether she had been too harsh. He shook his head. No, if you don't warn them, they'll only go further next time. His gaze softened a little. Even though you were that angry, you still avoided their vital points. More than any of that, I'm worried about your injury. A teasing smile rose in Molly's eyes. By the way, why are you here? Eller looked away, his cheeks faintly reddening, and muttered that he had only happened to be passing by. The Shiba Inu in Molly's heart did not believe that for a second. She told him to sit down so she could bandage his wound. He tried to refuse, saying it was just a scrape, but she insisted. No, even a small wound can get infected. Kneeling in front of him, she gently wrapped a bandage around his ankle. Her own cheeks warmed a little too, and remembering that he had studied medicine to protect his younger sister, she felt a soft warmth bloom in her chest. Eller looked at her, his blue eyes filled with gentle light. Just now, Molly had looked at him with a bright and sincere smile and placed her hand over his. Thank you for saving me. In that moment, it was as if a sea of roses had bloomed around them, and he had utterly lost himself to it. She could not quite make out what emotion lay in his eyes. She only saw that his silver hair seemed to cradle moonlight, and his violet eyes widened slightly. Her words still echoed in the quiet air. She had tilted her head up to look at him, her emerald eyes clear and bright, like a cheerful and straightforward confession. She thanked him for saving her, and her small hand had taken the initiative to grasp his larger one, the gesture sending a shock through his whole body. Bandages were wrapped around her leg, startlingly white, yet her spirit showed no sign of being crushed. She offered him a flourishing bouquet of pink roses, weaving reconciliation and gratitude into one. A faint blush tinted the young man's cheeks, his expression a mix of shock and something softer, more fragile, as he stared blankly at the valiant young girl before him. But now, back in the present, the tension in the air was not sweet in the slightest. Ashu's voice cut through the forest, full of exaggerated betrayal, as he accused Molly of deceiving him. The silver-haired Duke Eller looked down at the scene, his face full of utter boredom, his gaze cold as winter frost. What in the world were these brats doing? He thought, then announced in a cold tone that permitted no argument that he was leaving first. Ashu immediately sat up, a teasing smile on his face, and jokingly asked whether this aloof duke was feeling shy. Molly, however, was in no mood to play along. In a sharp voice, she demanded to know why a demon like him was here. Eller turned gracefully and vanished into the glittering depths of the magic forest, leaving the two of them to sort things out themselves. Ashu's gaze then fell on Molly's bandaged foot, and his playful expression instantly turned into one of exaggerated concern. He pressed her about what had happened, his tone absurdly dramatic, and even asked whether this was her punishment for abandoning him. Molly's patience snapped completely, a vein throbbing at her temple as she told him it was getting late and they should head back. He only laughed and waved it off, saying he was joking and she should not be so angry. But the air was still thick with too many unspoken things. Even after they returned to camp, the atmosphere did not improve. A girl with vivid pink hair leaned against Shad and complained coquettishly that she was starving and had no idea when dinner would finally be ready. Her voice was sweet, but her eyes shone with naked possessiveness as she clung tightly to the handsome blonde boy. Then she turned that same entitled gaze toward Molly and ordered her to pour a cup of water. Molly's eyes widened in disbelief. Why should she be the one to do something like that? Kama did not answer. She merely turned her head and fixed Shad with a meaningful, expectant look, as though waiting for him to enforce this petty humiliation himself. Molly's pride ached from such blatant disrespect, and she could only grit out, "Fine." Just as this little farce was unfolding, Ashu and Kama's friend returned from woods. Ashu was making a dramatic fuss over the girl's injury when Shad suddenly lifted his head, his bright blue eyes locking at once onto the injured girl's foot. He hurried over and tensely asked what had happened, whether she was badly hurt. But before he could get close, Molly shoved him away with surprising force. She planted herself there like a shield and warned him in a low voice not to come near Molly, saying that he would only hurt her. Shad froze completely and asked what she was talking about. He said he was Molly's fiancé, then with a strange smile asked whether he did not even have the right to care about her. Kama's friend leaned close to Molly and whispered something poisonous, implying that Shad was only doing this out of duty and responsibility. Molly's hand hanging at her side clenched tightly into a fist. She hurled the words at Shad, her voice trembling with rage, saying that she had originally thought he would not care even if this girl died. Shad's expression darkened, and the warmth in his eyes slowly drained away. What sort of bastard did she think he was? Molly was his fiancée. He looked at her with hurt in his eyes, his gaze softening as he asked why she suddenly hated him so much. "Because you're a wolf in sheep's clothing." She screamed it inwardly, her eyes blazing with an anger he could not understand. Visions of the future flashed through her mind. Shad smiling gently at Kama, the two of them happily together, while she was completely cast aside. Her head throbbed faintly from it all. Why did she have to see such things? Another image surfaced, Shad offering Kama a beautiful bouquet of roses, exactly like a certain painful memory. Her hands trembled slightly. Was she really going to go through that all over again? A fierce determination swept through her. No, she would never let that happen. She absolutely would not allow those events to repeat themselves. Just then, Kama's sickeningly sweet voice called to her, breaking that trance. She said they were out of water and sweetly asked whether Molly could go fetch some. Molly narrowed her eyes. Why her? She demanded to know why, when there were clearly two perfectly healthy grown men sitting right there. Her gaze swept over Shad and Ashu, and a chill instantly ran down her spine. They were far too quiet, their eyes hollow, staring straight at some empty point in the void. Something was very, very wrong. Acting on instinct, she immediately put on a bright smile and told Shad that she would trouble him instead, then tugged on his sleeve. But as the two of them walked away together, the silence between them was suffocating. Too strange. They had shown absolutely no reaction. This was bad. Her mind raced, and she grabbed his wrist, firmly saying she would go too. Walking side by side, thoughts churned through Molly's mind. Then a terrible realization struck her. Kama. She had not been affected at all. Back at the camp, Kama seemed baffled by this sudden turn of events. Then she smiled brightly again, as if she had fully recovered from the strange spell placed on those two boys, and lightly remarked that this would inconvenience them both. The world began to melt away. The camp scene faded, transforming into a tranquil lakeside beneath a dark night sky, strewn with starlight, glittering over the lake's surface. Was this scene being manipulated by someone? Molly found herself walking beside a familiar girl, her best friend from the past. She was still puzzled by what had happened back at camp, quietly wondering why Kama had not been affected by that abnormal phenomenon. But her friend wore a knowing smile and accurately guessed that Molly had followed her because she wanted to speak with her alone. She had a question she wanted to ask Molly. Mischief sparkled in her eyes as dreamlike flowers drifted around them, and she asked whether Molly liked Eller. Molly immediately stumbled over her words and panicked, hurriedly insisting that he was just a friend. Her friend went on to ask, "Then what about Ashu or Shad?" But Molly denied it at once, flatly stating that she liked no one. Her friend was astonished. How could that be? Molly merely said calmly that some people simply were not interested in romance. "You're so strange," her friend said, as if in this world of an Otome game, not being interested in romance was what made someone abnormal. Then, with a sad and wistful smile, she confessed that for her, love was like salvation. Why? Molly asked, a sense of foreboding slowly creeping up inside her. In the original story, did this friend not even have a romance route? Her friend stopped walking. "You really are very different from Molly," she said softly, her voice light yet heavy with meaning. Molly went rigid, and silence itself became an admission. "It's all right," her friend continued, looking straight at her with piercing eyes. "Even if your soul doesn't belong to Molly, this body is still hers. For her sake, you must protect this body well." Molly was stunned silent by the fierce loyalty in her eyes. She thought to herself that the original Molly had been truly lucky to have a friend like her. Then her friend's expression turned grave. She needed to know what exactly had happened on the night of March 2nd. A dreadful image surged into Molly's mind. Molly, her golden hair spread through the dark, freezing water like a halo. Her friend explained that Kama had discovered Molly secretly leaving the dorm alone and followed her all the way to the lake. At first, she had thought Molly had only come out for some night air, but then suddenly there was a splash. Molly had tied a heavy stone to her chest and jumped into the lake without hesitation. Her friend had immediately leaped in after her. She only remembered desperately trying to save Molly at the murky bottom of the water, reaching her arms toward her, but her memory ended there. She had no idea what happened afterward. She only knew that when she woke up, she was already home and had been sick for several days. The truth struck Molly like a solid blow, nearly stealing her breath, which meant that the original Molly, from that night onward, she had already been gone. The competition was still continuing, yet a strange tension hung in the air. Lutas was being seen off by her friends, who kept reminding her to be careful while guarding the tower alone, because her safety was what mattered most. But as Molly watched this touching farewell, her expression was awful, and the long, drawn-out goodbyes only made her more irritable. Since yesterday, Shad and Alan had gone cold again, but she had no energy to guess why, because her mind was occupied with something far more important. If yesterday she had left together with Lutas, it would have triggered Shad's route, and the competition would have been forcibly halted, every bit of it arranged by the game's cruel plot. She looped her arm through Alan's and wore a faint smile, but in her mind, she was rapidly working through her strategy. A major plot event was supposed to happen today. In the game, Molly would push the original heroine, Lutas, off a cliff. That would trigger the famous scene of Shad heroically jumping down to save her, a key turning point in the development of their relationship. But this was no longer a game. Molly had to stop it from happening at any cost. The moment she saw Lutas, Molly put on her most charming smile and suggested that they go hunting together. "Yesterday, I found a place where magical beasts gather," she explained. "It'll be more efficient that way." But her true motive was far more desperate. She could not risk the plot correcting itself automatically. Of course, she would not push Lutas down, but what if someone else did? She had to stay by Lutas' side at all times, close enough to yank her back from the cliff's edge if the worst happened. Yet Lutas, utterly lacking any sense of danger, merely gave her a bright, trusting smile. "Sure, let's go." She agreed happily, but as they walked, Lutas began to grow suspicious and pointed out that the direction they were heading was exactly the opposite of yesterday's hunting grounds. It was a magnificent stag, and even more astonishing, it had a rare red potion clenched in its mouth. Without hesitation, Molly shouted for Lutas to leave it to her. She summoned her staff and unleashed a blinding sphere of light that slammed into the creature's leg with a boom, knocking the potion loose. But the magical beast was extraordinarily tenacious. With a swift rush of wind, it still managed to flee into the depths of the dense forest, leaving Molly staring after it in frustration. She had missed her chance. Gritting her teeth, she declared that with an injury like that to its leg, it could not possibly get far. Ever the gentleman, Alan offered to chase it down for her, but Molly's pride had already been stung. No, Molly insisted on catching it herself. Ignoring Lutas's anxious warning not to run off recklessly, she charged after it into the woods. Lutas's heart sank at once. That way led to the cliff. Panicked, she and her friend hurried after Molly, praying she was safe. By the time Lutas finally reached the clearing near the cliff, her heart was pounding wildly in her chest. Where were they? Where had they gone? She pushed aside the branches and finally spotted them. Songlan was the first to notice her and said they had finally caught up. Molly was there too, proudly holding up the subdued deer and the red potion she had retrieved on her own. She flashed Lutas a smug little smile, as if deliberately mocking her for arriving late. Only then did Lutas let out the long breath she had not even realized she had been holding grateful that Molly was not hurt. She wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead and relaxed a little, though a faint unease still lingered. The moment everyone gathered again, Molly called out happily. Seeing her friend, she excused herself first and went over to greet her. Seizing the opportunity, Songlon suggested that they all go admire the famous view by the cliff. Lutas was practically screaming inside. Of all places did they have to go near the cliff? She could not relax for even a second. At that moment, another student stepped forward to introduce himself. Songlon leaned closer to Lutas, a sly smile on his face, and quietly asked why she was so tense, whether she was plotting something bad. He was only joking, but Lutas could not laugh at all. She turned her face away, her gaze settling on the magnificent scenery. Her green eyes widened slightly. Ever since transmigrating, all she had thought about was how to survive. Not once had she stopped to truly appreciate the beauty of this world. Just then, a hand appeared behind Molly and gave her a violent shove, sending her staggering forward. Lutas watched in horror as Molly stumbled toward the cliff's edge. She whipped her head around to see the culprit, only to find Songlon smiling calmly, as if nothing had happened. "The scenery here is truly beautiful, isn't it?" he said in a voice so calm it was chilling. "It makes your heart settle in an instant." I only wanted her to see it too. It really is beautiful. Lutas forced the words out with difficulty. Her mind was already a storm of shock and confusion, but her body reacted faster than her thoughts. Just as Molly was about to fall, Lutas lunged forward and seized her wrist with all her strength. She dragged Molly back from the edge and hugged her tightly, panting as she asked if she was all right and said it had been far too dangerous just now. But there was not the slightest trace of relief on Molly's face. She lifted her head from Lutas's arms, her eyes dark and cold. "Why?" she asked in a low voice. "Why do you always get in my way?" Before Lutas could even process those words, Molly's hands were already pressed against her chest, shoving hard. Just like that, Lutas was pushed into the abyss. As she fell, the whole world blurred into red and black, and even her own scream was completely swallowed by the wind. Molly stood at the cliff's edge, her face chillingly blank. Everyone around them cried out in shock. Amid the panic, a terrifying thought pierced Lutas's mind. In the story, the reason she survived this fall was because Shad had jumped down to save her and protected her with a magic shield. But that was before. Now, Shad hated her. He would never save her. Was this the end? Was she going to die here? Just as despair was about to swallow her whole, a hand suddenly grabbed her, catching on the thin chain around her neck. In the roaring wind, a voice shouted a name she had not heard in a long time. "Ilya." Lutas's eyes flew open. On the other side of the forest, the Crown Prince was scolding Shad for running off again, then teasing him that he ought to build a better relationship with his subordinates. With a crafty grin, he asked Shad whether he liked anyone. Shad's sharp blue eyes looked into the distance, as he admitted there was indeed a certain girl on his mind, but there were too many annoying flies buzzing around her. The Crown Prince's smile instantly turned predator-like. Thoughtfully, he said it might be better to simply make her his. Would it be better to kidnap her or lock her up? Then he laughed, as if there were hardly any difference between the two. "Madman," his companion muttered under his breath. Shad's gaze also turned cold. If the Crown Prince had not kept pestering him, Shad said coldly, he would already be by Molly's side right now. Just then, a faint, ethereal voice called his true name, "Ilya." The Crown Prince noticed his silence, but Shad could no longer hear anything else. His entire aura changed in an instant, and all his senses tightened to the limit. That voice, it had come from the direction of the cliff. Ignoring the Crown Prince's confused, teasing calls, he tore through the forest in a near-desperate sprint. The Crown Prince watched him leave, thoroughly confused, unable to understand why he had suddenly become so agitated. By the time Shad reached the cliff, chaos had already broken out before his eyes. He had only been gone for a short while. Fragments of conversation kept reaching his ears. Someone had fallen. No one saw clearly who it was. Someone had already gone to get a teacher. His gaze quickly locked onto Molly. She was safe, being comforted by another girl. A cold fear seeped into his bones. He looked around frantically. Someone said it had happened in an instant, that she saw Molly fall. Another voice added that it looked like a second person had fallen too. All the fragments came together in a horrifying instant. His breathing stopped. No way. He rushed at Molly and grabbed her by the shoulders, his voice trembling with furious despair. "Weren't you always with her?" The girl burst into tears and choked out an apology, saying it was all her fault, that she had failed to catch her in time. Shad could not hear a word she was saying. He could only stare fixedly at the place where Lutas had been standing moments ago, that huge, empty space. The whole world seemed to lose its color, leaving only the cliff, the wind, and the gaping abyss below. Without a thought for his own safety, he leaped down without hesitation, plunging toward the void as he cried out her name hoarsely. Molly. The darkness slowly receded, and consciousness returned little by little. Molly opened her green eyes, and a wave of confusion swept over her. Every muscle in her body was screaming in protest. The last thing she remembered was the cruel sneer on Lutas's face when she pushed her off the cliff. That cold, hateful woman. But when she tried to push herself up, her hand sank into something unexpectedly soft. This was not the hard rock she had expected. It was warm, and beneath her waist there was clearly something solid supporting her. She looked down, and her eyes widened in shock. She had not landed on moss-covered stone, but on top of an unconscious man. More importantly, that person was none other than Shad. A clear bruise marked his handsome face. His eyes were tightly shut, and he did not move at all. Panic hit her at once. She hurriedly shook him gently, calling his name and telling him to wake up. She lifted her head toward the narrow strip of sky visible from the bottom of the gorge, and all her memories came flooding back at that very moment. She remembered the nauseating weightlessness of the fall, remembered the fierce wind lashing her face, and then she remembered a terrified, desperate cry. It was Shad. His eyes had gone wide with horror as he shouted her name, and without a second's hesitation, he had leaped off the cliff after her. His face had been full of the despair of someone staking everything. Why? Why had he saved her? He had caught her in midair and pulled her tightly into his arms, using his own body to shield her as they plunged downward together. She had thought he was like everyone else in this awful world, treating her like a stranger with cold distance. But now, for her sake, he had thrown away everything and crashed with her into the freezing water at the bottom of the gorge. Back in the present, Molly desperately tried to wake him, her voice trembling slightly. "Shad, wake up. Can you hear me?" She drew back her hand, only to find her palms sticky and bright red, and her heart sank instantly. Blood. But when she checked herself, she found that she was barely injured at all. One chilling truth surfaced. It was his body that had taken everything for her. He had protected her with his life. A determined light ignited in her eyes. No matter what, she had to heal him. "Forgive me," she whispered to his unconscious form, forcing herself to calm down as she prepared to deal with what came next. His wounds were deep, his uniform torn and soaked with blood, but fortunately, she had brought emergency medicine for the competition. After carefully cleaning the wounds, she wrapped his upper body with clean bandages. The sharp definition of his abs did absolutely nothing to calm her racing heartbeat. The external injuries had been treated, but she had no way of knowing how severe the internal injuries were. As if in answer to her worries, dark clouds began gathering above the gorge, and the sky looked as though it were about to cry. It was about to rain. She had to move him somewhere sheltered. With a muffled grunt, she tried to help him up, but he was astonishingly heavy. Just as she was about to give up, Shad's eyelids fluttered and he opened his eyes. His voice was so weak it was barely more than breath. "Molly." She let out a sigh of relief at once, but then irritation followed. "You're awake? Then try walking on your own. You're too heavy." He blinked slowly, and some of his usual arrogance seemed to return as he asked whether she was insane. Even this week, his gaze was still sharp and intimidating. He demanded to know why she had saved the Lutas who hated her, and why she had jumped down to save him. Her answer was simple and firm beyond doubt. If someone was about to die in front of her, of course she would try to save them. A faint smile rose at the corner of his lips as he steadied himself on his feet with her support. "I had the same reason," he said softly, his voice carrying an unfamiliar emotion. "I really can't figure you out." At the same time, things above the cliff had already descended into chaos. The handsome silver-haired Eller heard the commotion, and his keen ears caught the news. "Someone fell off the cliff. Go take a look." His golden eyes narrowed sharply. Who fell? The answer hit him like a thunderbolt. It was Molly. Someone tried to calm him, saying they had not seen Lutas push her, that Lutas had only tried to pull her back from the cliff edge, but had been too late. But Eller had already completely lost control. He strode forward and clamped a hand around Lutas's throat like an iron vice. Lutas coughed violently under his grip and gasped that it was not her doing, that it was all a misunderstanding. One student bravely stepped forward and said she had seen it with her own eyes. Lutas had pushed Molly off, but others quickly denied that account, saying maybe Molly had simply lost her footing and Lutas had probably only been trying to help. Voices murmured all around them. The lone witness looked on in despair, unable to understand why no one was willing to believe her. Lutas, meanwhile, put on an almost perfect performance, tears streaming down her face as she desperately defended herself and insisted she had been wrongly accused. But Eller's hand did not loosen in the slightest. The killing intent pouring off him was so thick it was suffocating, sending a chill down Lutas' spine and making her whole body tremble. Was it you or not? His voice was colder than ice. We could go down and ask Molly ourselves. He actually began dragging her toward the cliff, madness gleaming in his eyes. It was no empty threat. If anything had happened to Molly, or if he found out Lutas was lying, he would leave her down there forever. Terrified, Lutas' mind went blank. This complete lunatic was really going to jump off the cliff with her. Coughing, she desperately tried to persuade him, and in her panic, she blurted out that Molly should still be alive, because Shad was with her. Eller stopped in his tracks, his sharp gaze stabbing into her. What makes you say that? She could not explain it. She just knew. But his grip was too terrifying, and he took another step toward the cliff, his patience exhausted. I have no reason to believe you, he growled. Lutas screamed, "Don't." Just then, he activated the communication device, and his voice echoed into the valley below. Are you all right? Are you hurt? A moment later, a faint reply came back. I'm Phoenix. Eller's gaze immediately shifted to the unconscious Shad lying by the fire, but Molly continued. But Shad is injured, and he passed out. Exactly the same as Lutas had said. He stared at Lutas, and a trace of confusion crossed his icy eyes. Could it really be just a coincidence? He spoke into the device again, his voice gentler than before. It's good that you're safe. I'm coming down to get you now. Molly immediately panicked on the other end. You're not planning to just jump down, are you? His simple completely confirmed her guess. She hurriedly shouted that the cliff was too high, and even he would get hurt. His reply was thick with possessiveness. So what? How could I rest easy without seeing you with my own eyes? Molly was so shaken by those words that she could not speak for a moment. This person, he was genuinely worried about her. Forcing herself to stay calm, she soothed him. Trust me, I'll be fine. Don't let our fall affect the competition. Your sister doesn't have much time left. She needed him to explain the situation to the teachers and make sure the competition continued. Then she told him the solution plainly and concisely. There's a hidden map here and a secret passage. Bring the rescue team through there. But she also reminded him to be careful. There's a sleeping dragon here. Strong magic power could wake it up, so don't make any reckless moves. Don't worry. His tone was still reassuring, but in the next instant it turned sharp as a blade. Also, was the person who pushed you down named Lutas? Molly admitted that it was. At once, all the blood drained from Lutas' body. What was he planning to do? Eller's eyes flared with a terrifying blood red as he clamped his hand around Lutas' throat again. Screaming, Lutas said she had done nothing wrong, that Molly had pushed her first. Eller, don't kill her. At the critical moment, Molly's anxious voice came through the communication device. In the cave below the gorge, Molly was frantic with worry. She knew very well how obsessive Eller could be and was afraid he would seek revenge. Part of her actually thought that might not be so bad, but if Lutas died, her mission would fail. Now is not the time to think about that. That was what she told herself. The other end was silent for a long time, the tension unbearable. He had not done it yet, had he? She thought uneasily. Finally, Eller's calm voice came through again. Understood. I'll come get you right away. Only then did Molly let out the breath she had not realized she had been holding. Phew. Now all she had to do was wait. But she also knew she still had to be careful, because when she looked into the cave's deepest black corners, she clearly remembered where they were. They were inside an ancient dragon's cave, and no matter what, they absolutely could not wake it. Torrential rain pounded at the dark, lonely cave entrance. A pair of ruby-bright eyes looked out through the wind and rain, an unreadable emotion flashing within them. He slowly awoke, consciousness returning to reality bit by bit through pain and confusion, his gaze falling on the unfamiliar cave ceiling. A gentle voice asked if he was awake and whether his body hurt. His thoughts immediately fixed on one person, Molly. She was the last person he remembered. Then a rush of searing pain came together with a shocking realization. He bolted upright and looked down at himself, only to find his bare chest in view. He was not wearing any clothes. He whipped his head toward Molly, his voice rising in shock as he demanded to know what exactly she had done to him. A sharp stab of pain from his shoulder made him suck in a breath and start coughing, forcing him to face the cruel reality before him again. Right, he had jumped off that damn cliff to save her. Now the two of them were trapped together, huddled by the crackling fire at the mouth of the dark cave. At first, relief rushed through him simply because he was still alive, but that relief was quickly replaced by an utterly shameless thought. The corner of his lips lifted into a smug, satisfied smile as he decided she must have been unable to resist his God-given perfect body while he was unconscious. In a grave tone, he informed her that she would have to take responsibility for her actions. Molly stared at him expressionlessly, thinking how could a man this narcissistic even exist? With great patience, she explained that all she had done was change his bandages and nothing more. He looked genuinely shocked, as if his pride had been wounded. Could there really be someone in this world capable of resisting a body like that? Molly thought irritably that she really ought to sew his mouth shut forever. His playful grin quickly vanished, and instead he seriously asked whether they were trapped here now. Molly's expression darkened as she told him that Eller had already gone to find help, but it would probably take 3 days to reach them. 3 days. The words hung heavily in the air. He lowered his eyes to the bandaged hand resting in front of him, and the cruel reality of his physical condition came crashing down. It was bad. It felt as though his internal organs had shattered, a dull pain spreading in waves from deep inside his sturdy torso. Surviving 3 days would already be difficult enough. If monsters appeared in this unfamiliar place, he would only become a burden and put Molly in even greater danger. He could not allow that to happen. Turning to her, he said firmly that this place was dangerous. In his current state, he could not use teleportation magic at all, so she should leave first and wait for him to recover before he caught up. Molly's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth was he saying? He reached out and gently pinched her cheek, the touch light, almost intimate, telling her not to feel too guilty about leaving him behind. He said anyone would do the same, so the only thing she ought to think about now was how to keep herself alive. His words were unexpectedly gentle and so sincere that her breathing caught slightly. He seemed to realize what his words sounded like too. The tips of his ears slowly turned faintly red, and his voice became a little unnatural, as if he had suddenly grown shy. But Molly's gaze was unusually resolute. She told him bluntly that she was not magnanimous enough to abandon the person who had saved her life. Unexpectedly forceful, she pushed him back down onto the makeshift bed, ignoring the muffled groan that escaped him from the intense pain in his organs, and declared that since he himself had told her to take responsibility, then she would see it through to the end. Let's just stay put and rest easy. He looked up at her, stunned for a moment, then weakly protested that he had only been joking. But firm determination burned in her eyes. She told him that this world was already full of people who looked on coldly, and people who were heartless and indifferent. No matter what she had gone through, she would never allow herself to become that kind of person too. He looked at her and slowly smiled, truly seeing her for the first time. If that's the case, he said softly, then you'll have to work hard. Meanwhile, far from the cave's relative safety, rain was pouring down outside. Eller's subordinates urged him to wait until the storm passed, but the silver-haired crown prince ignored them completely and simply cut through the brambles blocking the way with a single slash of his sword. Even as lightning split the sky, his men still tried to stop him, reminding him that he himself had said Molly was safe for now. His grip tightened on the sword hilt. Those sharp blue eyes were colder than the storm itself, and he gave only one simple order: get out of my way. His subordinates all froze. They were too shocked to speak. They had never seen him like this before. One of them could not help thinking that this was the first time he had ever seen His Highness worry so much about someone. And that person was not even his own younger sister. Eller's heart was a storm as well. Molly had freed him from pain, and for that he was grateful and even in love with her. The thought was far too strong, far too impossible to deny, and one of his subordinates finally couldn't help asking outright, "Your Highness, do you like Molly?" While Shad rested, his thoughts were dragged back into that cold, dark abyss of the past. Once again, he became that little boy, beaten and cursed at. "You're just as stupid as your mother," someone whispered from the shadows. He was the master's illegitimate son, a bastard born to a maid, someone who should never have been allowed into this mansion at all. A cruel noblewoman looked down at him from above, her voice dripping with malice as she told him that if he wanted to live, he had better find a way to please her. After all, if an illegitimate child simply disappeared, no one would think it strange. He wanted to live. The thought was like a desperate prayer. He forced himself to kneel, and in utter humiliation lowered his head to kiss the tip of her shoe. Tears of shame and rage ran down his face as he choked out, "Yes, my lady." The memory gradually faded, leaving behind only the phantom pain of a childhood he would rather forget. Was it because his body hurt so much now that it made him remember those days? He felt a strange warmth on his forehead, pulling him back from the nightmare. It was Molly's hand, gently smoothing out his furrowed brow as she softly asked if he had had a bad dream. In a low voice, he said he'd only dreamed about the past. Dazed, he asked himself how long he had been unconscious. "A day," she said lightly, handing him the fish she had roasted. But her heart sank. He had not been sleeping. He had lost consciousness. His condition was getting worse and worse, and before rescue arrived, they had only one chance left. As if to match the mood, he suddenly sneezed hard. He tried to brush it off and insisted it was only because a little cold air, but the second sneeze immediately exposed him. Only then did Molly widen her eyes and realize that apart from a thin pair of trousers, he was barely wearing anything at all because he had given her his coat. She immediately tried to return it, but he pushed it away and insisted he was fine. She simply stuffed the coat back onto him and firmly draped it over his shoulders. He was already injured. He absolutely could not catch cold too. He protested that he was not that weak, but she cut him off with a flat no. She knew that in the game, even an ordinary cold could worsen his condition and even kill him. As long as she was here, she would never allow that to happen. He looked at her, and a trace of a smile passed through his tired eyes before a mischievous curve appeared on his lips. "Why don't you come in here?" He lifted the blanket, showing her his bandaged but still sharply defined upper body. "Into where?" she asked, not understanding his hint at all. He leaned a little closer, his hoarse voice like a tempting whisper. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to share a bed with a handsome man. Don't you want it?" Molly only looked at him blankly. He lifted her chin, his eyes gleaming. "Aren't you afraid I'll eat you up?" But she still did not react. He gave a soft huff and turned his face away, his neck flushing red as he muttered that he was only worried she would get cold. Molly could not help laughing. He was embarrassed. So cute. She reassured him that she wasn't cold, but the next second she saw him shivering. Liar. He was obviously freezing. That ended the discussion. She grabbed his wrist and said firmly, "If you really want to eat me, then I guess I'll just have to accept it." With that, she slipped under the blanket and lay down beside him. She even added that she didn't have the strength to resist anyway. His heart immediately began pounding against his chest like a drum. Wait, this is too close. He could hear a racing heartbeat. Wait, no, that was his own heartbeat. His face turned scarlet in an instant. How was he supposed to sleep like this? He turned, about to protest, only to find that she had already fallen peacefully asleep beside him, her breathing soft and light. The culprit who had thrown his heart into chaos had already drifted off to dreamland first. He let out a helpless sigh. In the end, he was the only one this flustered. But as he looked at her sleeping face, the tension in his body slowly eased away. It was because of her that he was still alive. In this cold, dark cave, her presence was the only warmth he needed. He leaned a little closer, his voice so soft it was almost no more than a whisper brushing past her hair. "Thank you." Molly's lashes trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. The cave's dim, flickering firelight entered her awareness, and a warm, enticing aroma drifted through the air. As her senses gradually returned, she saw the broad back of a man watching over the crackling fire. Drawn by the tempting smell, she quietly crept closer and suddenly popped her face out beside him, nearly scaring his soul out of him. He cried out and clutched his chest. His shirt hung open, exposing a section of tightly sculpted abs wrapped in bandages, completely unable to hide his astonishing figure. He coughed twice, trying to look calm, but his neck quietly flushed red. Just like a cute little kitten, he murmured, tried to sound a little more cool as he asked if she had slept well. But his panicked expression and bright red face had already betrayed him. Molly tilted her head, confused. Why was his face so red? He wasn't running a fever, was he? Without thinking, she pressed her cool hand to his forehead, making his whole body jolt. He was burning up. Panic instantly clenched her heart. Had his wound become infected? She had to check. Her hand immediately reached for his shirt, preparing to pull it open and inspect his injury directly. But he hurriedly grabbed her wrist, his face full of alarm and embarrassment. When he begged her to stop, Molly froze completely, unable to understand why he was acting so strangely. If she didn't take off his shirt, how was she supposed to examine the wound? Yesterday, in order to treat him, she had practically touched his whole body, and nothing had happened then. So why was he acting so awkward now? He did not dare meet her eyes and muttered softly, because. He remembered how she had fallen asleep leaning against him, her soft, warm body pressed to his chest. The memory struck him like thunder. Molly had been curled up quietly on top of him. He must have been delirious from pain yesterday. How could he have let her sleep with him like that? If anyone found out, it would be a scandal of the highest order. He looked at her sleeping face, and in her dream she let out a small, satisfied sigh, making his heart jump again. But Molly was still lost in sleep, mumbling about fragrant, steaming roast duck and snuggling even closer into his arms. That single innocent movement snapped his last thread of reason. His whole face burned as he desperately suppressed the perfectly natural yet endlessly troublesome reaction of his body, screaming inwardly that this was just a normal, physiological reaction. Back in the present, Molly, completely unaware anything was wrong, handed him the fish she had roasted yesterday. He was still red to an absurd degree, so embarrassed he wished he could disappear. Why wasn't she embarrassed at all? Had she really never seen him as a man? Before he could keep spiraling, a deep rumble suddenly shook the entire cave. A blinding light burst from the cave entrance, followed by a terrifying vortex of flames sweeping toward them. "Watch out," he shouted, instantly throwing himself over Molly and shielding her from the explosion with his own body. With a muffled groan, he asked if she was all right. As Molly thanked him, her mind raced. The ancient dragon had awakened. Could it be Ella? She had clearly told him not to use magic. He could not have made that mistake. Her thoughts were quickly cut off as a huge-scaled monster emerged from the shadows. It was the ancient dragon, the hardest monster to deal with in the entire tournament. Shad's expression turned grave as he asked whether she could still run. He pressed a hand to his side, his face pale with pain. He wanted to move, but his wound had probably split open again. A look of resolve settled on his handsome face. "Molly, I'll lure it away. You used that chance to escape." He was already prepared to sacrifice himself, but she grabbed his arm and told him to wait. Kneeling down, she swiftly scanned the ground. This feeling, could it be? Suspicion made her eyes sharpen at once. The ground shook again, and the huge dragon let out a roar, while Molly turned and ran deeper into the cave. But she quickly discovered there was no path ahead at all. She was trapped. Even so, she kept moving to buy time. 10 minutes had already passed. She should be safe by now. Blood stained the hem of her dress red, but she had no time to care about the pain. The dragon's attacks were powerful, but its movements were slow. As long as she kept her distance, they were avoidable. Just as she was about to find a way around the monster, several sinister purple chains suddenly shot out of the ground and wrapped around her ankles. Restraining magic, she didn't have the strength to break free. No, this was wrong. This wasn't in the novel at all. Her heart pounded wildly. Was there someone else in this cave, trapped and unable to move? She could only watch in terror as the dragon opened its blood-red maw and breathed hellish flames at her. Just as the fire was about to swallow her, a figure slammed into her and shoved her away, and the cave erupted with a deafening blast. It was Shad. Once again, he had taken the attack for her. Curling his lips, he said it had been a close call, but Molly was furious. "Why did you come back? You should have escaped long ago." He only flashed her a brilliant and infuriating smile. How could I let an injured lady run away alone? She could hardly believe that at a time like this, he still had the mood to show off. His expression soon turned serious, and he lightly covered the blood-stained patch on her dress. This little injury is nothing, he said in a low, urgent voice. We're not alone in this cave. He had found footprints that did not belong to either of them. Molly's eyes widened, and she understood at once. So someone had been controlling all of this from behind the scenes. Was it Lutas? After all, she was the one who had pushed her off the cliff. But Molly still felt that something about the other party's methods was off. She sighed and looked at Shad helplessly. It looks like someone wants to assassinate you. Just how many people have you offended? He actually had the grace to look embarrassed and guiltily shifted his gaze away. Seems like quite a lot. The dragon roared again. Its movements were clearly being controlled by some hidden caster. That person had to be nearby. Shad was just about to engage when Molly stopped him. We can't kill it. Who said I was going to kill the dragon? She shot back, summoning her gleaming sword. There was no road left to escape now. Rather than wait to die, they might as well hunt the hunter instead. She quickly laid out the plan. She would attack the dragon and draw the mastermind's attention. When the other person struck at her, Shad would follow the flow of mana, pinpoint their location, and drag that cowardly bastard out into the open. Her green eyes shone with unwavering resolve as she looked straight at him. I trust you. Shad was briefly stunned by her dignified words, but he quickly nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. I understand. Then I'll leave it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Molly charged toward the beast, while Shad dropped to one knee and began gathering his formidable power. Suddenly, a voice sounded in her mind. It was Eller. He had already reached the bottom of the cliff and was asking about her situation. The dragon has awakened. She shouted back into the empty air. I can only hold it off a little longer. Hurry over here. As she dodged, she thought furiously. The hidden mastermind wanted to disguise her death as an accident. With Shad present, they would have to use subtler, harder to detect magic. Where they strike from? She swung her sword and deflected the dragon's claw. The blade rang against the scales, and blood sprayed into the air. All she could do now was trust Shad. Suddenly, his voice cut through the chaos. Winslet, watch behind you. A powerful gale burst from his palm, but it was not aimed at the dragon. Instead, it blasted at the empty space behind Molly and instantly swept out a cloaked figure. Found him! Shad shouted excitedly, triumph clear in his voice. We did it! But before they could even begin to celebrate, the enemy threw a glittering magic stone into the air. It exploded midair in a burst of blinding white light, releasing a strange gas. Molly's eyes widened in horror. It was brainwashing poison. Her whole body instantly went numb, and she collapsed to the ground, completely unable to move. The sword slipped from her hand as well. Shad cried out her name, but he too was struck by the shock wave, his vision blurring from pain. The dragon immediately seized the chance, roaring as it prepared to gather another fireball. But Shad ignored his own injuries, lunged forward, pulled Molly into his arms, and at the critical moment raised a magical shield. He held her tightly as the explosion shook the surroundings, taking most of the impact with his own body. Why do you always get yourself in such dangerous situations? She complained weakly. He managed a pained smile. Sorry, I'm paralyzed. I can't move at all. A bright red drop of blood slid down from the wound on his face and fell on her cheek. You're bleeding, she cried. He still tried to brush it off as a small wound, but she had already seen the dragon gathering power, preparing to unleash an even more terrifying strike. Are you joking? In your condition, there's no way you can block the next attack. His gaze locked onto hers, deep and unwavering. Then is this my fault? Could you block it instead? Even so, that's still better than watching you die right in front of me. This was all her fault. The dragon unleashed its final devastating attack, a pure tide of destruction. Please, get out of the way. Let me bear the consequences myself. She begged him, but he only held her tighter, a sorrowful, beautiful smile rising to his lips. What a pity. I don't have any strength left. Just accept this as my goodwill. After all, we've already shared a bed. No, Molly screamed, tears surging into her eyes. But just as the flames were about to swallow them, a gorgeous and intricate purple shield appeared out of nowhere and completely blocked the attack. When the fire dispersed, a tall figure revealed himself, silver hair flowing like a dream, ice blue eyes colder than frost. In the dead silence of the cave, an eerily calm voice rang out, so cold it made people shiver. Could you explain in detail what you meant by share to bed? In this world where dangerous romances intertwined, that slender, beautiful man held the reins and controlled the handsome, powerful men around him, placing collars around their necks as if taming wild beasts. Deep in the dark cave, Molly's heart pounded with relief as she threw herself into his arms. "Ella, you're here," she cried. "We're saved." But her joy was quickly interrupted by a stab of pain. Eller trembled slightly in her arms, then sagged against her and said in a pained, low voice that he was sorry. He had no strength left. His back hurt badly. Molly felt awful for him and quickly told him not to apologize, just rest first, and she would put medicine on him. Beside them, Eller, as ethereal as an elf, looked at the two of them, his own face pale with discomfort. The effects of the medicine he had taken earlier had not yet kicked in, and he was also in a paralyzed state. He could not even move properly, and only said quietly that he wanted to rest for a while first. Seeing how badly Shad was injured, he took the initiative to help and even brought out his own medicine. But even half-conscious, Shad protested violently. He absolutely did not want another man touching him all over. His objections were completely ignored, and Eller began applying the medicine with unexpectedly rough hands, making the injured man cry out in agony on the spot. But that brief lightness quickly vanished, because Molly's expression suddenly turned grave. Her sharp gaze fixed on Eller. She asked him whether he had an antidote for Kira dust. Eller's eyes abruptly turned cold, confirming her fear. Shad had indeed been poisoned with that cursed substance. He explained the dreadful truth about it to her. Kira dust was a forbidden drug found only in the darkest corners of the black market. It could numb the brain and turn a person into a puppet stripped of selfhood. Fortunately, Shad would recover by tomorrow morning. But a bone-deep chill rose in Molly's heart. The thing that had awakened the ancient dragon was precisely this forbidden poison. Her thoughts spun rapidly. She had missed some kind of connection. The original plot had already gone off track. Could it be that after she fell off the cliff, the storyline had changed? Was this the butterfly effect she had only read about in books? She anxiously pressed Eller for more, asking if he knew anything, but he only looked away and replied briefly, "I don't know," while his perfectly defined abs remained openly exposed. Setting that mystery aside for the moment, Eller gave her a large pile of antidotes and told her to keep them. He admitted that in order to teleport in and save them, he had already been judged eliminated for using forbidden teleportation magic. With a grave expression, he warned her to be careful no matter what. Molly's heart jolted. He had sacrificed his own chance to win for their sake. She clenched the medicine bottle tightly, and flames lit up in her emerald eyes. In a solemn and resolute voice, she swore that she would win this tournament and reclaim Eller's share as well. Eller was visibly stunned, a faint blush rising on his cheeks as he stammered, unable to form a complete sentence for a moment. After a while, he turned his face away, then quickly turned back and offered a new suggestion. He told her to take the antidote first, then said he would help her kill the dragon and asked whether she already knew what to do. She did. With the confidence of an experienced player, she quickly explained the strategy. The dragon's weak point was between its brows, exactly the same as in the game. Its attack pattern was fixed and predictable. She needed him to act as bait and draw the dragon's attacks first. She swore that this time, she would never let anyone get hurt because of her again. The plan was simple. He would begin by using long-range attacks to draw the dragon's attention. Then he would lure the beast into a narrow mountain pass and trap it there. After it used its fixed sequence of physical attacks and intimidation attacks one by one, her chance would come. She would climb onto its massive back. If it tried to throw her off, he would interrupt it with another spell. Once his attack ended, she would immediately rush for its head. The ancient dragon spewed towering flames, a roaring sea of fire enough to burn her to ashes, but Molly was faster, dodging the blaze with unbelievable grace. A sharp light flashed in her eyes. Now, she leaped up, raised her sword high, and drove it viciously into the beast's weak point. Scalding blood gushed out, staining the cave crimson. Soon, silence returned to the battlefield. Then the rescue team arrived. Grievously wounded, Shad was carried away on a stretcher and officially lost his qualification for the tournament. Eller, too, was disqualified for using forbidden teleportation magic. But for Molly, slaying the dragon brought enormous rewards, powerful buffs, and brand new equipment that shot her straight to first place on the scoreboard. Now all that remained was to defeat the demons and seize final victory. She had not forgotten the assassin who escaped. Shad had already left a mark on the man. That would be her clue for revenge. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, the original heroine of the story was running for her life, her face full of terror. Sinister purple chains suddenly burst from the ground, wrapped around her ankles, and dragged her to the floor. A figure cloaked in shadow emerged from the darkness, a cruel sneer hanging on his lips. "You can't run anymore." The voice mocked her. The poor girl could only watch in horror, unable to move, left completely at the mercy of this strange new enemy. In the stillness of the forest, however, Molly's thoughts had long since drifted elsewhere, wondering how far the game had progressed after her departure. Suddenly, a hand slammed down on her shoulder and yanked her out of her thoughts. The one who had come was the heroine from the original story. Her expression was twisted with pain as she demanded, accusingly, to know why Molly had saved that awful villainess, Lutas. Tears streamed endlessly down the heroine's face as she clutched Molly's arm, her voice trembling with despair. Choking back sobs, she said that the true culprit behind Molly's first death had been Lutas, and that the only reason she had returned to this life was to punish her. If Molly were to die again, the very thought was more than she could bear. Molly looked at her, yet felt a strange sense of distance rising within her. She realized just how crushing the girl's guilt was, even though that death had never truly been her fault. Forcing down those tangled emotions, Molly straightened her back and spoke firmly. Her own objective mattered most. She had to know where Lutas was. The other girls all looked away, and only the heroine stammered out that Lutas had already vanished. Molly narrowed her eyes. She had come to settle accounts with Lutas, and she would not let it end here. She found Shad, the handsome crown prince, his blonde hair glimmering faintly in the firelight, and demanded the same answer from him. Shad's expression was grave, a heavy light reflected in his blue eyes, as he told her that Lutas had disappeared without a trace. Molly's heart sank. He explained that it had happened 2 days earlier, right after she had fallen from the cliff. Molly cursed under her breath. This was bad. Her mind raced, trying to piece together this development that had veered off script. In the original novel, Lutas' disappearance had been a major event, but it was supposed to belong to a route that had not yet begun. More importantly, in the story, the one who pushed Lutas down had originally been Molly herself. But this time, she had done nothing. A terrifying thought took root in her mind. Had a new player appeared on the board? She lifted her eyes to meet Shad's gaze, green eyes reflecting the flicker of the flames. And at once, deep inside his equally troubled blue eyes, she saw it, doubt and uncertainty. The realization struck her chest like a heavy blow. The Crown Prince, the very man she had been trying so carefully to deal with while maintaining their complicated relationship, actually suspected that she had ordered Lutas' kidnapping. He tried to ease the tension, irritably running a hand through his hair, saying that he knew she had not done it. But he had searched everywhere and questioned everyone, and there were no other leads. Molly's patience snapped completely. Her voice turned sharp and cold, cutting straight through his excuses. If he truly believed she was the culprit, then he would not be here begging her now. He would be using every means possible to force information out of her, so he could save his precious Lutas. Shad's body went stiff. Unable to meet her eyes, he could only apologize in a low voice and weakly insist that he simply did not want to overlook any possibility. That became the final straw. Molly turned her back on him, and the chill between them felt colder than any winter night. But just then, his voice rang out again, carrying a sudden and startling certainty. He said he already knew who had done it. When Molly turned around, he dropped a shocking piece of news. Someone had tried to assassinate him at the bottom of the cliff. The other girls all gasped. Such audacity was almost unbelievable. But to Molly, it was the final piece of the puzzle. The one who pushed Lutas down, the mysterious figure who awakened the giant dragon in the cave, and the one who ultimately kidnapped her, all of it connected. From the very beginning, a hidden third party had been pulling the strings from the shadows, treating Lutas as spoils of war and Molly as the perfect scapegoat. The moment she grasped that truth, the entire situation reversed. Facing the crown prince head-on, she let a dangerous, knowing smile curl across her lips and held out her hand, proposing a deal. From the confidence in her eyes, he could tell she held the key. And no matter what, he had to know what she knew. Molly deliberately let the silence drag on, savoring his anxiety. At last, his pride crumbled completely, and he quietly begged her to tell him the culprit's name, not even daring to ask her to help rescue Lutas. Her reply was cold as ice. "Why should I tell you? Only moments ago, he had wanted to kill her, and yet the only person on his mind had been Lutas." That fact struck him hard, leaving him speechless. Righteous fury churned in Molly's voice as she reminded him. The one who pushed her off the cliff had been Lutas. If Shat had not saved her back then, she would already be dead. So why should she save someone who had tried to kill her? Her eyes blazed with scorching anger, enough to make even him tremble. "Then don't blame me," she said in a low, chilling voice. "Don't blame me for using you to the bitter end." At the same time, inside a splendid cage woven from vines and roses, Lutas slowly opened her eyes. A gentle male voice welcomed her awake, calling her his princess. Standing before her was a breathtakingly handsome man, smiling as though the two of them were already old acquaintances. He gestured toward the candles around them and explained that they were made from a special powder, casually adding that he had expected the poison he gave her to work better. Yet Lutas was not the least bit deceived by his looks. Her sharp gaze cut him off. She already knew who he was. The man gave a soft laugh, clearly intrigued that she recognized him, since by all rights, this should have been their first meeting. But he quickly stopped dwelling on that and revealed his real, twisted purpose. He had originally planned to present Molly's severed head to her as a gift, but someone had warned him in advance. He toyed with a strand of her hair, and the touch sent a chill down her spine. Lutas's voice was as cold as stone. Why did he want to kill Molly? He bent down closer, the smile never reaching his eyes. Because Molly had ruined his plan. He even dressed up his obsession as a form of courtship, smiling as he declared that surely she hated Molly just as much as he did. A cold smirk rose on Lutas's lips. Why would I hate her? His smile froze at once, as though his own game had been turned back on him. He leaned in even closer, his voice low and sharp as a blade. "And you? Do you think you truly like me?" She had no idea what he was talking about. He stepped back, his expression suddenly turning melancholy, and told her not to waste her effort, because she could never give him what he wanted. Because the one who had truly liked him, the one who had truly cared for him, was already dead. A crimson rose fell upon a cold, lonely gravestone, as though proving a love that had passed away, and as though revenge had been born from grief. Meanwhile, the crown prince's heart and mind were thrown into chaos by Molly's declaration, as if his entire world had been overturned. Just minutes ago, he had been the one in control, but now he was the one pleading in a low voice, only to be utterly ignored by the very victim. Molly placed the cruel truth before him once again. The woman he was desperately trying to save, Lutas, was the same person who had once tried to kill Molly. If he had not arrived in time back then, Molly would now be nothing more than a memory. Her question hung between them, cold and impossible to escape. Why should I save her? Her ultimatum was already painfully clear. His hesitation had forced her hand, and now she would use him as a piece on her chessboard for survival. And while their confrontation intensified, the so-called villainess at the center of the storm awoke inside a twisted fairy tale of her own. Her handsome kidnapper greeted her awakening with a chilling smile and mentioned that the poison he had given her had somehow failed to keep her unconscious. But Lutas was no frail princess waiting to be rescued. She met his gaze without yielding in the slightest. The man seemed amused by her, then confessed his original horrifying plan to offer Molly's severed head to Lutas as a gift of love. He painted his murderous intent as something romantic, as though hating the same enemy were proof that their hearts were in tune. Smiling, he believed he had already seen through her heart. But with one sharp question, Lutas shattered his delusion and refused to become a character in his sick story. His charming mask peeled away, and the tragic past he carried was laid bare. He scornfully denied her feelings, because they could never replace the person he had lost. The one he was truly chasing, the one who had truly loved him, had vanished forever, buried beneath cold earth, leaving him with nothing but a blazing hunger for revenge. A brand new dangerous game had only just begun. The first time he saw her, it was late afternoon, and the sun stretched the shadows long. With a sudden splash, she was violently shoved into the blue glimmering water of the fountain. Her books and papers scattered everywhere like fallen leaves. Cruel, piercing laughter rang down from the balcony above, where those so-called friends treated her humiliation as entertainment. One of them, together with another girl, tore apart the pages of what looked like a novel she had written, mocking her for daring to write herself as the heroine. Standing nearby was a handsome black-haired boy. He watched the scene in silence, his expression unreadable. "Who is that?" he asked quietly, sounding thoughtful. The companion beside him let out a derisive laugh and asked why he would be interested in someone like that. The black-haired boy's gaze turned cold. He turned away with a dismissive click of his tongue. Forget it. He did not like weaklings. And yet, in the instant his golden eyes fell on her one last time, something in him stirred faintly. Her expression had not changed in the slightest. Even drenched from head to toe and standing there in utter humiliation, there was not a trace of fear on her face. In a way, she had not been crushed at all. A droplet of water slid down her cheek, but her gaze remained calm to the point of being almost frightening. He shook his head and cast the thought aside. It did not matter. This had nothing to do with him. He turned and left, but her stubborn face was burned deep into his mind. He did not know why, but after that, he kept seeing her everywhere, especially whenever he was skipping class. From a distance, he watched her endure endless bullying, that same unsettling calm always on her face, as though she had long since grown used to the world's malice. But later, he saw another side of her. When she thought no one was watching, the softness she kept hidden would emerge. She would smile with a gentle, radiant warmth at a stray little animal with a terrible temper. That smile was like a patch of warmth, utterly out of place with the cold hardness and resilience she wore every day, and perhaps because of that, he found it even harder to look away. He watched her carefully tend the creature's bandaged paw and heard her murmur softly, "You got hurt again today." Her movements were filled with a tenderness he had never seen before. One day, he left her a small bottle of medicine, like a silent gift, she found on the steps. The next time they passed each other again, the whole world was weeping. He found her kneeling in the memorial garden, soaked through by relentless rain. The indifferent mask on her face had been completely shattered. Tears kept streaming down her face, mixing with the rain, while her body shook beneath a grief so deep it seemed capable of shaking the very air. He watched from the shadows, his heart churning with emotions he could not name. Those golden eyes greedily drank in her naked despair. Ah, the look of despair in her eyes was so beautiful. The thought sent a dark, possessive thrill surging through him. A slow, dangerous smile spread across his lips, and a strange light began to glow in his eyes. That despair was like a treasure to him, something he wanted to see again and again. He thought of another scene that had filled him with the same twisted pleasure. She had smiled sweetly and gently, while at her feet, all those who had once humiliated her knelt on the ground in total defeat. Watching her trample those pathetic enemies underfoot had delighted him. But before long, more and more people began to gather around her, drawn to the light she carried. The number of people around her kept growing, and those fools were unbearably irritating to look at. He wanted nothing more than to erase every last one of them from her side. At the time, a silver-haired man had warned him, advising him not to provoke the royal family. That man, Eller, had sighed and said it would only become troublesome. He hated dealing with things like that, but his obsession had already grown too large. It seemed there really was no other way. He would simply have to kidnap her. He wanted to possess her alone. Every shattered yet beautiful piece of her belonged to him alone to admire, every expression on her face. And now, in reality, he had imprisoned her inside a greenhouse cage surrounded by flowers. He knew her better than she thought. His low murmur brushed over her like a possessive caress as he urged her to hurry and forget the people who truly loved her. Just stay obediently by my side, all right? But though fear showed in her eyes, they still burned with defiance. No, she spat the word without the slightest wavering. Songlan will definitely come save me. His hand suddenly tightened, and a flash of anger crossed his golden eyes. Why did she trust that pathetic prince so much? Because her gaze drifted into the distance. This had all been decided long ago. The prince would climb the tower and rescue the imprisoned princess. That was fate. His anger slowly faded, replaced by a chilling fascination, and a slow, predatory smile crept across his face. So-called fate was truly an interesting idea. He began to wonder what expression she would make if he destroyed it completely. He would make her see, even if it meant breaking her in the process. That was fine. He lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his eyes. Yet she did not retreat even a little. "You'll never beat him," she said, her faith unwavering. He sighed, his face full of impatience. What an irritating swarm of insects. His expression softened, but his voice turned dangerously sweet. "Be a good girl," he coaxed softly. "Let me clear away all those insects for you. Then I'll be right back." Meanwhile, on the other side, after leaving the greenhouse cage behind, Molly and Songlon were walking through the forest mottled with sunlight. Songlon looked full of suspicion. Was she really willing to rescue Lutas? Molly arched a brow. Why ask that? Hadn't he always wanted Lutas gone? But he simply could not shake the feeling that she was plotting something. Her expression practically screamed, "I'm about to do something bad." She merely told him to relax. As long as he honored their agreement, she would help him get her back. But in Molly's mind, calculations were already racing. If this mission failed, both she and he would be finished. Songlon still hesitated. "She's the one who pushed you off the cliff," he reminded her painfully. "Why should I save her?" Molly only folded her arms, her expression as cold as ice. He stammered that there had to be some misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? A sharp voice suddenly split the air. The original Molly had heard that. Would he rather believe that woman than the fiancée he had been promised to since childhood? Songlon panicked at once and hurriedly denied it, saying it was not like that at all. In the end, he gave up trying to defend himself and turned to the present Molly, his voice full of pleading. "Tell me your conditions." He even said he would never behave as he had before again. As long as she could be saved, he was willing to accept anything. A flicker of understanding crossed Molly's eyes. So this was what blind infatuation looked like. No wonder the original Molly had ended up like that. She knew there was no point pressing him any further. She smiled at him, her tone edged with mockery. "You really are completely smitten." Raising 3 fingers, she spoke crisply. "I have 3 demands. First," she declared, "our engagement is to be broken." Both Songlon and the original Molly stared at her in shock. "Are you sure?" he asked softly, his voice almost too faint to hear. Molly's eyes were like shattered green ice. She had no need for an unfaithful fiancé. From the moment he fell for Lutas, he had no right to expect anything from her ever again. Songlon's face darkened, and he looked utterly crushed. He admitted that this was not something he could decide alone, but promised he would speak to his father and minimize the impact it might have on her as much as possible. Molly raised a second finger. "Second, once Lutas is rescued, you're not to stop me from punishing her." He immediately asked about the third condition. "You'll know when the time comes," she said with a mysterious smile, though her thoughts were already several steps ahead. To be honest, she did not even need to do much herself. The Crown Prince would take care of everything on his own. All she needed to do was speed up the plot and push this conflict toward its conclusion as quickly as possible. After all, there was not much time left. When they reached their destination, a slow, mocking applause drifted down from an ornate throne. Seated, there was Adrian, the infamous villain from the game, surrounded by a sea of blood-red roses. "Welcome to my domain. You've got courage, I'll give you that," he said lazily, amusement gleaming in his golden eyes. "Humans, have you come looking for me?" Molly's breath caught. So this was Adrian. The sheer pressure he gave off was almost suffocating. Songlon stepped forward, carrying himself with the calm confidence of a prince. "Apologies for the intrusion, but we've come to take someone back." As expected of the Crown Prince, Molly thought. Even under such terrifying pressure, he did not show a hint of fear. Adrian let out a soft laugh. "May I ask what your highness finds so amusing?" Songlon asked, his jaw tight. "A human prince is still only this much," Adrian said casually, his eyes full of disdain. He truly could not understand what Lutas had ever seen in him. Then his gaze slid toward Molly. "Compared to him, I'm clearly better, aren't I?" Molly cut him off without politeness, her tone flat. "I'm not interested in either of you." She shot Adrian a vicious glare, her eyes full of poison. "Thanks to you, I nearly died at the bottom of that cliff." A bitter smile touched her lips. If not for Eller, I would have already won. But for the sake of tangling yourself up with this guy, you actually threw him aside. Adrian's playful expression vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling gloom. Toying with a dagger, he muttered, "So that's how it is." His smile turned dangerous, lethal. "I really should have killed you outright." With a furious shout, Songlon rushed in front of Molly and shielded her firmly behind him. At that moment, another airy voice sounded out. "Don't worry, I won't let him do anything to you anymore. I just feel a little sorry for our poor young master." Songlon had finally had enough. "Enough. Stop talking nonsense." He threw his glove to the ground. "I challenge you to a duel. If I win, you must release Lutas." Standing behind him, Molly spoke in a steady, clear voice. "And if you lose, then you can take the entire tower belonging to our team." Wearing a confident smile, she met Adrian's gaze. A spark of interest flashed through Adrian's eyes. The members of their team were among the strongest humans around. This was the perfect chance to wipe them all out in one net. He remembered Lutas's taunting words, "You'll never beat him." He let out an exaggerated sigh. "I really didn't want to bother with you, but it seems I'll have to prove myself to Lutas." He leaned back lazily, every inch of him radiating lofty arrogance. "Fine, I accept. I'll set the rules, and I'll prepare the arena." He had barely begun when he added, "I'm thinking the day after tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Molly cut in sharply. Her mind spun at once. Just as she had thought, he wanted to stall for time. His brainwashing of Lutas was probably not yet complete, so she immediately pressed the advantage. A cold gleam flashed through her eyes. "What are you afraid of? The sooner you get our tower, the better it is for you. Unless there's a reason Lutas can't come back right now. For example, you use some kind of brainwashing item on her." The smile at Adrian's lips widened, and a spark flashed in his eyes. She had guessed right. "Very good," he admitted, his voice smooth and dangerous. "The game can be set for tomorrow. But in this battle, the 3 people left on your team must all participate." Molly and Songlon stood upright, ready for the coming fight. Mottled sunlight filtered through the forest canopy, falling across his outline and catching in his snow-white hair. His gaze was sharp and distant, piercing through the dense greenery as a memory surfaced. Before this dangerous journey began, there had been one almost absurdly gentle moment. Molly had fussed around him like an anxious mother, stuffing a small bottle into his hand and saying it was an antidote from Colados, something he absolutely had to bring. Then she gave him a bag of medicine that was far more effective than the ones he had originally packed. With a sweet, soothing smile, she handed him a messenger bird and said she could watch him through its eyes. She still wasn't done. She took out compressed rations, medicine for heat stroke, and even a sleeping bag, piling everything into his arms at once. Back then, he had stared at her in complete confusion and asked if she was his mother. But beneath that absurdity, deep worry for her safety had kept gnawing at him. It was a pain he knew all too well, one that had only recently flared into scorching anger. That memory was sharp and bitter. That hateful man bending down to look at him with a mocking, superior smile, his voice dripping with poison. "Why are you so angry?" he sneered. "Is it because of your dear little sister?" Then came a cold threat, murmured in an almost casual tone, if Eller didn't want to die. He had better not lay a finger on Molly. The sheer arrogance of it made Eller's fury explode. His eyes flew wide in shock, and he lunged forward, grabbing the man by the collar so hard the veins stood out on the back of his hand. But Lutas didn't care at all, the smile on her face unchanged. "Her," she scoffed coldly. "She's nothing but an unloved duke's daughter. Why are you so angry? Don't tell me you really like her, Ella." Lutas dragged him into a fake, hypocritical embrace and whispered in his ear, her words venomous as a serpent's tongue. "Like her? As if." Eller turned his head away in disgust and spat back at her. He insisted he was only doing this because Molly was the key to saving his sister, his voice tight and urgent. That was the only reason. She couldn't be hurt only for that reason. At least, that was what he told himself. And yet, even so, Molly's face standing among the rose bushes flashed through his mind. Even his attendant had once asked him in deadly earnest, in the pouring rain, whether His Highness truly liked Molly. The question had hit him like a solid blow. He had flushed bright red, the color spreading all the way down his neck, covering his mouth, and unable to produce even a proper denial. How could he possibly have feelings like that? Back in the present, another kind of anger was rising. Kama let out a shrill protest, her face twisted with rage. Why does Shat have to go save that woman? She spun sharply toward Songlon, making her twin ponytails fly. That would just push him off a cliff, and he's forgiving her that easily? Molly stood to the side, a bead of cold sweat sliding down her temple. She actually didn't want to save her either, but the problem was that the other girl's life really was tied to hers now. If Isabella, the original heroine, was successfully brainwashed, then Molly's sacred mission would fail, and the cursed red thread wound around her fate would kill her on spot. Kama wasn't finished. She angrily jabbed a finger at Molly again. Does Songlon have any common sense at all? Bringing his ex-fiancée along to save his current girlfriend. How long is he planning to torment Molly? Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at him and asked in a trembling voice why he was being so cruel. Songlon looked pained and insisted that this was his fault and that he would never let Molly get hurt again. Molly watched them, her expression unreadable. How are you going to prove that? She asked lightly, though a bitter wave of jealousy swept through her heart. It really must be nice to have a friend who cared so much about you. But Kama was always practical and cut through the drama at once. What about the tower? If all of you leave, who's going to guard it? Songlon only replied calmly that they had already made preparations. Just then, a silky voice sliced through the air. So you're here. The newcomer was Lutas. She still wore that smug smile as she stepped forward to greet them and announced that it was time to explain the rules of the final battle. With a dramatic snap of her fingers, the world around them abruptly changed. A beautiful princess is trapped inside this tower. She gave an exaggerated bow. Only by finding the key can she be rescued. She raised a splendid golden key, its heart-shaped bout gleaming with magical light. The surroundings had already transformed into a dreamlike otherworld. Floating platforms hung in midair, and ethereal fish swam through the air itself. Lutas explained that this map contained many portals, each leading to a random parallel dimension. And the key, she winked at them, is hidden in one of those dimensions, guarded by a witch. Naturally, that witch was herself. She tossed the key into a shining portal, then threw out the grand question. Will the princess find the key before the witch does? Molly stared blankly at everything in front of her. This wasn't a battle at all. It was basically a VR game. A flood of business ideas instantly burst in her mind. If she could get her hands on this kind of technology, she could make a fortune even just selling board games and secure herself an escape route at the same time. It was as if gold coins were already glittering before her eyes. She indulged that greed for one brief moment before forcing herself back to reality. That wasn't the important part right now. Wait, her heart suddenly tightened as a new worry surfaced. This time, with the three of them playing together, the final battle script had already changed completely. Lutas only curled her lips in a smile. Wrong, she corrected. The four of us. Then she explained the rules. Their progress would be decided through a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. Molly's mind raced. She needed to stay 10 steps ahead. So, did that mean they only needed to take 10 steps in total? Songlon, as noble as ever, was the first to raise concerns about fairness. Lutas put on a wounded expression, looking shocked that they could possibly suspect her of cheating. Molly wasn't buying it at all. Who knew whether that key even really existed, or whether Lutas might move around at will? She had created the map in the first place. Cheating would be absurdly easy. So Molly calmly laid down a condition. Kama would act as referee and personally check where the key was being hidden. Lutas narrowed her eyes slightly, a trace of displeasure flashing across her face, but she quickly covered it up. You really think that badly of me, she murmured. Molly answered with a sickly sweet smile. It's all for fairness. She waved a hand lightly. In the end, Lutas gave in and said she had no objection. Then she took out 2 maps and explained the different difficulty levels of each area. The 5-star zones were the most dangerous. Molly pressed on, asking whether Lutas could manipulate the scenes and launch sneak attacks while they were inside. Unfortunately, with a calm smile, Lutas said that all of these scenes were connected to other parallel universes and were completely random, so she had no control over them. Then, with one final snap of her fingers, she told them to leave so she could hide the key in the meantime. They turned and walked into a corridor of light. Molly's anxiety shot up instantly. That ability of Lutas's was absurdly overpowered. Fighting her inside her own space was impossible to win. Songlan suggested that the best solution was not to get dragged into her space in the first place. Molly scoffed. They had already been pulled in twice just by running into her. And considering they were standing inside her dimension right now, how exactly were they supposed to avoid it? That was when Songlan revealed the secret. The trigger condition for Lutas's ability was making eye contact with her. As long as you don't look into her eyes, you can avoid it. Kama was startled and didn't understand how he could know something like that. Songlan didn't explain much and instead brought the focus back to the immediate problem, the location of the key. Molly almost instantly knew that with Lutas's obnoxious personality, she would definitely hide it in the most dangerous place possible. It's in one of the 3 5-star zones, she concluded, pointing at the map. Songlan nodded in agreement, remembering that Lutas had once said she wanted to use this to prove herself. It couldn't have been more obvious. Molly had seen right through her pathetic little act. Lutas wanted Songlan to struggle first through the most dangerous route, end in miserable defeat, and then have herself stroll through the same path with ease to prove that she was stronger. Molly gave a firm order, telling Songlan to do absolutely nothing once the game began. She would find the key before Lutas even had time to enter. High above them, Lutas looked down and a smug smile flickered over her lips. "Then let the game begin," she declared. Molly's green eyes narrowed slightly, and unease sank into her stomach. But could this game really be that simple? She had a strong foreboding that things were about to become far more complicated. She was so serious, as if even giving her a little water to drink would be some tremendous act of grace. Then, with a sly smile, she explained that the key had been placed somewhere very obvious, and Molly would see it the moment she went in. Expressionless, Molly looked up at the dangerous steps floating above a glowing abyss, where shoals of ethereal blue fish swam below. The game host's voice echoed through the air, asking whether they had decided who would take the first step. Songlan and Molly stood at the edge, intricate mandala-like patterns glowing faintly beneath their feet. The Crown Prince barely hesitated before declaring that they would decide it with rock, paper, scissors. He threw his hand and smashed straight through her paper with his scissors. He had won, which meant he had to move forward 5 steps first. A trace of resolve crossed his handsome face. He thought it would be better if he was the one to test all the dangerous routes first. That way, even if he chose wrong, Molly would still be able to take the safe path. According to the game host, another world lay hidden behind this magnificent golden mirror. He stepped onto the first platform, his posture straight and unwavering, and approached the star-sparkling surface, reaching out cautiously until his fingertips touched the cold black mirror. In the next instant, ripples exploded across it, and a huge swarm of horrifying bats burst out, their leathery wings beating the air as they shrieked piercingly. It wasn't a portal at all, but a cave. The creatures lunged at him, fangs sinking into his flesh, while the ground beneath his feet instantly turned into freezing, bone-chilling water. When he looked back, the mirror's frame had already burst into vicious flames. 3-star difficulty. His face darkened as he realized that meant he would suffer some minor injuries, but nothing fatal. It seemed the only way out was forward. In the end, he forced his way through the illusion and retreated back onto the platform, leaving that nightmare mirror behind him. Molly watched the entire process thoughtfully, one finger lightly resting against her chin, so she could see everything happening inside the mirror as if she were watching television. This system did indeed prevent cheating, but would Lutas really behave honestly? Her green eyes were full of suspicion as she glanced at the smug game host beside her. The host only smiled and watched Songlan continue that dangerous journey, moving from one floating platform to the next. When they reached the next route, they once again resorted to that ancient tradition, rock, paper, scissors. His scissors struck against her open palm again. The game host waved a hand with a smile and said regretfully that what a pity he had won again. Songlan's eyes sharpened. He was beginning to see the pattern in this game. Paper was actually the most advantageous choice, but the host kept throwing rock. The realization hit him like a boulder. The other side only wanted to humiliate him in front of Lutas and Molly. When he passed through the next mirror, he found himself in a desolate desert, burning sand stinging his skin. He knew that the game host would only appear again after he had cleared a 5-star difficulty scene. First came a pack of ugly goblins, then sentient thorny vines wrapped themselves around him. He decided to turn the trick against the host and push through as many scenes as he could. By the time he finally emerged, he was covered in wounds and exhausted, his uniform torn and stained with blood. The game host smiled calmly and clapped lightly, saying he had finally finished a quarter of the map and was only 9 steps ahead now. She even hypocritically granted him a short rest and asked whether the Crown Prince was tired. But Songlon, proud Crown Prince that he was, only waved it off and said these little injuries were nothing at all. He wore a smug smile as he sat upon the victor's throne, but the blood seeping through his white uniform told an entirely different story. They played again. This time, his scissors met the game host's paper. At last, the first 5-star difficulty on the main route had arrived, and this time it would be dangerous. He knew he had to be careful, but when he stepped through the mirror, what greeted him was an endless, violently surging ocean. Before he could react, the seawater rose up and dragged him down hard. He sank into the dark, icy depths, eyes wide with terror, and saw a gigantic fish-like monster in the abyss lunging at him with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. With a sickening crunch, it bit down on his leg. The beast whipped its powerful tail, churning the sea into madness, then dragged him back to the surface and hurled him into the air like a rag doll, its overwhelming strength leaving him no room to resist. The waves crashed down heavily, and the monster's tail fins split the water as it trapped him in a crushing force he couldn't break free from, as though it might grind him to pieces. Watching from outside, the game host laughed in delight, even covering her mouth with slender fingers. Was someone like that really the Crown Prince? He was pitifully laughable. She turned to Molly, cruel amusement gleaming in her eyes, and asked how she felt. Was she happy now? The only expression on Molly's face was pure disgust. Why would she be happy? But the host kept going, looking bright and eager, as if waiting for praise. She said that man had abandoned Molly and hurt her, and had even shown up with the woman he cheated with. Seeing him in such misery, shouldn't that feel satisfying? If you thought about it that way, wasn't this exactly the trash man test Molly was always talking about? Molly looked at her coldly and said calmly that unfortunately, she no longer liked Songlon, so she felt none of the pleasure Lutas had expected. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. If the real Molly had seen this scene, would she have felt the satisfaction Lutas described? It was as if she could see the original villainous noble lady with her doll-like innocent features. But in the next moment, a nearly vampiric sly smile appeared on the girl's face, revealing tiny fangs. Molly snapped back to herself. That was enough. Silently, she told that little Molly to stop watching the game now, even if it really was kind of funny. She looked back at the game host, her voice cold as steel. Did Lutas really think the Emperor would spare her after treating the Crown Prince like this? But the game host didn't care at all. She reminded Molly that this was a duel. If the Crown Prince died, it would only prove he was too weak. In the world inside the mirror, Songlon was still desperately struggling against the sea serpent-like monster, its massive body thrashing wildly. He frantically searched all around, but there was no key here either. It was true. Throughout royal history, most people had only a very few lovers in their entire lives. The game host's voice seeped into their ears like poison. How many people could ever achieve the kind of devotion she wanted? Songlon knelt on one knee on the platform, gripping his ornate long sword as he tried to recover his strength. The host's mockery continued, saying that before long, Molly would love only Lutas. A cold, possessive smile rose to her lips, her fingertips pressed together, her face full of satisfaction. A flash of anger lit Molly's eyes. Had she gone mad? How could that kind of false love ever satisfy her? The host only chuckled and said it didn't matter. Having Molly was enough. Molly clenched her fists. Apparently, what Lutas wanted was not a person at all, but a doll she could manipulate and control however she pleased. Her long hair flew as she declared with final certainty that this time, she would fight side by side with Songlon. But Songlon, trapped inside that watery prison, shouted at her not to interfere. He said he would hold on until the next 5-star difficulty scene, and told her not to fall into the host trap. But a fresh bruise had appeared on his cheek, while unwavering pride still burned at his eyes. He intended to defeat that person fairly and squarely. The game host's calm smile was infuriating. She merely said she would wait and see. He clenched his fist, preparing for the next round. But the game host's hand was already open. "What a pity," she said with a smile. She had won this round. Smugly, she stepped forward once more, widening her lead even further. At this moment, she was standing right beside Molly, the aura of victory almost pressing against her. She glanced back at the crown prince still locked in bitter combat, her face wearing a mocking smile. Now was her turn. Of course, while the crown prince struggled desperately, little Eller in the distance was also watching coldly. The moment the host dared harm Molly, he would immediately strike and kill her. The swarm of bats that had injured Songlon a moment ago were instantly burned to ash by the host's flames. Those thorny vines, too, were all severed with one elegant sweep of her dagger. That entire pack of goblins turned into a heap of bloody corpses, and as for the giant sea beast, she directly tore its still beating heart from its chest, scarlet blood surging around her. When she stepped out of the mirror, she was still carrying that savage trophy in her hand, yet her face showed nothing but boredom. She had originally thought that if even the crown prince had been battered into such a state, the challenge ought to have at least some difficulty. But Songlon's gaze darkened. The air fell in a strained silence, while Molly rapidly calculated her next move, her thoughts spinning like a storm. She understood her opponent. This arrogant world maker was prideful enough to predict how she would move. To ensure final victory, Lutas would most likely deliberately let her win one round as a carefully calculated sacrifice. In that case, Molly thought, her hand slowly curling into a resolute fist. Let's begin. The map spread before her like a game board, its crossing roads and scenes tangled into a complex web. She was only 3 steps away from that terrifying final 5-star scene, and the key that could let her escape alive was hidden within that Yandra's territory. But this time, Lutas would never let her win so easily. The only thing Molly could do was limit her movements as much as possible and throw her off balance. From the throne, the world maker looked at her with a lazy, knowing smile. "Oh," she said softly, "you picked a very easy path." Her voice was smooth as silk, yet laced with lofty contempt as it echoed through the space. She urged Molly to continue, to let her see where exactly Molly thought the key had been hidden. The air was full of tense anticipation as their hands faced each other in midair, ready for the rock-paper-scissors match that would decide their fate. Lutas provoked her, her smile deepening as she said Molly really was selfish. Even if Lutas gave her 5 steps first, she still wasn't satisfied. Molly met her gaze and answered with a bright, confident smile, playfully apologizing and saying that she was just a little too competitive. It seemed Lutas had no other choice now. Molly extended her hand, her mind working at high speed. If she kept moving forward, that would mean the key was hidden behind Soren's scene. But if she moved to the right, it would prove that her guess was correct. Her green eyes narrowed slightly, her focus reaching its peak. Just then, the world maker made an extremely subtle movement, her gaze shifting away from one of the paths. Her heart jolted, and she understood at once. He had abandoned his original route, which meant her guess had been right. The hardest scene on his path was now the 5-star zone, and he had 5 moves left. In other words, if she won this round of rock, paper, scissors, she could reach the finish in one go. But she had to be clever enough. He would never let her easily win a chance worth 5 moves. The safest choice was scissors. Even if she lost, it would only let him move forward 3 spaces. Her gaze turned unwavering, and her thoughts gradually settled. Yet in the very next second, an even bolder new idea flashed through her mind. The world maker's impatient voice cut off her thinking. "Still haven't decided?" he said in a low voice, reminding her that she could not keep delaying any longer. "After all, you're the true creator of this scene." Fire lit in Molly's eyes, and a sharp smile rose on her face. "Come on, what would a man as arrogant as him throw?" The words hung in the air as both of them moved at the same time. "Rock, scissors." She opened her hand, revealing paper while he had thrown rock. A flicker of shock crossed his face. She had won. A confident smile appeared on her lips. She had known from the start that he would assume she would choose the safest option, scissors. Even if she lost, she would still have another chance. But she just happened to like adding a little thrill to games. Leaning forward slightly, she lowered her voice until it turned dangerous and asked whether he had really thought this through. Just like the soul who had once provoked her, he could personally experience death for himself. She reminded him that the sensation of dying was no different from real death, even if the body remained completely unharmed. After all, Lutas was the one who had stolen away his precious fiancée. Was she really worth all that pain? But Molly's struggle was not for another woman. Her goal was simple and urgent. She only wanted to survive this stage. She snapped her eyes open, and the world changed in an instant. She was standing in a sun-drenched garden, and among the leaves, an exquisite, gorgeous key glittered as if beckoning to her. So in the end, he really had not lied to her. The key really was here. But her relief did not last long before suspicion quietly crept into her heart. A 5-star scene. Wasn't this a little too easy? She cautiously reached out to take the prize, and in the next second, another hand suddenly snatched the key out of midair. "Is this yours?" A shrill male voice rang out. Molly looked up to see a handsome man with flaming red hair glaring furiously at her, his features twisted with rage. "Chad." He bit out the name through clenched teeth, his voice dripping with venom. "You actually did something like this? Why would you do something so utterly pointless?" He was livid, while Molly was completely baffled and asked what on earth he was talking about. Her gaze dropped to the ground, where a pink-haired girl sat on her knees, crying pitifully. "My kitten clearly wasn't trying to steal your things," the girl sobbed. "Why did you kill it?" The accusation hung in the air, and Molly went cold all over. Kill it? Was this the scene from Ashu's story? The cat-killing scene? She denied it fiercely at once, insisting she knew nothing about it. But then a terrible fact struck. Her body actually moved on its own, against her will. Crown Prince Songlon, tall and beautiful as a statue, had also arrived, his presence so overwhelming it was hard to breathe. "What are you doing?" he asked, his eyes sweeping over the chaotic, theatrical mess before him. Soren raised the stolen key, his voice full of false righteousness. "Because of this damn thing," he said, "your future fiancé killed Lutas's kitten. I found it over there just now." The lie flowed from his mouth with casual ease. Molly screamed inwardly. When would she ever have had time to do something so horrible? The original Molly wouldn't have, and neither would she. The Crown Prince's gaze turned cold as ice as it fell on Soren. "That damn thing was a gift from Soren to me," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "But even so, that is no reason to kill a cat." Then those ice-blue eyes turned toward Molly. "Just for this." His words stabbed into her heart like shards of glass. "Since when did you become so cruel, so cold-blooded? As for this meaningless thing," her eyes widened in shock, and she was nearly unable to speak. "A meaningless thing?" The words echoed in her mind again and again, as if cruelly mocking everything she had once treasured. "What do you mean by that?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Do you think I did it too?" Before he could answer, the crying girl, Lutas, lifted a trembling hand and pointed at her, claiming she had seen everything from the window with her own eyes. Molly's anger finally exploded. "I was in the greenhouse all afternoon. What exactly could you have seen?" Lutas immediately shot back. "Then who else could have done something like this?" A cold chill sank into Molly's stomach. This afternoon, she really had been the only person there. A smug little laugh escaped Soren's lips. In desperation, Molly turned to her last hope. "We grew up together. You know I would never do something like this." But he only turned his face away, his profile hard and merciless, completely unmoved. "Leaving aside all your past willfulness, this time you've gone too far," he said flatly. Her whole world collapsed. Why was no one willing to believe Molly? He snatched the key from her hand, his knuckles whitening with force. "I'm truly disappointed in you." With a sickening crack, the key snapped in two. "No." The scream lodged soundlessly in her throat. In her eyes was the reflection of shattered hope. The key was broken. Did I lose this round? The dark consequences came surging in. Lutas would be brainwashed into falling in love with him. I failed the mission. Only one terrifying question remained. Will I die? The world cracked apart around her inch by inch, her consciousness gradually scattering, and the last remnant of Molly's soul could only let out one mournful whisper. "I really didn't kill that cat. Why would none of you believe me?" Why? The crown prince remained unmoved, like a cold statue amid her despair. Why wouldn't even you believe me? A sweet and painful memory rose to the surface. The young crown prince poked his head out from behind the bushes, a mischievous smile on his face. Molly, I found you. She jumped in fright. Your Highness the Crown Prince. She hurriedly curtsied, trying to hide her tear-streaked face. Good morning, Your Highness the Crown Prince. He noticed immediately. Why are you crying? She stammered that she had gotten sand in her eye, but he gently wiped the tears from her cheek. My royal father says lying isn't good. Those sapphire-like eyes were full of pure, untainted concern. Then he looked down and saw that her small feet had been rubbed raw and bleeding by shoes that did not fit. Mother says that if I want to become the crown princess, I have to be a perfect lady, she explained softly. Learning to walk gracefully in high heels is something I have to do. He crouched in front of her, his expression gradually softening. He gently cupped her foot in his hands, and that touch seemed to soothe all her pain. I'll speak to the Duke. I won't let them make you wear shoes that hurt you like this anymore. You don't need to force yourself to become a perfect fiancé. When he looked up at her, her cheeks flushed faintly. Just being yourself is enough, because no matter what you're like, I'll love you. I believe you. Those 3 words had once been her entire world, the foundation that had kept her alive. A tear fell, carrying a promise that was now broken. The scene shifted to the academy, where vicious whispers followed her like shadows. Oh my, isn't that Molly, the imaginary cat abuser? I heard people who like abusing animals might grow up to become murderers. You'd better be careful. Molly spun around, her dignity deeply wounded. Hey, do you even know what you're saying right now? How dare you insult the crown prince's fiancé? Do you all have a death wish? A girl scoffed from the shadows. Tisich, she's just a duke's daughter, not even the duke favors. And look how arrogant she is. Molly froze, confusion all over her face. What are you talking about? What did I do wrong? The girl sneered. Stop expecting the crown prince to protect you over things like this. Do you really think he'll still protect you? Suddenly, a sharp slap rang out, and one hand struck another student's face. Molly stood there in horrified shock because her own hand was still hanging at her side. She whipped her head around, her eyes wide with disbelief. The crown prince was standing there, his face dark. He quickly walked over to the crying girl who had been hit. Are you all right? The girl sniffled and said she had only twisted her ankle. Molly's heart shattered all over again. Songwon, please believe me, she begged. But he only looked down at her, his eyes devoid of even a trace of warmth. He said nothing, yet those icy eyes were enough to utterly crush her. Her world sank into darkness, and she felt herself slipping downward little by little. Sadness, anger, despair. She sank into an ocean of hopelessness, unable to tell whether these emotions belonged to Molly or to herself. It hurts so much. I don't care what other people think of me, but you, only you, a ghostly image of the World Maker appeared at her side. Ah, so that's the reason. His voice boomed through the water. Molly, wake up. He was calling to her, but she knew the truth. What he cared about was only how to save Lutas. He would rather believe that girl he had only just met than believe us. Go to hell, she thought numbly. But the real Molly had already died long ago, and there had never been any key at all. He had only been driving her step by step to the edge of despair. An icy embrace wrapped around her from behind as the ghost of the original Molly hugged her from the back. Don't you want to see? The ghost whispered softly, pouring poison into her ear. What kind of guilty expression will appear on his face after he finds out we're dead? The thought was intoxicating. If I die, he'll regret it, right? That's right, exactly. So let's leave together. But that's only what you want. Why should I go with you? They kept sinking deeper and deeper, falling toward the abyss. Because we were always the same. In this world, we are both completely alone. No one is on our side. Molly's eyes were empty. There was no key anymore. Outside the game, the World Maker called her name in panic. Lutas asked what would happen if she could not wake up. The World Maker explained grimly. If her consciousness dies, then she'll fall into a vegetative state. Terror and belated regret appeared on the Crown Prince's face. I surrender, he shouted hoarsely, his voice shaking with despair. Quick, get Molly out of this scene. The World Maker looked at him with utter contempt. That won't be easy. I can't alter what's already happening inside the scene. Besides, why are you worried about Molly now? The reason she doesn't want to wake up is because of you. His final sentence echoed through the dreadful silence like a verdict. You are the real culprit. In the coldest, stillest depths of her fading consciousness, a voice suddenly split open the darkness, calling to her with a familiar desperation. Molly, can you hear me? At the bottom of the watery abyss, she slowly opened her eyes. That voice, it was Eller. It was coming from a necklace he had given her, like a lighthouse beam in the suffocating gloom. His phantom figure appeared, panic written all over his face, begging her to wake up, begging her not to fall asleep. But her chest felt twisted into a knot of pain, so heavy that every breath became difficult. She was about to suffocate. He insisted that she had not lost the game yet, and that she had to remember the rules. But what was he talking about? Her mind was shrouded in chaos and pain, and she could not think clearly at all. Just then, another voice, colder and more sinister, quietly slipped in her thoughts, hissing like a venomous snake, telling her not to listen, that Eller was only manipulating her. It was the voice of her own despair, asking whether she truly still wanted to keep struggling for someone who didn't love her at all. The voice hissed that the only reason he was worried was because otherwise she would not be able to save the sister he cherished. But Eller's voice broke through that poisonous temptation, warm and urgent. He begged her to come back up, and his phantom figure wrapped her in an embrace. He did not care at all whether they won or lost this match. There was only one thing he cared about. She had to stay alive. As long as she lived, that would be enough. But the darkness would not let her go, sneering that in this wretched world, no one was waiting for her at all. At that moment, Eller's voice rang out again, raw and intense. He said he wanted to see her. Her bright green eyes flew open, and a spark of defiance reignited in the depths of her soul. Trembling, she stretched out her hand, trying to grasp his light. But her past self screamed that he was lying to her. If she could not save his sister, Eller would throw her aside and never care about her again. The ghost of her former self kept tormenting her, urging her to make Songlan come back to her senses so that he would remember them for the rest of his life. But what meaning was there in winning a dead girl his regret? Of course there was meaning. The ghost roared, her face twisted by memories of betrayal. He had sworn that he would love only her, that he would believe her no matter what. Those shattered promises were like freshly split wounds, blood still pouring from them. Her hatred for him burned into a raging fire within her soul. He had destroyed all her hope. He had to remember it forever. Eller's gentle voice pierced through her anger once more. Even if he remembered, so what? What about her own true wish? What about the person she had been willing to risk everything to save? Her past self was struck speechless, unable to answer. Eller's phantom hand clasped hers, the touch seeming both real and unreal. He told her to let it go. If she continued down this path, nothing but endless suffering awaited her. The voice of despair agreed with him too, painting a bleak future. She would be abandoned by everyone she loved, utterly betrayed by those she trusted, forced to endure their irrational cruelty. In that terrible world, no one cared about her, and no one would ever come to help her. She closed her eyes as all the weight pressed down on her. Did she really still want to return to a world like that? A voice crashed down from the sky, and the game host's lofty tone broke her daze. He had never expected her to actually come back. What a pity. The key had already been broken. Since she could not open that door, this round counted as her loss. She collapsed to the ground like a defeated loser. But in the next second, a fierce refusal to give up surged through her. She pushed herself upright, her voice quiet but astonishingly firm. Who said she could not open the door? She admitted it. This world really was a rotten place. Everyone called her Molly, but not a single one of them knew her real name. A smile curved her lips. Now, someone was already waiting for her to return. With a resolute shout, she lashed out with a vicious kick and smashed the locked door to pieces. She landed steadily in the snowy courtyard outside. The rules had never said the door had to be opened with a key. Triumph shone in her eyes. This round was hers. Songlan was speechless, accusing her of being utterly unreasonable. She smiled and reminded him that he was the one who had destroyed the item first. So by comparison, she was being very reasonable. She turned toward the little referee, who also announced Molly's victory. To everyone's surprise, Songlan suddenly burst out laughing. He admitted that she truly was an opponent worth fighting, and that he finally understood why Prince Eller thought so highly of her. Just as the little referee urged everyone to return, Molly stopped her, her voice suddenly dropping into a cold, dangerous tone. She had not forgotten that little matter. Someone had pushed her off the cliff. Lutas grabbed her sleeve, her eyes full of fear, and Molly's gaze sharpened as suspicion rose in her heart. Back in the real world, Molly supported the dazed girl, and a terrible realization slowly emerged. Clearly, only 3 days had passed, but something was wrong. What had happened to Lutas? Songlan pretended to know nothing and asked what she meant. Isn't Lutas sitting over there perfectly fine? Molly's blood instantly ran cold because the real Lutas was sitting there with empty eyes. She whipped around and accused Songlan of increasing the dosage. He lazily revealed a chilling smile and admitted that he had only given her an amount her body could endure, just 3 times the usual dose. That was all. He had already told her the outcome would not change. Molly was completely enraged by his cruelty and drew her sword on the spot. What did he think human life was worth? She thrust forward hard, the tip of her blade stopping only a hair's breadth from his throat. With a casual snap of his fingers, the entire world suddenly warped. A cage of thorned red roses shot up around her, while he curled his lips and declared that within this space, he was invincible. Invincible only in this space? She let out a mocking laugh and raised a faintly glowing fragment, a crafty gleam lighting her eyes as well. With an ear-shattering crack, his perfect world shattered like a broken mirror. He stared at her in disbelief and demanded to know what she had done. A calm smile rose to her lips. Hadn't she told him already? She knew him very well. The illusion dissolved into darkness, and they both fell back into reality. They landed in a lush garden. Beneath her, Kama stirred and asked whether they were back. Her blonde companion looked utterly confused and asked how she had managed to escape. In an even tone, she explained that she had thrown a mini long-range bomb, and a shockwave had jolted all of them awake. Songlan walked out of the smoke, amusement glinting in his eyes. Since she knew him so well, could it be that she was interested in him? Hugging Kama tightly, she shot back without the slightest courtesy that she did not have such bizarre tastes. She had long known that his ability required eye contact to drag someone into his consciousness. His plan was simply to trap them there until time ran out. But she had already spent a long time thinking about how to counter his ability. And in the end, she found the perfect solution: sunglasses. She coolly put on a pair of aviator shades. Her companions stared at her with chibi-like blank faces, because she had even prepared a set for them too. Songlan was clearly unmoved, black energy crackling in his palm. Did she really think such a trivial little trick could defeat him? He suddenly unleashed a terrifying wave of purple energy. Her teammates immediately moved in front of her, raising a protective barrier and telling her to go first and get the crystal. They would hold him off here. She nodded firmly. She quickly ran off elsewhere. The enemy students were searching for a human girl who had trespassed into their territory. They were still laughing, saying someone would have to be an idiot to dare challenge the crystal's automatic defense system. Just then, a voice came from behind them. "Excuse me," she said coldly, "but I'm exactly that idiot." As soon as she finished speaking, she knocked one of them out with a chop to the neck. "It's that human girl." Before they could react, she blasted all of them down with a powerful mental shockwave. At last, she saw her target, the massive blue crystal pulsing with astonishing power. She knew it fired a lethal beam every 20 seconds. A monster wolf was instantly vaporized by one of the beams, proving just how terrifying the attack was. She dodged the next blast, her brows tightly furrowed. The crystal was indestructible. Ordinary attacks could not damage it at all. She drew her long sword, which was now surging with black, chain-like energy. But at that moment, Songlan suddenly appeared behind her, malice filling his voice. She had really abandoned her companions? He decided he would let her suffer a little. Violent black lightning instantly raced through her entire body, crushing her to her knees and leaving her in such agony that she could barely breathe. He said that if she was willing to give up, he would stop. But giving up had never existed in her dictionary. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself back to her feet, bracing herself with her sword, her eyes still fixed stubbornly on the crystal. Rage flared in him. Had she not heard a word he said? The crystal was about to fire again. There was no way she could endure the next attack. He suddenly rushed forward, grabbed her from behind, and yanked her back. In that very very instant, a massive beam of light exploded forth. If she died, it would be troublesome for him. He was stunned by the sheer purity of her power. How could she be this strong? She planted her feet firmly, pointed her sword straight at the beam, and forcibly absorbed that destructive energy. Power crackled all around her, and her eyes blazed with unwavering resolve. The energy surged along the blade, and with one final desperate shout, she released it all at once, shattering the crystal into countless glittering fragments. A system window popped up right after Red Team victory. As the fragments rained down, she let out a long breath. Finally, it was over. That long, grueling journey had at last come to an end. Morning light spilled into Molly's recovery room, but the atmosphere inside was anything but peaceful. Ever considerate, Songwon held up a perfectly peeled apple and insisted it was far better than anything those ordinary doctors could provide. The gentle smile on his face was immediately overshadowed by another cold presence. Eller stood quietly nearby, his silver hair and icy gaze making the whole room feel as if it had frosted over. But that fragile calm was quickly shattered when the door was flung open and Shad stormed in with a dark expression, introducing himself as her fiancé. "Hey, that's my fiancé," he said angrily, full of possessiveness. "Aren't you standing a little too close?" Molly sat up in bed as a wave of exhaustion washed over her. Looking at the three absurdly handsome men gathered around her bed, she couldn't help groaning. Why were they all here? Shad had brought flowers. Eller said he was here to treat her, and Songwon had even made soup. Her head was starting to hurt. Wasn't the engagement already broken off? The thought left her both irritated and restless, and she felt they were all shameless beyond belief. Her inner monologue was practically screaming. "You're all too loud." She tried to keep her tone calm as she asked, "What exactly did you come here for?" Their answers came like a chorus of concern she had no desire to hear. They came to see her, to treat her, to discuss serious matters. That became the last straw that broke her patience. "Fine, you stay." She raised a hand and decisively pointed at Shad. "Everyone else out." With a loud slam of the door, she drove Eller and Songwon out of the room, leaving behind an awkward silence. Alone with the prince, Molly's patience was nearly gone. But Shad seemed completely unaware and opened by asking about Lutas. He explained that Lutas was still receiving treatment. Thank goodness, the antidote had worked just in time. But a shadow of suspicion crossed his handsome face. That was 3 times the normal dose of poison. How could something like that happen? Molly met his gaze with cool detachment. "So what exactly did you come here for?" Shad's expression softened slightly. He said he had already reopened the investigation into the cat-killing incident and promised that if she was not the culprit, he would definitely restore her reputation. When he brought up their engagement, his voice dropped. "I understand." Molly cut in coldly, her tone sharp. "I also hope you mean what you say." A flicker of regret crossed his face. He knew she had suffered a great deal lately. "So, could you give me a chance to make it up to you?" he pleaded, his blue eyes full of sincerity. He opened his hand. Resting in his palm was a breathtakingly gorgeous brooch, encrusted with gems and dazzling to the eye. Molly stared at it blankly. "Why are you giving me a brooch?" Then it hit her like lightning. The competition's award banquet was only a few days away. It was a grand banquet, and partners who attended together usually wore matching brooches. The moment she remembered the plot of the original story, her heart sank. Shad was supposed to attend with Lutas. How could she have forgotten something so important? His next words completely confirmed her fears. "Be my partner." Her expression turned cold. "Didn't you always invite Lutas before?" "What? She can't attend the banquet this time." Shad looked away, a faint blush rising on his cheeks. He only thought it would be better if the two of them attended together this time. Molly's mind raced. She remembered Lutas's miserable fate in the original story. Left behind alone, turned into a laughingstock, and then bullied even more cruelly than before. Later, after Shad left, Eller stood in her room holding the identical brooch in his hand. "So in the end, he still invited you?" he asked in a low voice. She sighed and admitted it. "And did you accept?" Eller pressed. Molly let out a snort. As if. "I don't want anything to do with that guy anymore." Eller's expression remained cold, but it was as though a lighter, more teasing version of him offered to help her throw the brooch away. Molly panicked at once, and quickly snatched it back. No need, don't do that. Just put it back. Though part of her really did want to throw it away, it still somehow felt wrong. While she hesitated, Eller's focused gaze rested on her. Then he took out something else, a delicate silver earring shaped like a flower. Would you go with me? Molly was so shocked she couldn't speak. Him, that distant, indifferent Eller, was actually inviting her to the banquet? You've never invited a female partner to a banquet before, she said haltingly. Weren't you planning to ask the king for medicine to treat your sister? He admitted that was true, but said he was only worried something might happen to her. I see, she murmured softly, but her suspicion only deepened. She stared at his face, trying to read his true intentions. Is there anything else? She asked. Eller paused, and a rare flush climbed all the way to his neck. He lifted a hand and brushed back his hair, his shirt collar slightly open to reveal the clear lines of his chest. Nothing, he muttered vaguely, then quickly added, forget it. I'll return this brooch for you. Just as he turned to leave, Molly suddenly called out to stop him. By the way, do you know where Shad's room is? Displeasure instantly appeared on his handsome face. Huh, why would I know that? And yet, despite saying that, he still told her where to find the prince in the end. So you really did know? Molly thought to herself with a silent laugh. When she arrived at Shad's room, he was clearly surprised to see her. He first congratulated her on becoming the MVP of the competition in a gentle tone, then asked about her injuries. She told him she was recovering well and thanked him for saving her when she fell. Being able to save such a beautiful princess was my honor, he said smoothly, smiling as though a rain of imaginary rose petals were falling around him. Molly was unmoved by the flattery. She knew the truth. A knowing little smile rose to her lips. Indeed, the reason you became the most beloved character in the game is because you treat everyone equally and because of your sense of justice. Shad's cheeks turned slightly pink at her praise. But your performance this time wasn't too bad either, she continued, though her voice suddenly sharpened. Just don't slip again next time. The faintly ambiguous atmosphere vanished in an instant. Slip? He repeated, frowning. You saw how I fell off the cliff? Of course. You were standing right next to me then. He recalled the scene, and his gaze darkened. At the time you were looking at the scenery. Maybe the ground was too slippery, but suddenly you fell from the edge. The horrifying image of that body dropping into the abyss flashed through his mind again. That scene had been deeply engraved in his memory. Molly's eyes widened in shock. Are you sure you saw clearly? Lutas pushed me down. Shad's face turned cold at once, covered in disappointment. What do you mean by that? Lutas was trying to pull you back up then, but she's a Stahin, so she never even touched you. How can you insult Lutas like that? Molly felt cold all over. What was going on? Was that what everyone else had seen too? Those bystanders, that wolf. Everyone. A broken memory surfaced. A girl with twin tails ran over in a panic. I saw it. I saw Lutas push you down. But then the memory twisted, and the girl's voice changed too. But everyone else says you slipped and fell on your own. Molly's thoughts were in chaos, confusion and suspicion surging without end. It was far too suspicious. Thinking carefully, ever since the competition began, everyone's personalities had suddenly changed. Everyone's false memories, and the matter of Molly killing the cat. Piece by piece, the fragments were coming together into a horrifying picture. Some dark force was operating behind the scenes, manipulating memories and even distorting reality itself. A cold resolve settled into her heart. I need to find a chance to meet Lutas. Before this twisted conspiracy swallowed her whole, she had to uncover the truth completely. The air in the academy was thick with snake-like whispers slithering through the grand corridors. The latest rumor was on everyone's lips. That awful Molly had tried to push kind, innocent Lutas off a cliff during the competition. But Lutas had narrowly escaped disaster, while Molly herself, in her haste to do evil, had lost her balance and fallen instead. Oh, she absolutely deserved it. The students sneered, wearing expressions of righteous indignation. She had it coming, they said viciously, finding a dark sword of satisfaction in her misfortune. But what truly shocked everyone and sent waves of disbelief through the crowd was the news that the noble crowned Prince Songlan had invited that snake-hearted woman to tonight's banquet. What on earth was he thinking, inviting someone like her? They simply could not understand, though jealousy and confusion burned in their hearts. Why did handsome Shad have to save her of all people? A vicious woman like her should have been left to die. Meanwhile, the target of everyone's hatred merely stood there with an indifferent, almost amused smile. Secret confidence flickered in her green eyes as she calmly faced the stunning silver-haired man before her. Eller. His mere presence was enough to silence the whole room. So she had called him here just for this? He gestured toward a box containing an exquisite jeweled brooch. A trace of amusement flashed through his sharp blue eyes. Since they're going to wear matching brooches, he said in a low voice, deep and alluring, their outfits should match too. Molly's gaze fell on the clothing he had prepared, and her breath caught. It was a masterpiece woven of black lace and deep crimson, a dress fit for a queen of darkness. The craftsmanship was flawless, intricate, and far too detailed to have been hurriedly made at the last minute. A startling thought appeared in her mind. He had probably prepared this dress a very long time ago. But other concerns were circling in her heart at the moment. Lutas was being treated personally by the royal physician, and it was Songlon himself who had arranged it. That meant Molly had no way to get close to Lutas. But there was something she wanted to ask her no matter what, one piece of the puzzle that only Lutas could provide. Eller noticed the brief distraction in her eyes, frowned slightly, and asked whether she did not like it. Molly immediately came back to herself and smiled brightly. No, she liked it very much. She assured him it was exactly her style. A quiet, tense atmosphere settled between them. Just then, his gaze rested on her face, and, as if casually, he asked, "By the way, did you return the brooch to Songlon?" Molly's heart jumped. She nodded, her voice almost as soft as a whisper. "Did he say anything?" Eller pressed, narrowing his eyes slightly, as if searching her face for the slightest trace of a lie. He leaned closer, his fingertips brushing lightly over her chin and forcing her to meet his overly intense gaze. "Do you care about him that much?" he asked, a dangerous jealousy faintly seeping into his tone. Molly was completely thrown off, and it felt as if a giant question mark was about to pop over her head. No, of course not. She was just asking. She stammered out the explanation, trying hard to steady herself. He didn't say anything. She lied, hoping he would stop pressing her. But inwardly, she was rapidly analyzing the situation. Judging from his reaction, it seemed nothing had happened, which made it all the stranger. Just then, two maids in cute bunny ear uniforms hurried into the room. "Miss Molly, it's getting late," they chirped. "We should begin preparing your hair and makeup." Molly and one of the maids were both startled by the sudden intrusion. Eller alone remained perfectly composed, lazily leaning back with careless elegance from head to toe. "Wait, isn't only 10 in the morning right now?" he reminded them, looking beautiful even in that casual pose. Elsewhere in the royal palace, an even colder confrontation was taking place. Crown Prince Songlon held up that identical brooch, his expression dark as he faced Eller. Wasn't this the brooch he had given Molly? Then why was it in Eller's hands? He had come to return it. Songlon suppressed his anger, his voice taut. But Eller, standing on the balcony, carried a maddening calm and merely waved a hand casually. "Because Molly already agreed to go with me," he answered, each word like a dart thrown with perfect aim. Songlon was speechless for a moment. "Why?" he demanded, the composure he had been forcing finally cracking. A cruel sneer curled at Eller's lips. "Probably because she thinks you already have someone else going with you," he said mockingly. But his real attack was even more vicious than that. "No, what I really want to ask is, do you actually love Molly?" The question hung in the air, sharp and aggressive, striking straight at Songlon's pride. The crown prince's eyes burned with anger, and his whole face twisted with fury. "You'd better think carefully," he growled, his voice low like a beast's snarl. "Molly is my fiancée." But though those words hit their target, they also rebounded and stabbed just as deeply into Eller's own heart. "I like Molly." The thought was strange and shocking to him. How could that be possible? Memories surged like a tide. Her figure standing in the rain, her stubborn eyes, and that inexplicable pull he felt toward her. When had it started? When had that infuriating yet captivating woman slowly worked her way into his soul? In the grand banquet hall, the feast was in full swing, and the nobles' malicious tongues were just as lively. "Look," people whispered and turned toward the entrance. Sure enough, His Highness Songlon had arrived with Lutas. The two of them stood together brilliantly, a match made in heaven in everyone's eyes. Of course, how could he possibly invite Molly? That would be absurd. Lutas held his arm, looking every bit the perfect picture of meek elegance. while Songlan maintained a calm, restrained expression. Just as the crowd was murmuring their praise, another pair walked in, and a collective gasp instantly swept through the hall. "My God, is that Molly?" And she actually came with Prince Eller. The smile disappeared from Lutas's face in an instant, replaced by a flash of pure malice as she glared viciously at the newly arrived pair. Molly was stunning, like a dark star descending into this dazzling banquet. Her black and red gown trailed at her side like midnight and embers, forming a striking, soul-stirring contrast to the pale silks worn by the other noble ladies. With her arm linked through Eller's, she radiated a dangerous, captivating beauty, exactly what the villainess of their gossip ought to look like. The rumors instantly changed direction, and the whispers grew even sharper and more venomous. My God, as the fiancée of the human crown prince, she actually came with the demon prince's heir. Looks like she failed to seduce Songlan, so she turned around and latched onto Eller instead. What a shameless woman. Her goal is just to become queen. They gossiped viciously. Whether queen of the humans or queen of the demons made no difference. Fortunately, Lutas was smart enough to get away from that scheming woman in time. Just then, an announcement rang through the hall. His Majesty the King has arrived. The king appeared on the high terrace, draped in a red cloak, dignified and majestic. Raising his wineglass, he welcomed everyone to the banquet and offered a toast to their recent victory in the competition. His voice was loud and full of pride, but in the corners, some nobles secretly sneered. What do you have to be proud of? This was only one win after losing for 4 straight years. The king ignored them, and his voice still rang clearly through the entire hall. Now, it is time to congratulate the MVP of this victory, Molly. Everyone's gaze turned toward her. She stepped forward and gave an elegant bow, and in that instant, even the whispers fell silent. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Her voice was clear and steady. The king smiled and reminded her that he had once promised to grant any one wish of the MVP. "So tell me, what is it that you want?" Molly raised her head, her green eyes meeting his, her expression utterly serious. "Your Majesty," she said, "I want the Belle of Bassidonia." The hall instantly fell into stunned silence. People looked at each other in confusion. What was that? No one had ever heard of it. Songlan felt cold all over. How could she possibly know about that secret treasure? It was a state secret known only to him and the king. He suddenly remembered the 3 favors she had once asked of him, and finally realized the most terrifying truth. This was it. This was her final request. He was to help clear her name, and she was going to accomplish it in this way. Could he only stand there and watch it all happen? He glanced at his father and saw the king's face full of shock and suspicion, dark as a sky before a storm. Molly pressed the advantage, her voice carrying a sweet but unyielding challenge. "Your Majesty." "His Majesty the King always keeps his word," she said softly, her eyes glinting with cunning. "You will surely grant me such a small request, won't you?" The king's jaw tightened. This outrageously bold girl had challenged his authority in public, but he had no way out now. "After the celebration is over," he said through clenched teeth, "I will have someone deliver it to you." Molly bowed deeply, a victorious smile on her lips. "Thank you for your Majesty's grace." As the king left the terrace, he seized his son by the arm and demanded in a low voice, "Was it you who told her about the Belle of Avonia?" Songlan lowered his head in shame. "Yes," he admitted. The king's face was terrifyingly dark, fury nearly spilling from his eyes. "You useless fool," he hissed through his teeth, then coldly ordered, "Keep a close watch on her. I want to know exactly who Molly gives that bell to in the end." "Yes, father," Songlan answered, but his heart was already tightly knotted. Afterward, Molly stood alone on the quiet terrace, finally able to breathe in the cool night air. The atmosphere inside the hall had been suffocating, but she had succeeded. The plan was already in motion. This time, her sense of satisfaction ran even deeper. At least Eller's sister could temporarily escape danger. Just then, a gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. "Would you dance with me?" It was Eller. He extended a hand to her, standing amid the fragrance of flowers, so handsome he hardly looked real. Molly smiled softly. Of course. She placed her hand in his palm. The two of them glided onto the dance floor like a perfect, elegant pair, their steps so in sync they seemed like one. But even in his arms, those malicious voices would not leave her alone. It's all her fault. People whispered that Shad had been injured trying to save Lutas from Molly's vicious scheme, and yet someone as shameless as her had become the MVP. The smile on Molly's lips froze for a brief moment, but Eller noticed every detail. "Are you all right?" he asked, genuine concern filling his blue eyes. He even offered to make those people shut up, protectiveness surging up in him at once. She shook her head. "I'm fine, just a little tired," she insisted. But she still could not help wondering why the rumors had been twisted so completely. Eller's gaze softened. That was not what he meant. Being misunderstood like this, don't you feel angry? She said she was fine, as much to convince him as to convince herself. Because of his earlier warning, they did not dare hurt her directly and only talked about her behind her back. Words could not really wound her anyway. A trace of sorrow and distance flickered through her eyes. The person they were talking about was Molly. Not the real her, but the phantom of the original Molly. A scene flashed through her mind. Molly standing all alone on the balcony, cut off from the world. A voice interrupted her thoughts. "Why are you standing here, daydreaming, instead of dancing with the crown prince?" Molly turned around and found Lutas standing there, her face a mix of disdain and curiosity. Molly lifted one delicate brow, her expression still flawless. "Aren't you the same?" she asked calmly in return. "Why did you leave Prince Eller and come here?" The two sworn enemies stood face to face. Golden light spilling from the ballroom stretched their shadows long, and unspoken hostility stirred in the air. On the moonlit balcony, the stagnant air was filled with silent accusations. Molly softly brought up the strange rumors spreading across the academy, while Lutas turned her head with a sickly sweet smile that did not reach her eyes and said, "How ridiculous. Some students are actually saying that I pushed Lutas down." But Lutas's expression was as cold as frost, and her voice cut through the night. "That is not a rumor," she insisted. She looked straight into Molly's eyes, clearly remembering that the one who pushed her was Molly. Molly pretended to be shocked and softly asked, "Was it really me?" Lutas pressed on, the corner of her mouth twisting into a cruel curve, asking whether Molly had seen it with her own eyes, dismissing it lightly as baseless suspicion. Yet Lutas was strangely certain, her voice rising with conviction as she insisted she could never be mistaken. Cracks began to appear in her act. She covered her mouth, pretending she could barely endure it. The world in her eyes seemed to turn crimson with rage, and at last she spat out her true malice. The only reason she had stayed silent before was because Songwon used to like Molly, but now Molly actually dared to question her. That false memory flashed through her mind, a hand shoving her from behind. Molly's heart pounded wildly as confusion crashed over her like a tide. Could it really have been her? Had she remembered it wrong? But wait, a sudden clarity flashed through her mind. Whose memory was that? It was not her memory at all, but the game's plot replaying itself. Her expression instantly turned firm and resistant. No, it could not have been her. Her hand at her side clenched into a fist. She had to fight back. Back then, she had clearly been trying to save Lutas. She said so in an unwavering voice. Lutas widened her eyes and pretended to be incredulous. "She push you off the cliff?" She cried shrilly, her voice full of false victimhood. "Then tell me, who else besides her would push me down?" Molly was briefly speechless, her mind racing. Logically, that role should have belonged to her, the villainess. So who was the real culprit? Could it have been someone else who hated Lutas? She stared at Lutas, suddenly suspicious, because she caught a flash of calculation in the other girl's eyes. "Hey, what kind of expression is that? Could it be it really wasn't you?" Lutas merely turned away, her profile under the starry sky, too cold to read. She waved her hand as if casually brushing the whole conversation aside. "Forget it," she sighed. "There is no point arguing about this." Then she said something chilling. "Even if you were not the one who pushed me, if everyone believes it, then you will be the culprit." Molly desperately tried to reason with her, insisting she had witnesses and that these vile rumors would soon collapse on their own. Lutas gave her a pitying look. "You really are naive, aren't you? Do you really think they want the truth?" Her gaze was as sharp as glass. "People only believe what they want to see." She spoke softly, her tone carrying a spine-chilling coldness. "The truth does not matter at all." After saying that, she stepped onto the stone railing of the balcony, her heel making an ominous little click. "Just like this story," she murmured, "it needs a villain. Whether that person is truly a villain does not matter. So what if I add a little more fuel to the fire?" A wicked smile rose at her lips as she wove a brand new twisted narrative for everyone. Because Molly failed to murder Lutas, she flew into humiliation and rage, then pushed her off the balcony as well. All the blood in Molly's body turned cold. "Have you lost your mind? Get down." She reached out to pull her, but Lutas only looked down at her with a chilling smile, moonlight reflected in her eyes. I'm looking forward to seeing how you end up." After saying that in a low voice, she leaped. In the next second, a sickening rush through the air tore the silence apart as Lutas plummeted downward. But she did not hit the ground. Someone caught her steadily, and she landed gracefully in the arms of the handsome, silver-haired Eller. It was as if a stream of ethereal blue flowers had poured down around them. The two of them landed lightly on the stone path, and then a sharp slap rang out through the courtyard. Molly, blazing with fury, struck Lutas hard across the face. "Is risking your own life supposed to be funny?" she said through clenched teeth. "What exactly did I ever do to you for you to go this far?" Lutas covered her burning cheek, but the corner of her mouth slowly curled into a smug and vicious smile. "So what if I accuse you?" she taunted. "Aren't you supposed to be a selfish, independent, completely immoral villain?" Molly could only force out a single trembling word. "You." Suddenly, a strong hand seized her wrist and stopped her. It was Songlon. His handsome face was full of disappointment. Molly froze and stared at him in disbelief. He ignored her and turned to Lutas instead, his voice gentle as he asked whether she was hurt. Then his gaze fell back on Molly, cold and reproachful. "I already kept my promise. Why are you still bullying Lutas?" Molly's heart sank sharply. That was the expression she had seen in the illusion, the beginning of the prelude to her death. The crowd gradually gathered, and their whispers coiled around her like venomous snakes. It must be because His Highness the Crown Prince appeared together with Lutas. She got jealous. She was the one who provoked me first. Molly clenched her fists, trapped tightly in the web of lies Lutas had spun. "She is too greedy." Someone else hissed softly. "She was the one who tried to seduce His Highness the Crown Prince in the first place." "Eller, they are wrong. How dare you question me?" The tall Eller stepped forward, cold fury flashing in his eyes. He was just about to rebuke those spreading the rumors when Molly raised her hand and pressed it against his arm, stopping him. "There's no need." Just then, Songlon took Lutas' hand. "Let's go." With that, he led her away from the scene. Before leaving, Lutas turned back and gave Molly an undisguised look of victory. After the crowd dispersed, Eller walked with Molly beneath the vast, star-filled sky. He gently took her hand and noticed the angry red mark left by that slap. "Does it still hurt?" he asked softly. Molly was startled by his gentleness and quickly pulled her hand back, saying it did not hurt. But he gently took her hand again and drew her a little closer to him. "Why did you not explain it to him?" he asked quietly. "This was not your fault." The two stood very close beneath the glittering Milky Way. Explaining would not help. Molly sighed and admitted it. "I really did slap her." Deep down, a tiny mischievous part of her even felt that. Although the slap had been impulsive, the look on Lutas' face at that moment had been deeply satisfying. When she looked up, she ran straight into his expression. He was worried about her. Her emerald green eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Do not worry," she said more gently. "I'm really fine. What matters more now is that there may be someone else at school who wants to hurt Lutas." He looked at her, his eyes filled with both confusion and admiration. "But how are we supposed to find out who it is? How can you stay this calm?" He looked at her thoughtfully. "Compared with people who are misunderstood like this, you are astonishingly rational, like someone reading a novel and analyzing the plot. Even when you are angry, it feels as though you are angry for something else." His words were too accurate, and Molly was briefly speechless. That was because the truth was a secret she kept buried deep in her heart. "This is only a game. Once the mission is complete, I will return to the real world." Suddenly, a cold, powerful, invisible voice exploded in her mind. "So you still remember that you have a mission?" Molly shuddered violently and looked around in panic. This voice, the World Maker? The world around her suddenly dissolved, replaced by a sinister throne hall. The protagonist of the story sat high above, judging her. "Molly, do you confess your crimes?" The voice demanded harshly. In the next instant, she was tied to a stake, and the smell of flames in the air grew stronger and stronger. Her lips moved, but the words that came out were not her own. "Huh." In the voice of the original Molly, she let out a mocking laugh full of provocation. "I merely committed the crimes you pinned on me, did I not? Is that not exactly what all of you wanted to see?" Her body began to move out of her control once again, reenacting the villainess's final moments before death. This was Molly's death scene in the game. "Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock?" The original Molly sneered. "The royal family is lying. They are framing an innocent person, still lying even at death's door." One of the men spat in disgust. Songlon held the smug-faced Lutas in his arms and gave the final chilling order. "Execute her." At once, flames burst violently upward from around her feet. The thick smoke choked her until she could barely breathe, and she began coughing violently. It hurts. I cannot breathe. The scorching heat was terrifyingly real. That godlike voice spoke again, its tone full of lofty contempt. Things have been going pretty smoothly for you lately. Amid the flames, the original Molly appeared before her, taking shape with a cruel smile. Any progress on the mission? The voice mocked. Worldmaker, you finally decided to show yourself. Despairing anger rose inside Molly. Why are you forcing me to complete such a stupid mission? She screamed into the void. Send me back to my own world. Within the fire appeared the Worldmaker's calm, smiling figure, utterly unmoved by her suffering. Sorry, I cannot do that, the voice said calmly. You bear part of the responsibility for this situation yourself. In any case, if you do not work harder to bring Lutas together with one of the male leads. Wait, explain the mission to me, clearly, she screamed in despair. Then this will be your ending, the voice declared. The flames suddenly surged, and a sword of fire thrust through the blaze toward her. A shriek too horrible to sound human tore from her throat as the flames completely swallowed her. She jolted upright in bed, gasping for breath, cold sweat covering her forehead as her whole body shook. Her eyes flew open in terror, and both hands immediately reached for her face. I'm still alive. Panting, she clutched her throat as if the phantom agony of burning still remained on her skin. The feeling was still there. The ghost of pain had not faded. Suddenly, she let out a wild, frantic laugh. What the hell? Was that supposed to be a warning? She roared, sweeping her hand across the bedside. A glass fell to the floor and shattered. Ridiculous. She ground the word out through clenched teeth. The sound of breaking glass echoed through the room, just like her nerves stretched to the limit. She staggered out of bed, her mind racing. Shad and Ashu have already begun to move, so I will start with them. She took a step, barefoot, onto the sharp shards of glass, without even frowning. But how am I supposed to bring them together with the people they would like? Now all the students are wary of me. Who can I even get close to? She walked to the window, completely unaware that the floor beneath her feet had already been stained red with blood. She gazed into the night, her silhouette outlined by starlight, while a cold resolve slowly settled in her heart. I have to make them fall for me as soon as possible, and then find a way to bring Lutas and the Crown Prince together. She closed her eyes, her expression hardening under the weight of that grim resolve. Looks like I will have to play the villain. Her eyes snapped open, and a dangerous light flashed deep within those green irises. After all, this story really does need one. Eller recalled the first time he had met Molly. Back then, he had been lounging lazily beneath a tree, avoiding those annoying royal duties. A cheerful voice broke the silence, calling his name and scolding him for skipping class again. He opened his eyes in annoyance, finding the voice too loud. Standing before him was Prince Songlon, as upright and righteous as ever, wearing that eternally gentle smile as he reminded him that final exams were next week. Eller still lounged there, utterly unconcerned by the appearance of this rival. Songlon proposed a bet. He had indeed lost the last competition, but if Eller lost this time, he had to stop pestering him. Eller sat up at once, his small figure brimming with fierce defiance, and answered crisply with a single word. No. Songlon clicked his tongue, and a trace of impatience crossed that perfect face. He tried to reason with the silver-haired prince, persuading him in the name of their shared responsibilities. They were both heirs to the throne, and Eller was an unprecedented genius seen only once in a century. If they joined forces, they could create a world without war or chaos. He painted himself as a gentle and honest leader who gave everything for his people. But in Eller's sharp blue eyes, there was only coldness and distance. He had no interest in the throne. Unlike Songlon, the only person in this world who mattered to him was his younger sister. Just then, a sweet voice called out to Songlon. A beautiful girl with warm brown hair and bright green eyes appeared, a book in her arms. She was Songlon's fiancée. In Eller's eyes, she and the Crown Prince were a match made in heaven. From a short distance away, he watched her hand Songlon some materials for the upcoming sport competition. Eller's judgment of her was calm and objective. She was intelligent, capable, and considerate. Then those striking green eyes turned toward him. Prince Eller, She greeted him politely. In his eyes, she looked like a doll carefully carved for the sole purpose of becoming the perfect crown princess. She played her role elegantly and never once slipped, even in the face of criticism. To him, she was nothing more than a hollow shell, a puppet blindly obedient to the strings of fate. Her eyes were so beautiful, yet so empty. Only when she looked at Songlon did they light up with anything real. Boring, far too boring. As he watched them, he was ready to cast the two of them entirely out of his mind and remind himself that they had nothing to do with him. But he clearly remembered the exact moment when everything began to change. All of a sudden, that image of a hollow doll was replaced by another scene. A woman holding a sword to his throat, dangerous fire burning in her eyes. She was no longer an empty shell, but a force too strong to ignore. She promised to heal his sister, and in exchange, she wanted his help capturing two other men. She was a woman who would resist prejudice and fight for what she wanted. A woman brave enough to carve out her own path. She moved forward with unwavering determination, never hesitating for even a moment. The way she looked at Songlon had changed too. It was no longer simple admiration. There were more complicated emotions there now. He did not know whether this change came because she had finally removed her mask, or because when he heard she had fallen from the cliff, a terrible, suffocating fear seized his heart so violently that the mere thought of losing her felt like his heart was being crushed to pieces. He remembered how she had looked when he saw her in the rain. She had been crying in complete collapse, like a miserable reflection of himself. The fear that swallowed him whole was absolute. And it was in that very moment, when he saw her in another man's arms, that he finally understood. He realized it with perfect clarity. He wanted to possess Molly. The thought consumed him, turning into a dark and intense obsession. Day after day, that burning desire grew stronger. He did not care that she was his rival's fiancée, and he did not care whether it would ruin his reputation. Even so, he still wanted her. He began to grow restless over it, spending every waking moment thinking about how to draw her attention. But she always seemed out of reach, as though she were only a character in a story who could disappear at any time. This cannot go on. He had to confess, and the sooner the better. A nearly desperate resolve appeared in his eyes. Before she left this world completely, he had to make her his. A rapid knock at the door pulled him back from his dark thoughts. A servant announced that Miss Molly was waiting for him. Good, he responded calmly, as though the storm inside him had never existed. He lifted a hand to brush back his silver hair, his heart pounding violently in his chest. A confession. What should he prepare? What would she like? Suddenly, a thought surfaced, and a faint flush spread across his neck. Perhaps she would like red roses. He imagined a grand bouquet, the velvety petals rich and deep, just like his feelings. Thinking of those flowers, he started toward the reception room. The moment the door opened, his breath caught. She was there, so beautiful she seemed almost unreal. Those green eyes widened slightly in surprise. His heart shook violently in his chest. She gave him a gentle smile. "Ella, you are here," she said. That simple sentence alone was enough to throw his pulse into chaos. He had to tell her how he felt. As he looked at her radiant smile, her very existence seemed like a cure soothing his tormented soul. "Ella, you are here." His cheeks grew a little warm, and he opened his mouth, the words already on the tip of his tongue. "Molly, But his confession was brutally cut off by a loud wail from inside the room. How did I lose again? The romantic atmosphere shattered instantly. There were actually two other handsome men in the room. One of them was dramatically lamenting that he had lost to this beautiful princess. Eller's expression turned cold at once. "Why are you here?" he asked darkly, and a dangerous flower suddenly bloomed in his hand, burning that rosy thought to ashes. Molly did not notice his murderous intent at all. She merely explained that she had invited them to play a board game together, then innocently asked what he had been about to say. Eller forcefully suppressed both his anger and embarrassment and answered as if nothing were wrong, saying that he had only wanted to ask whether she liked flowers. Then his gaze fell on a document on the table. "What is this?" It was a labor contract, put bluntly, a slave contract. Since Ashu and Shad had lost a bet, they had to work for Molly. With the triumphant smile of a victorious villain, Molly stood there beside her two newly acquired little followers and explained that games were no fun without a high-stakes wager. Of course, she would treat them well. They were her employees now. Eller was stunned. Why would they agree to something like this? Ashu beamed and said that this way, whenever he wanted to play board games in the future, he could come anytime. Shad merely curled his lips lazily, finding the whole thing amusing, and said that when such a cute young lady made a request, he really had no way to refuse. At last, Eller reached the end of his patience. You have played enough. His voice was low and dangerous. It is time to go back. Molly looked baffled and said she had only just arrived, but his possessive gaze did not yield in the slightest. No, it has already been a long time. With that, he rudely grabbed Shad and started dragging him toward the door. Ignoring the man's protests, he forcibly dragged him away. Before leaving, he glanced back at the utterly bewildered Molly and muttered under his breath, "You two look pretty close." The jealousy in his tone was completely undisguised. He had originally thought he still had a chance to make things right, still had a chance to find the right moment to confess to her. But then he immediately remembered their agreement, and her words echoed in his mind. He had to help her make those men fall in love with her. The memory of that deal came rushing back all at once. The promise he had made when he was cornered with no way out in order to save his little sister. Eller buried his face in his hands and let out a silent groan of anguish. He wanted nothing more than to go back and punch his past self as hard as he could. How could he have been that stupid? Molly, however, knew nothing about any of this and happily announced that she was planning to open a board game shop. As she chatted about location options, he watched her and struggled to hide the conflicting emotions churning inside him. He bent down closer, so close that the air itself turned tense with ambiguity. "Do you like them?" he asked in a low voice, a plea hidden inside it. "Can't you stop chasing them?" As though surrounded by an illusory sea of flowers, those dark blue eyes stared fixedly at her, searching for an answer. "No," she said softly. "I don't like them. Not like that. Not in that kind of way between a man and a woman." He was too close, and it made her heart race while a blush slowly spread across her cheeks. "Then why?" he pressed, his voice so quiet it was nearly inaudible. "Why are you doing this?" All she could offer him was an apology. She lowered her eyes, and his heart sank with them. She still didn't trust him. A dark impulse suddenly surged up inside him. "Fine then," he said. "I'll just get rid of all of them." Molly jumped in fright and hurriedly begged him not to joke about something like that. But he wasn't joking at all. She quickly explained that those people were only going to be employees at her shop. Right now, she was still short a manager and a name for the store, and she wanted him to fill that role. "I'm not interested." He let out a scornful laugh. He turned his face away. How could she be this dense? How could he possibly help the woman he liked pursue other men? She explained her strategy. It was all to improve her reputation. Then she revealed her trump card. She took out a magnificent mantle clock, a magical item that could slow the worsening of his sister's condition. A carefully calculated gentleness shimmered in her eyes. "You will help me, right?" He fell silent, studying her face, and noticed the deep exhaustion she was trying so hard to hide. She really did look tired, with countless secrets hidden in her eyes that he could not read. She gently took his hand. "This is really unfair," she said softly. He looked down at their joined hands, momentarily confused. "You know everything about me, but I know nothing about you." She threaded her fingers through his, and the touch sent a jolt through his whole body. "I hope that one day you won't hide anything from me anymore." Their hands remained tightly clasped, an unspoken promise hanging in the air. Her gaze was too sincere, too earnest. "I'll wait." A small, hopeful smile rose to his lips. He would wait. He would wait until the day she finally opened her heart to him completely. In the solemn corridors of the academy, a certain legend had long been passed around. There was a prince who, by his mere existence alone, could make hundreds of girls fall hopelessly for him. His name was Shad, and every frown, every smile, every tiny movement of his possessed the power to steal hearts. No one could resist the sweet words that flowed from that magnetic voice whenever he spoke. And at this very moment, that very prince was trapped in a ridiculous party game. The host loudly announced the next command. Number 3 must carry number 5. Shad's handsome face twisted with irritation as a trembling little girl raised the card marked with a number 5. Again, it was him. He was number 5, and his luck was absolutely terrible. Shad let out a helpless sigh and forced a gentle smile onto his face. Apparently, he had no choice. He gracefully swept the girl into his arms and murmured that she was light as a feather and really ought to eat properly instead of always worrying about her weight. He even added in an indulgent tone that otherwise he would be worried. His smooth, lovely words made the entire room tremble, and the other girls instantly let out a chorus of shrill screams, their hearts melting on the spot. But inside, Shad was howling. He was practically dying. This was beyond embarrassing. The scene shifted to the grand opening of Molly's board game shop. In a cozy, sunlit cafe packed with excited customers, Shad was as professional as ever, entertaining a table of girls who adored him. Tension filled the air as Molly sat facing another girl, their eyes locked in a silent battle of nerves as they prepared to draw cards. Suddenly, a girl with twin tails let out a triumphant laugh and announced that she had become the king for this round. Her royal command was this: Number 6 had to feed a piece of cake to number 2. Shad's shoulders immediately slumped. Wearing a pained expression, he begged the girls, saying they were really too good at these games and pleading for them to go easy on him. Like a seasoned performer, he elegantly picked up a chocolate-coated strawberry, sending his fans into another frenzy, while inside he screamed. Molly had clearly said he only needed to stay here, so why was he this exhausted? He wanted to quit right now. At the other end of the cafe, though, Ashu was having a much more comfortable time. He was being doted on by two lovely ladies, enjoying delicious snacks, and being asked whether he wanted to join the game. They crowded around him, telling him how cute he was, and Ashu fully enjoyed the attention. This was exactly what Molly had promised him. He only had to stay here and look good. It couldn't have been easier. But the cafe's strangely chaotic yet peaceful atmosphere was about to be shattered. Outside the shop, an elegant high heel came down crisply on the cobblestone path. Business was booming, and the place was packed with customers. A long-haired woman with an arrogant smile standing on her lips watched the scene before her. It was Ilya, and she thought this was the perfect moment for her entrance. The bell above the door rang as she stepped inside, and the staff greeted her politely. The girls seated at several tables immediately fell silent, their expressions turning ugly as they whispered among themselves, unable to understand why Shad's fiancée had come here or why their luck had to be this bad today. Ilya ignored all those looks and walked straight to an empty table, where she sat down as if this place belonged to her. Her sharp gaze locked onto Shad, and her clear, commanding voice cut through the room. "Hey you, come play with me." Shad's eyes widened, and a wave of pure relief washed over him. His savior had finally arrived. But Molly shot to her feet, her face twisted with anger. Ilya actually dared show up in front of Shad again. In a stern voice, she reminded her that if not for her, Molly would never have fallen from the cliff when Shad had tried to save her. Her friend angrily nodded and added that Molly had been bedridden for a full half-month because of it, and they had all been worried sick. Then she sneered and demanded to know why a prince like Shad would be working in a commoner board game shop like this. Ilya couldn't even be bothered to answer. She merely lifted her hand and let a string of glittering gold coins spill onto the table through her fingers. The crisp clinking of metal instantly silenced the entire room. Raising a brow, she spoke with lofty disdain. "Is this enough to buy your time, so you'll play with me?" Molly's friend got so angry she stammered, insisting that being rich wasn't such a big deal and that Shad would never be moved by her filthy money. Molly's face burned red, a mix of anger and humiliation. Then he turned back to Ilya, and his eyes almost seemed to shine with the light of money, clearly ready to take hers. Watching all of this, Molly felt her will to work evaporate in an instant. She wanted to quit, but Ilya immediately reminded her sweetly that breaking the contract would require her to pay a penalty fee, which was written very clearly in the terms. "You evil businesswoman," Ilya teased. Molly sighed, resigned to her fate, and asked what game the young lady wanted to play. Ilya tapped her chin thoughtfully. "I want to play this one." As she spoke, she pointed to a box labeled Halligalli. Shad looked utterly baffled. What kind of game was that? And there weren't enough people, either. Ilya simply suggested calling Molly and her friend over as well. Molly snorted in contempt and bluntly said that even the air around Ilya was nauseating and she had no desire whatsoever to go near her. Ilya ignored her completely and began explaining the rules. Everyone gets cards, then flips them over one by one. When a number of the same kind of fruit among the revealed cards reaches 5, you hit the bell. The first person to ring it gets to take all the cards. Shock suddenly appeared on Molly and her friends' faces. The smile at the corner of Ilya's lips slowly widened into something predatory. "That's right," she said lazily. "This is the perfect chance for you to touch the hand of the prince you adore." Fury blazed in Molly's eyes. "You really are a sinister, scheming woman." Ilya leaned back, clearly enjoying the chaos. "Come on, then. Let me see what you choose." Meanwhile, poor Shad was still staring at the rulebook, a giant question mark practically floating over his head. He clearly understood nothing. The game began amid a flurry of cards being flipped. Suddenly, a hand slapped down on the bell with a sharp ring. It was Ilya. "I hit it first," she said with a smug smile. "All these cards are mine now." Shad's mind worked furiously, and he finally understood. It was a game that tested reaction speed. He immediately focused on the table, for grapes had already appeared. The next card was flipped, a strawberry. The one after that, the fifth grape. He lunged his hand forward, but several hands slammed down almost at the same time, piling heavily on top of his, and the bell rang out crisply once more. "Oops, sorry, I was first again," Ilya said with a blink and a light tone. Shad could only admit that her reflexes really were fast. But as round after round continued, suspicion slowly began to grow in his heart. Was it just his imagination? Another round, another pile of hands, another girl shrieking in celebration of her victory. But every single time, without exception, all those hands landed on top of his. It was like a slow-motion horror film. Then the terrible realization finally struck him like lightning. She didn't care about the cards on the table at all. From beginning to end, her target had always been my hand. Panic instantly seized him. What was he supposed to do? Every time he went for the bell, his hand was guaranteed to be touched. Right then, a new rule was added to the game. If someone rang the bell by mistake, they had to take a truth or dare punishment. Cornered with no way out, Shad could only choose dare, because if he never went for the bell even once, he would definitely lose. His desperate gaze crossed the table and collided with Ilya's openly provocative eyes. The dare was read aloud, each word striking his heart like a hammer. Kiss the cheek of the person sitting opposite you. All the blood in Shad's body turned cold. Sitting across from him was Molly. Molly and her friend immediately formed a human wall, screaming that they would not let Ilya go near Shad. Ilya merely shrugged and said that since it was the punishment for losing, there was nothing to be done. Shad's neck flushed all the way to the tips of his ears as he turned to Ilya in a panic. "Why would you write a dare like that?" he demanded in a low voice. But she widened her innocent eyes and sweetly replied, "I didn't write it. Lutas did." Shad was completely dumbfounded. Why would Lutas write a punishment like that? Ilya suddenly leaned closer, lowering her voice so only he could hear. "Don't be scared. We've slept in the same bed before anyway." Shad's brain instantly short-circuited. "Do not say things like that make people misunderstand," he hissed under his breath, but it was already too late. She leaned in, and her soft lips lightly landed on his burning cheek. A collective gasp instantly swept through the cafe, as if everyone had been shocked by electricity, and some people even fumbled around in a panic to take pictures. At the peak of his shame and mortification, a fluffy red tail suddenly appeared behind Shad, swishing irritably through the air. Ilya's eyes widened, and a flash of understanding and interest passed through them. So only when Shad was emotionally agitated would his tail and ears come out. The tail quickly vanished again, leaving behind only her overflowing curiosity. By now, Shad's whole face was as red as if it had ripened completely. Covering his cheek, he stammered for her to hurry back to her seat now that the dare was over. Ilya fell into thought. This was too strange. Lutas was clearly supposed to have other plans, but if Shad had such an adorable trait, she shouldn't have hidden it away, yet she had. Molly's smile was as warm as morning light, and her eyes curved slightly with genuine joy as she said that this was enough. Shad only felt heat creeping up his neck, while the heart in his chest gave a strange, gentle flutter, as if his whole being were basking in her light. A question echoed from the deepest part of his heart, like a whisper he could not ignore. Why had he hated her so much before? Her smile was so warm. Back in the cafe, the atmosphere was relaxed and cheerful. Molly slapped the last few cards onto the table and triumphantly announced that she had won. Her friend let out a sigh and admitted it was a shame to lose. Suddenly, a shadow fell across their table, and a gentle voice asked what they were playing. The two girls jumped in surprise, startled by the sudden appearance of the handsome Shad. They explained the card game to him, their cheeks reddening from the attention he was giving them. Shad asked whether it was fun, and Molly snorted teasingly. teasingly, saying that they actually didn't even know such a simple game. Just match the color or pattern on the top of the discard pile and play accordingly. One of Shad's friends invited him to join them and asked why he was only standing there. A slightly embarrassed smile appeared on his lips as he admitted that he only knew them. Then he bent closer, his voice smooth as silk, and suggested that everyone play together, since games were always more fun with more people. The girls were instantly bewitched and immediately declared that whatever Shad said had to be right. Molly smiled and thanked him for being so considerate while she began dealing the cards. Shad, however, teased her and asked whether she could talk like a normal person, because that overly sugary tone of hers was giving him goosebumps. She laughed and he shot back that of course that was impossible. The easy, natural bickering between them did not escape the notice of the people around them. Their relationship looked even better than it had yesterday. Watching this scene, one of the other girls blushed and belatedly realized that they were obviously flirting. But that moment of peace was quickly shattered by the two figures that appeared at the entrance. Shad looked up, the smile vanishing from his face, and asked why Louise was here. Louise, with her exquisitely styled pink hair, looked no less surprised than he was, and threw the question right back at him. She explained that she had heard a new board game shop had opened nearby, so she had come to take a look. But the moment she took in the scene before her, her gaze turned cold. She had been unable to find him after school these past few days, and now she knew why. He had been working here. Her voice began to tremble, and tears gathered in her eyes, as though her heart had been betrayed. Why hadn't he told her? Worse still, he was even sitting together with Molly. It wasn't like that. He tried to explain, but Louise turned and ran. Shad abruptly rose from his seat and chased after her, calling her name. At the table, Molly's friend complained that Louise had shown up again and that she was seriously annoying. Another girl nodded in disgust, saying she truly could not understand why Shad liked her at all. Outside the shop, Shad grabbed Louise by the arm and stopped her from leaving. He asked if she was angry, his voice full of worry. She demanded to know why he had not told her he was working at this shop. He stammered that it really wasn't a big deal. Hurt flashed across Louise's eyes. This was exactly the sort of thing he should have told her in advance. But what made her even angrier was that he had been sitting together with Molly. He tried to reason with her, saying that Molly did not get along well with the others in the shop, so he had invited her to play so she would not be left out. Louise's expression instantly turned as cold as ice. Had he forgotten what Molly had done to him? I warned you a long time ago. That matter may have had more to it, but Molly is absolutely not the kind of person you think she is. Louise's words slithered into his ears like venomous snakes, and her face twisted into something eerie. Hate her. The voice hissed in his mind. Don't be fooled by her. She's selfish and cruel. Those poisonous words immediately stirred waves of nausea and awakened a painful memory. A dark crimson shadow spread across his vision. Standing in front of Louise, his mind had already become a chaotic battlefield. Did he really hate Molly? The question kept falling deeper and deeper into darkness. Two sharp slaps suddenly rang out in his memory. A vicious noblewoman, his stepmother, stood before him, looking down at him from on high. The corners of her mouth twisted in a sneer as she spat cruel words at him, asking whether he was the bastard his mother had conceived back then. She suddenly reached out and cruelly yanked his tail. Look at your ears and tail, she sneered. How pathetic. You don't even count as human. She mocked his mother's naivety, laughing at the fact that she had truly believed she shared real love with the Count. In his memory, a childlike phantom appeared. Back then, he still remembered his mother smiling gently at him, telling him she was waiting for father to come take them home. But his stepmother's voice poisoned every last bit of hope. She mocked their stupidity, mocked the fact that they had really believed there could be a kind of love that crossed status and class. No, she said coldly. The Count never loved your mother. If he truly loved her, why did he abandon the two of you? Why did he only bring you back after your mother died? She bent down, her voice seeping into the bone like cold air, and spoke that cruel truth, because she herself could not bear children, and the Count had no other heir, so he had no choice but to bring back this half-demon bastard. Her final command clung to him like a curse that would haunt him forever. So if you do not want people to despise you, you must never reveal your lowly half-demon blood. The child he had once been screamed in terror, never let it be revealed. Just then, Molly's voice cut through the darkness of his past like a beam of light. Even if we learn some embarrassing things about each other, we won't hate each other because of that. Isn't that what friends are for? She had once promised him that she would not hate him because of his bloodline. But the poison in his stepmother's words ran too deep. Deep within his consciousness, a fear-filled, I slowly opened and questioned whether what Molly had said could really be true. And that ghostly voice rang out again, warning him not to be deceived. If she learned his secret, she would definitely think the same way everyone else did. His thoughts began to warp, twisting Molly's kindness into something ugly. Her face distorted in his mind, as if a hideous mask had settled over it, cursing him as disgusting. In the next instant, he jolted awake, covered in cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. So it had only been a dream. He buried his face in his hands, trying to drive away the lingering fear and the tears wetting his cheeks. Later that day, at the board game cafe, his friend were gossiping. Someone said Louise was really too strange, and her friend agreed, saying she didn't think Louise truly liked Shad at all. Rather than love, it felt more like possessiveness. Just then, Shad walked in and asked what they were talking about. Molly immediately slipped into her joking shop manager mode and demanded to know why he was so late. He admitted he had overslept. She gave a light snort and threatened to dock his pay for being late. His friend didn't beat around the bush and asked him directly why he had fallen for Louise in the first place. The question hung in the air. Shad lowered his gaze, and in his silence hid an entire universe of unspoken pain. Molly had always been protective of him, so she quickly cut in and said liking someone didn't need a reason. But his friends kept pressing, their faces filled with genuine concern. They wanted to support him, but they truly felt there was something very wrong with Louise. They reminded him that even someone as popular as Louise was still talked about behind her back. They were just afraid he would get hurt. Panic seized him without warning. An icy fear swept through his entire body. They had found out. They had discovered he wasn't human at all. So what would they do? The color drained from his face instantly. Noticing something was wrong, one of his friends reached out and gently touched his hand, trying to comfort him. But that simple touch struck like lightning, instantly dragging up the terrifying memory of his stepmother's cruel restraint. Her words screamed through his mind, "No one will ever like you." He jerked backward and, with a frightened shout, slapped her hand away. "Don't touch me." In that instant of pure panic, the magic maintaining his human disguise shattered completely. Two fluffy reddish-brown ears sprang up from the top of his head, and a tail of the same color appeared behind him, trembling faintly with unease. Shame and terror nearly swallowed him whole. He clutched himself tightly and pleaded in a shaking voice for them not to look. The cafe fell into stunned silence, and then came a flood of vicious whispers. So the rumors were true. He really was a half-demon. His mother had been nothing more than a maid. How could someone of such low birth possibly enter their prestigious school? Each word hit with physical force. His family was pathetic, and he was still their only heir, their legitimate son. He had been deceiving them all along. His gaze dropped in panic. He didn't dare look at them at all. In his mind, only one word remained, screaming. No, Molly would never look at him like that. But why? He simply couldn't gather the courage to raise his head, terrified that he would see the disgust on her face that he had always expected. The whispers grew louder and crueler. The girls who had once called themselves his fans now looked at him with nothing but revulsion. He was just someone of low birth, and they felt utterly disillusioned. They pointed at his ears and tail and said they were ugly and pathetic. Shad's world collapsed completely. He squeezed his eyes shut, his heart aching so hard it trembled. Of course, she saw him that way too. How hypocritical. But when he finally forced himself to look over, there was no disgust on Molly's face. What he saw was pure, unmixed anger. "How dare people like you?" she roared, planting herself in front of him like a lioness shielding her cub. "Mama will protect you. And you call yourselves Shad's fans?" Shad could only stare blankly, utterly stunned. She raised a hand and pointed at the shocked crowd, sharply telling them to open their eyes and look properly. "Look at these fluffy ears and this soft tail." Her voice dripped with sarcasm and fury as she pointed at Shad, who was currently curled up in the corner, shaking non-stop from panic. "How can you call this little puppy hiding in the corner ugly? You're the pathetic ones." She hurled the words out viciously, and the whole room went dead silent. I don't even know why, one of the former fans said in a small voice, but suddenly I feel really guilty. Molly's gaze was cold as a blade. If you can't even accept how adorable Shad is like this, then I seriously doubt whether you ever truly liked him at all. Encouraged by her courage, another girl stood up as well. That's right, she declared. I like Shad not just because of his looks and bloodline, but because he's gentle and thoughtful. Another person spoke up next, her voice full of resolve. Shad's good qualities won't change because of something like this. Very quickly, his real friends all stood together, forming a united front. No matter what bloodline Shad has, we're all members of his fan club. Shad looked at them, looked at Molly, looked at the people who still stood by him even as his world fell apart, and his heart felt like it was about to burst. Emotion overwhelmed him completely. Molly narrowed her eyes, her expression firm as her mind raced. But the world opinions were not so easily changed. Those whispers and strange looks would follow him forever. Before she could voice more words of support, Shad had already turned his face aside and said in a low, resolute voice, "Enough." He insisted that she didn't need to say anything more. They could only watch him leave, their hearts sinking little by little. His retreating figure looked like a portrait of defeat. He forced out a smile, but it never reached his exhausted eyes. It was as if even the light around him dimmed with those words. He said he was sorry. He was just too tired and wanted to leave early today. Then, step by step, he retreated back into the darkness of his past, back into the history that had shaped every broken part of him. It had all begun when he was 6 years old. Back then, he had only been an innocent little boy. His birth mother died of a terrible illness. A man claiming to be his father appeared and brought him to a grand but unfamiliar mansion. At first, people praised how cute he was, but that warmth was only a fleeting illusion, shattered the moment his stepmother appeared. She was a terrifying existence, holding an ornate round fan and hiding cruelty beneath elegance. Whenever his father went out to suppress demonic beasts, the mansion fell under her control. In his father's absence, the boy could only submit to her, and she showed not the slightest mercy. One night, he was sitting at a lavish dining table when she came over carrying a plate of human food, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "Oh, I almost forgot, this is food for humans." Her eyes gleamed maliciously as she said dogs weren't allowed to eat this and ordered him to fetch dog food instead. Her gaze was poison, and her words sliced into his young soul like knives. "HM, just look at his eyes." She sneered that only beasts had eyes like that. The cruelty soon escalated into physical torment. Several maids held him down with stiff expressions, trying to force a hateful collar onto his neck. He screamed for them to let him go and struggled with all his strength. But in the end, he was only a child. His resistance earned him nothing but more injuries, mottled bruises staining his pale skin. When his father returned, he ran over crying, tears streaming down his face, shouting that she had hit him. But his father's face showed nothing except cold indifference. The maids lied without changing expression, saying the young master had hurt himself by falling down the stairs. His stepmother pressed a hand to her chest and performed perfect grief, her tears dripping like venom. Sobbing, she said she knew he hated her, but she was still his mother after all. It felt as if the entire world had flipped upside down. Lies and betrayal formed a dizzying vortex that nearly swallowed him whole. How could they lie without even blinking? It was disgusting, utterly disgusting. After that day, the physical beatings stopped, but the psychological and emotional abuse turned into a constant, suffocating poison. He was driven outside to sleep by the doghouse, treated as something less than human. It was there that two maids found him. They were pushing a cart filled with fragrant pastries. The tempting smell woke him, and the desperate instinct to survive took over instantly. He had already learned how to read people's expressions, how to use lies and an appealing appearance to please others in exchange for what he needed. "This is easy for me," he thought, then put on his most pitiful, heart-rending expression. The maids gasped softly, their hearts melting at how adorable he looked. One of them whispered to the other that he looked so pitiful, as if he hadn't eaten for days. But they didn't dare let the mistress find out. The other maid made a decision at once. "It should be fine," she whispered back, slipping a piece of warm bread into his tiny hand and warning him to hide it well. He looked up and thanked them with wide, grateful eyes. When he took a bite, he revealed a pure, innocent smile, so angelic that the two maids were instantly bewitched. They promised to bring him more good food tomorrow, completely charmed by the beautiful boy. At that moment, a bitter truth fully took shape in his heart. He had to stop resisting and swallow his pride. As long as he could make women like him, he could escape that hellish life, if only a little. That twisted lesson stayed with him even after he left that detestable mansion behind. He would instinctively flatter, coax, and use his appearance to survive. It became his defense mechanism, his shield against the world. But after returning to his dorm room, that shield shattered completely, leaving him naked and vulnerable. I'm only using them. He lay there with an arm draped over his eyes as the thought ran through his mind. It was only natural for them to hate him. He was drowned in deep self-loathing, convinced that both his bloodline and his character were beneath others, that he was a monster unworthy even of being human. Even sunlight falling on his skin felt like an accusation. Just then, a knock suddenly sounded in the quiet room. Who could it be? Everyone else should have been in class at this hour. He pulled the blanket over his head, hoping the whole world would simply disappear. He didn't want to get up. In any case, if he waited a little longer, the person outside would naturally leave. After all, for someone like him, even if he vanished into thin air, no one would care. But the knocking quickly turned into thunderous pounding, and the door was shoved open, revealing Molly. Her face held a mix of anger and worry. He sat bolt upright in shock. Molly stormed in and demanded to know whether he was planning to skip class for 3 straight days and then fail outright. Only then did her brain finally catch up with her actions, and her face flushed red as she realized this was the boys' dormitory, and she had no idea how she had barged in. With those green eyes, she swept her gaze over his disheveled state. Had he really just been holed up here these past few days, wallowing in self-pity? Her eyes accidentally dropped to the clearly defined muscles of his abdomen, and her face instantly turned scarlet. Flustered, she covered her eyes and shouted for him to get out, which made absolutely no sense in his own room. She immediately corrected herself and strode over to his wardrobe. After grabbing a shirt, she casually remarked that he really had a lot of clothes, then promptly threw it at his head. He caught the shirt, utterly baffled, and asked what exactly she was doing. "Hurry up and get dressed," she ordered, her tone leaving no room for argument. "If we leave now, we can still make it in time." "Make it in time for what?" he asked, his voice so soft it was almost a whisper. "To the board game cafe, obviously. Everyone's waiting for you." His shoulders slumped at once, as if all the air had gone out of him. "I'm not going." Molly's gaze turned firm instantly. "Fine," she said, her voice calm to the point of abnormality, "if that's your decision." She grabbed the edge of his blanket, her fingers going white from the force of her grip. Exactly how long was he planning to hide in this dorm room? Until graduation? No matter what she said, he had already made up his mind not to go out. With an angry shout, she yanked the blanket off, exposing him completely. "Things aren't nearly as terrible as you think," she insisted. But he snapped back just as fiercely, his voice shaking with emotion. How could they not be terrible? Even if he went, what would it change? Tears ran down his face. As she dragged him toward her, he could practically already hear those vicious whispers. That half-demon bastard, that illegitimate child, that scumbag who used girls. He simply couldn't face words so scornful and humiliating. He really couldn't do it. Molly looked at him, their faces so close that he could even feel her breath brushing against his skin. The air was heavy with the weight of his despair. "I can't," he choked out. Her expression softened. She could understand his fear. Ever since coming here, she too had lived every day under the same scrutiny and strange looks. But that very understanding only made her angrier. "Is that all you've got?" she snapped, her voice as sharp as glass. He looked up at her in surprise. "You have a fan club that supports you," she told him, cupping his face in both hands. "These past few days, they've been running all over the place for your sake. You also have a mother who loves you deeply. Yet all you can do is stare at the people who might hurt you. Besides, when it comes down to it, all of this is still just your own imagination. Do you really think, after the things you've done, that you don't deserve their affection?" Fire burned in her eyes, as if it could burn away the shadows in his heart as well. "And besides, compared to what I've been through, what you're facing now is nothing at all." Images flashed through his mind of Molly being abandoned and bullied. She admitted that in the past, even thinking about it had frightened her. "Then how did you get through it?" he asked, voice hoarse and filled with nearly desperate longing. She paused, her gaze steady and resolute. "I don't want to waste my time and my life on people who don't like me." That simple yet powerful sentence struck him like lightning. How could she be so strong and so gentle, I understand now, he said softly, as a wave of sudden clarity washed over him. He suddenly pulled her into his arms and buried his face in her shoulder, as if she were his only anchor in the storm. Even if everyone really rejected him in the future, he would still walk toward her. His friend Molly gently pushed him away, a teasing smile hanging on her lips. Since when did it turn into that? She said as she darted back toward her friends. A trace of disappointment appeared on his face. With a smile, she pointed outside the window. They aren't just my friends. They're your friends too. Outside, his fan club stood holding banners, promising that no matter what happened, they would always like him. A flush slowly spread across his neck. Molly urged him to hurry up and get changed, saying everyone was waiting for him. At that moment, he knew that everything Louise had said about Molly was wrong. Molly was nothing like the person Louise had described. She was like a warm sun, giving him the courage to keep moving forward and making him no longer afraid of the dark. Go on, she said softly, patting his head. At least for today, don't think about the things that make you unhappy. As she spoke, she blinked and put a pair of cat ears on her own head. Today, you can be your real self. When he finally walked out the door, he discovered that all his friends were wearing matching ears too, their smiles bright and warm. They told him Molly had really done a lot for him. Another girl leaned in and said something in a mysterious whisper. He could only nod, his heart full to the brim. He looked at Molly, and something deep in his chest quietly bloomed. And so his heart began to pound violently, hammering out a frantic rhythm between his ribs. How could I not fall for her? He squeezed his eyes shut. Right now, I'm nowhere near worthy of standing by her side. Later, in the sun-drenched greenhouse, Louise found him. Shad, she called, her voice sickeningly sweet as she walked toward him with graceful steps, saying she had looked for him in class. And she had heard what happened too. She took his hand and flawlessly played the part of a concerned girlfriend. Don't worry, she said gently. I'll stay by your side forever. But he pulled his hand back at once, as if he had been burned. Louise, he said, his voice cold as ice. Let's break up. Her sweet smile vanished in an instant, replaced by disbelief. What did you just say? Her face twisted, and pure rage tore the disguise apart, revealing the loathsome monster underneath. Hey, don't joke with me about breaking up. Memory was cruel and distorted, like the ghost of a conversation that now seemed nothing but ironic. Back then, Louise's eyes had shone with certainty. Her voice had been a trap woven from silk, her fingers lightly tracing across his chest as she whispered in his ear, "You don't really want to break up, do you?" But now, under the cold light of reality, what was reflected in his eyes was unshed tears held back by force. Back then, in all his despair, he had truly believed her. He had clung to her, his voice breaking as he insisted he didn't want to break up. You two are obviously in love. He had begged bitterly, saying she must only be exhausted lately from working at the board game cafe. But even while he held her, she had gone dazed from the sudden splitting pain in her head. While he drowned in pain, she had secretly curled her lips into a smug smile, toying with him like a puppet in her hands. The memory twisted onward and shifted to another scene, another voice planting a seed of doubt. A silver-haired girl, looking smug, hinted that maybe Molly had spread those rumors. Her friend cried out in shock that it was too much and demanded how Molly could possibly do something like that. In that instant, suspicion took root in his heart, and his face filled with shock and disbelief. Molly spread those rumors? Why would she do that? Another memory surfaced immediately after. Radiant Molly had once said with absolute certainty that she would not waste her time in life on people who didn't like her. But he shoved all those thoughts down and chose to believe without wavering. No, he insisted in a hoarse voice. Molly would never do something like that. Back then, his attitude had been firm, and when he thought of her kindness, even a faint smile would touch the corners of his lips. But that was the past, and the man now standing before Louise seemed like a stranger, cold and resolute. He was serious. He told her so in a voice that left no room for negotiation. Let's break up. The words hit her like a solid blow. Her eyes widened, her face filled with pure shock. Why? She stammered, her mind in chaos. She needed a reason. He tried to make the words hurt less, avoiding her gaze. If she thought he didn't care about her, then she could at least keep staying by his side. No, it's not because of that, he insisted. He had only come today to say this. Then he turned to leave, but she refused to let go. She suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm, using so much force it was nearly desperate. Wait, she cried. Don't go. In her panic, her foot slipped, crushing a small, inconspicuous thing on the ground that had long been forgotten. She staggered backward and lost her balance, her heart pounding like thunder. Did I do something wrong? And he merely looked at her expressionlessly. She fell sitting into the neatly trimmed garden, dropping to her knees, her voice so humble it sounded like a pitiful whimper. Do you hate that I'm always arguing with you? Is it because I'm not gentle enough? She looked up at him, tears streaming down nonstop, like a broken doll begging its master. I can change. I can change anything, she pleaded. Against the backdrop of the cold, merciless sky, her desperate question hung in the air. What do I have to do for you not to leave me? He looked down at the crying girl. A trace of pain crossed his handsome face, and the hand he had reached out ultimately withdrew. No, he couldn't. Once he had decided to break up, he couldn't give her any hope. His voice was flat and cold, devoid of emotion. You didn't do anything wrong. Her tears stopped. Even trapped in despair, her mind and calculations immediately seized on the only remaining possibility. Is it because of Molly? She asked, her voice dropping dangerously low. And the flicker of reaction in his eyes gave her all the answer she needed. Her gaze instantly turned cold, and blazing fury ignited in her eyes. His reaction was all because of her. That name echoed through her mind like bitter poison. Molly, Molly, always Molly. Her voice suddenly rose, edged with hysteria. Is it because she's prettier than me, or because she's more mature? Then a painful thought struck her all at once. I know. Is it because she's fatter than me? Or because she's the Duke's daughter, right? Because her status is far higher than mine. Her words dripped with malice as both hands clenched her skirt tightly. Because I'm just a commoner, all of you look down on me. At last, he shouted for her to stop, completely losing his usual composure, his face full of pain. Why do you insist on dragging her into this? He reminded her that she was the only one who had entered this prestigious academy through her own ability. She had always worked hard, and she had always been outstanding. But in the end, none of it meant anything. He turned his back to her, his shoulders slumping in defeat. It's just, I don't like you. His final words stabbed into her heart like a dagger. You deserve someone better. As his footsteps gradually faded away, Louise was left standing there alone, like some fragile ornament in the garden. She collapsed to the ground. Her body trembled with soundless sobs. One agonizing question toward her soul. Why did all of you choose her? The world slowly sank into darkness, and the scene shifted to a quiet cafe. A sign on the door read, "Closed for the time being." Sunlight streamed through the windows into the empty cafe. It was the middle of midterm exams, and the regular customers who usually came by were busy studying. Even young Ashu had been sent off to cram school. Inside, the beautiful blonde Ariel was sitting with her older brother and the ever-expressionless Demon Crown Prince. She let out an exaggerated sigh and complained about how bored she was, saying it was because she still hadn't found a new employee. She turned and teasingly asked her red-haired brother whether he didn't need to study for exams. He only twirled a pen in his hand and smiled, looking not the least bit worried. Ariel snorted with a laugh and reminded him that for someone like her, who planned to leave this world someday anyway, academics were never that important to begin with. Besides, she had placed 5th in the grade on the last final exam, which was proof enough of her casual genius. Her brother's eyes immediately lit up with admiration. As expected of someone in the top 10, he praised, then shifted his gaze toward the silent figure sitting opposite them. A man who looked almost like a god. The Demon Crown Prince rarely even attended class in the first place. This person was Ariel's ultimate target, yet he did not even raise his head from his book, merely saying in a cool voice, "I've already finished the coursework." His voice was like velvet covered in ice. Only later did they learn that he had ranked first in the entire grade. That kind of effortless talent was almost offensive. All Ariel's brother could do was stare at him with open envy. To break the silence, he suggested going out for a walk. There was a market in the town not far outside the academy. Perhaps I could go take a look. Ariel was immediately interested. A market? That sounded fun. She turned to ask the Demon Crown Prince whether he wanted to come too. His reply was brief and wholly unsurprising. No, her brother added that it was only half an hour away by carriage. Just then, the book in the Demon Crown Prince's hand slipped from his palm. As he bent to pick it up, his fingertips brushed against something else on the floor. It was a photograph. When he saw that in the photograph, the person who should not even have had a physical form was intimately embracing a strange man. His sharp blue eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. He stared at the photograph, and for a fleeting instant, a crack appeared in his usually calm expression. Then he made his decision at once. Wait, his tone turned firm. Let's go. Before the others could react, he had already slipped that compromising photograph into his inner pocket as if nothing had happened, hiding the secret away. I'll go with you. He stood up and announced it. Ariel and her brother exchanged puzzled looks. Didn't you just say you weren't going? Her brother asked blankly. But a dangerous new light had appeared in the demon crown prince's eyes. I suddenly got a little curious. That was his only explanation, leaving the other two completely confused. Soon, they were walking through the town square, the air full of the lively noise of the market. The streets were crowded, creating an atmosphere that was both vibrant and chaotic. Ariel's green eyes swept across the crowd, and a flicker of recognition crossed her gaze. She knew this place. She had seen that S-rank item from the game here before. Her eyes landed on Archery's stall, where the prize board prominently read, "First prize, hit all 10 arrows." A faint smile curved her lips. If things unfolded the way they had in the original plot, this item would be extremely useful for her plan. She walked up to the bearded stall owner and said politely, "Please give me a few arrows." With a confident flick of her wrist, she placed a coin on the wooden counter. The man immediately broke into a broad grin and readily agreed to her request.